record, Councilmember Fimbres will not be joining us today. And we are here physically, so no one's using Teams this time. Item 1 is time has been set aside for the submission and presentation of the city manager's recommended fiscal year 2026 budget. Mr. Tamir, I know that you have a presentation and are going to talk about the fiscal year 2026 budget. Thank you so much for your work.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. And just a gentle reminder, this is my first recommended budget, so be gentle with me as we go. So, yes, this is a continuation of our discussion about next year's fiscal year budget. And it's just a reminder that no action is due today. We go through what's been put forward as a balanced budget for next year. But of course, there's a number of decision points that are made in putting that together that are decisions that are, of course, subject to your input and revision in order to bring forth a final budget. There will be future conversations on May 6th, including an initial public hearing, May 22nd, and then ultimately June 3rd. So with that, today's presentation, a little bit of overview of some of the context within which we're building this budget, the issues, changes, and challenges. We'll talk about our updated end of fiscal year 25 projections. So now we have 3 quarters worth of data that have been crunched to better inform how we expect to end the current fiscal year. And then we roll out, of course, the fiscal year 26 recommended budget. And when you see the materials and what we present, there's the lion's share is dedicated to the general fund because that's the more challenging part of the budget. It's the revenues that is kind of a mix of revenues across a number of streams plus a number of services that are provided. The recommended budget does include our enterprise funds like Tucson Water, environmental services, and a lot of the special revenue funds. So the holistic budget is recommended to you, but we do spend quite a bit of our time talking about the general fund. And then finally, I mentioned the budget calendar up front, and I'll come back to it at the very end. So some of the key issues and challenges for where we are in 2025 is, of course, federal directives and funding uncertainty is a major component of the context of this budget. We, over the last several years, so we've always had streams of federal funding that come into the city, some of it formula funds or regular programs that tend to be largely funded by the federal government, like housing. But we've also, over the last few years, been very successful in competing for competitive federal grants under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law or the Inflation Reduction Act, and brought a lot of those dollars to Tucson. But some of those dollars are in jeopardy, and of course, future opportunities to sustain those programs or win new projects for Tucson are in jeopardy as well. And then the ability to even exercise the grants and programs that we've been previously awarded has been in doubt since January 20th. So there's some uncertainty around that, and we know things will be different. We just don't know exactly how. The economic uncertainty, we've already seen impacts to our tax collections, especially sales taxes at the state and local level, resulting from federal economic policies that have been enacted, unenacted, reenacted, cosplayed, whatever the ways that federal economic policy is set. So that will impact our ability to sustain programs moving forward. And then in March, of course, we had the ask before Tucson voters under Proposition 414. We got their answer, which was resounding about that particular chemistry of investment. And so in this budget, there are elements that would have been funded by Prop 414 that I have recommended be included in the budget. And that also comes with some impacts on other areas of the budget where we've had to make adjustments to accommodate that. And then there's continued state level revenue impacts. We see the continuing saga of the imposition of the state federal or flat income tax. And again, we're seeing the impacts to state shared revenues in a variety of ways, including sales tax. When we talk about employee investments, that's loud and clear from this mayor and council since I've been with the organization that investment in our employees is a top priority. And we brought you last meeting a recommended compensation plan that we got positive feedback on. So we're continuing down the path of trying to implement that multi-year compensation plan. It does include the baseline of having employee performance evaluations for not only professional development of the employees, but also accountability to our taxpayers and ratepayers to make sure that we're measuring performance of our employees. Commensurate with that is some in-range pay placement adjustments. That is where we look at where an individual is placed within their range and whether they should be placed in a different spot based on their skills, training, education, experience. We are currently going through and working with the directors on the initial list. We presented a number of folks, but we didn't tell you who they were yet because we needed to get your feedback, and now we're working with the directors. So our next step with that is May 1st is our current target date to inform the individuals that we are proposing to adjust their salaries under in-range pay placement, should you approve the budget in June. And then pay progression is an annual across the board for almost all employees, all those that qualify. That is put into the recommended budget as we speak. And then market adjustments for various job classifications. As outlined in the recommendation from our HR director, there is a programmed schedule of adjustments for certain folks in Tucson Fire, another programmed set of adjustments for many folks in Tucson Police, and then there are a number of other jobs outside of sworn police and sworn fire that those jobs are below market, and where a recommendation is to bring those up to market and the individuals within those ranges. So all of that, as we talked about last meeting and as proposed and reported to the public, is in the recommended budget. We don't do this in a vacuum. We have had a lot of public and employee engagement, including leading up to Prop 414. We did a lot of engagement, of course, around budget as it related to Prop 414 and those investments. Since 414, we've also done in-person and virtual town halls. We had our employee budget town hall in early March, right around the time of Prop 414, and we've reported on that employee town hall previously. What's new is we also had our online community survey with over 4,300 participants, kind of framed around 5 questions, and we are still analyzing and compiling the full data set from that event. But in today's materials under Exhibit 1, there's just an initial how many people responded and some very initial assessment of 2 of the 5 questions. The rest of that will be available to you in advance of the May 6th study session and public hearing. So with that, we can now, where are we starting FY26 from? So these are our current projections on the end of fiscal year 25. So you see this in your materials as part of our 5-year, but we kind of break it into 2 conversations. First, snapshot of where we expect to end 25, and then later we're going to come back to what does it look like for the next 5 years, including fiscal year 26, the subject of today's budget discussion. The key highlights from where we were a couple months ago to where we are today is revenues, even within fiscal year 25 in the general fund, are lower than we were projecting about a month ago. That is a state shared revenue reduction and a sales tax reduction. Those reductions also impact our forecasts moving forward for those types of revenues. The good news is for fiscal year 25, we still expect to be net positive about 14 million. We were saying over 20 million before. Now it's revised to be 14 million. Even though the revenues are down, also is the spending. Now, part of that spending reduction is in one-time items that are already committed. So even though we expect to have positive revenues over expenditures ongoing for fiscal year 25, that's good. Our one-time spending is lower, which is good as far as ending cash balance, which is now 78.8 million. That's a much better place to be going into next fiscal year. We're not quite where we're having to dip into our retirement savings or whatever else we might have beyond our basic savings account here, that cash, unrestricted cash. But a lot of that unspent money of one-times is still on the books to be spent in a future year. It's commitments we've made. It's projects that are in process. It just didn't get spent in the fiscal year we're in. So the good news is we look like we're going to have a positive year-over-year balance from last year or the year we're in, And we're going to start with money in the bank. Those are both really good things. So with that, we are going to go through the details of the budget, which is in your materials, but also we start with the big bottom line up front, still a $2.4 billion total budget. As we've talked before, most of that's in restricted funds and utilities and things that we can't zhuzh around to fix budget issues, and still roughly the same amount in the general fund. But that's kind of the big picture snapshot, and I'm going to turn it over to CFO Anna Rosenberg.
City Manager Tamir, can you clarify, because a lot of people get very confused when we say we have a $2.4 billion budget. Most of that is committed. What is just to start the conversation, what is the recommended amount in the general fund budget?
So when we look at our, correct, thank you, Mayor, and Honorable Mayor, members of the council. When we look at our general fund portion, it's usually hovers between $750 and $800 million. It looks like for this year,
transfers.
right on $750 million without transfers. So when we measure that, we have to kind of measure it in two ways, because there's what we actually spend out of the general fund, and then there are other transfers we make to other funds to make them whole, whether it's the TCC, transit, or other things. So those transfers can account for about 70 to 75 million, and the general fund spending is about 750. So depending on the audience and who you're talking to, if you say between 750 and 800 million, you're going to be in the right ballpark.
All right. So as the city manager said, we start with the conversation of the general fund. As we have been talking about for a number of weeks, the issues with the state's adoption of a 2.5% flat income tax have been impacting our general fund with decreases in revenue. Fiscal year 26, this budget that we are preparing will be the second consecutive year of a decline in state shared income tax revenues. And in Table 2, the top line of Table 2 shows that decline in our most recent projections from the state. We had, through this spring, been planning to, we thought we would be receiving $8.5 million. It looks like we'll be receiving closer to $108.5 million. Their updated forecast is a little bit higher at $108.9 million, but that is still more than $7 million less than we received in the current year. In the current fiscal year we're in right now, we've been on track to receive $116.4 million in fiscal 25. If you back up one more year prior to that, in fiscal 24, the city received $144 million in state shared income taxes. So again, that's having a significant impact
I'm sorry, again,
on
Anna.
our budget.
Can you repeat that?
Sure.
For fiscal year 26,
For fiscal year 26, our most updated forecast from the state is that we will receive $108.9 million in state shared income tax.
but that's, you said 40 million less than fiscal year 25, or?
It's $7.6 million less than fiscal year 25, when we received $116 million. And in fiscal year 24, we received $144 million. So it's about $35 million less.
So it's $35 million less than we had received 2 years ago.
Yep.
When the flat tax was not taking effect,
It's,
or it hadn't taken effect.
how should I say this? Yes, before we were starting to see the full impacts of the implementation of the flat tax. One of the points that the public asked for more discussion on this topic is that in fiscal year 24, the state did increase the amount of the income tax that was shared with cities and towns as a one-time plus up of revenues, but we are still seeing declines. And some of the difficulty has been in that at the time that they were proposing it, they were projecting these reductions to us. We thought we would max out at a loss of about $17 million a year. Well, as we have seen it come to pass, the loss is actually twice what was projected at that time. So it's not just that we have sustained a reduction, it's that the reductions are much larger than were originally forecasted, projected to us, and told to us. So that's the challenge. Table 2 also describes the other forms of state shared revenue, the sales tax and the auto in lieu. And it shows you, again, their most recent forecast that we received and presented to you at our previous study session. As Manager Tomir described, you see on that state shared sales tax line, most recently, they told us to adjust our estimates for revenues there down by, $2.3 million. So just as we are seeing reductions in our local sales tax collections, the state is telling us to project to receive less in state sales tax
So
revenues.
besides the income tax being substantially lower, the sales tax are also showing that they're lower.
Lower, correct.
Is there any attribution to that?
If I recall right, part of their narrative, and it's just very basic, it's they're seeing a slowing of economic activity. And that $2.3 million is a reduction of about 2.5% over the prior forecast that they had given us. We have, again, spent some time talking about our own local sales tax projections and discussed with you in one of our last study sessions how we were needing to lower our own projections due to very recent declines that we were seeing in local sales tax collections. Our projection in fiscal year 26 budget, in this recommended budget, is now a projected increase of 2.5% above what we're projecting to receive in fiscal year 25. We obviously need to continue to monitor these collection amounts. Again, the reduction that we saw, the slowing that we saw, has happened very recently in the last 3 months. So we will continue to monitor this source of revenue. It's the largest single source of revenue in the general fund, local sales taxes. And there's a discussion in the memorandum about our property tax rate, including the proposed primary tax rate that would follow with the amounts as recommended in this budget. That rate is 0.4453 per $100 of assessed valuation. This represents a slight increase in total from fiscal year 25's property tax rate, and that's basically from an increase in what we will need to collect for involuntary torts this year. If you look at the detail in the calculation, there's a tiny small decrease for the primary rate itself, and then there is an increased amount for involuntary torts, and that's an amount that's tracked and assessed separately each year. In the recommended budget, there are a number of recommended new revenues that the city manager describes. We've incorporated into this budget proposal $6.6 million to be achieved through the implementation of new revenues. A number of options include the public utility tax, increasing the hotel motel surcharge, additional support from Visit Tucson, fee changes to parks and recreation offerings, imposition of an advertising tax, and a possible prospective naming rights agreement with the TCC facility. So those are all items that are within the mayor and council's control and purview to establish, and we're recommending that $6.6 million be planned to be derived from some sort of combination of new revenues. We are also recommending a change to the general fund's policy reserve calculation as a way to not just make this year's budget work, but also as a way to give us some more certainty in planning for the next 5 years. Again, this isn't just about 1 year. This is about how can we try to find some stability and predictability in a 5-year model at a time where things are very volatile and unpredictable. So we are recommending, and we have incorporated into these materials, a change from a percentage of revenue reserve policy to a flat dollar amount. So we would be striking a policy reserve, that rainy day fund, that is a total of $142 million. $142 million for the general fund. This would, we would need to come back to Mayor and Council to enact that policy change, and we would be monitoring that amount and that policy recommendation for you on an annual basis. I think the city manager has already talked about the employee investments that are recommended. We have worked those amounts into both the fiscal year 26 budget recommendation, and you see that 3-year plan incorporated into our 5-year plan for the general fund. This doesn't bind future councils and future budgets. We're not trying to do that, don't want to do that, but it is important for us to have more than a 1-year plan on implementing the scale of changes that we're trying to implement with the compensation plan. It amounts to, within the general fund, these employee investments for fiscal year 26, an additional $16.3 million in the general fund for employee investments.
This is for fiscal year 26?
26, yes.
16.3?
16.3. Yep. The recommended budget includes a recommendation to change the city student loan reimbursement program. The program currently reimburses employees up to $5,250 a year. That is tied to the IRS allowable maximum for employers to do tax-free, as a tax-free benefit for employees. We're recommending that that be adjusted down to $4,000 per year. This is also a federal tax incentive that is set to expire in December of 2025. And we will need to see whether the federal legislation, how the federal tax laws get changed over the next months, and to see if this program is renewed at the federal level to continue to proceed with it within our plan. But we would intend on implementing this change in the fall of 25, and it would have an estimated savings of approximately $350,000 a year in the general fund. Worked into this recommended budget, you'll also, in a couple of places, see an amount of $22 million used for, or to indicate that we intend to use currently restricted cash for Prop 407 projects from the general fund as necessary. We are planning to do an additional general obligation bond issuance for the Prop 407 projects in fiscal year 27, and we believe we have the sufficient cash on hand to pay for all of the construction costs that'll be happening in the next fiscal year. We'll use that additional general fund restricted cash amount if we need to, and then plan the bond issuance for fiscal 27.
I'm assuming we're delaying the bond issuance because we're waiting for rates to drop.
Correct, council member, to drop or even just stabilize. Yeah. The recommended budget includes the incorporation of investment plan items, and we're showing you the schedule of the investment plan items that are incorporated for fiscal year 26. We honor the voter commitments that we made for Prop 411 regarding public safety equipment and collector street investments from the general fund, and we continue with funding of other key initiatives that have been included in the investment plan in prior years as well. So, I think a lot of people, I think Exhibit 2 might have grabbed the attention of a lot of people. Exhibit 2 are the materials within your budget documents, a number of tables that really show you the details of how this recommended budget in the general fund came together. And there are a series of tables for Exhibit 2. The first table shows you $19.5 million in recommended increases to base budgets that are incorporated into the recommended plan. That $19.5 million includes things like those critical needs that were discussed by the city manager at the last meeting, like Thrive investments of $1.1 million, the general capital fund, establishing that capital fund at an amount of $4 million in the base budget, increases to base budget for enterprise software license costs, things like that. There's a full listing of those items.
How much is the increase on the software licensing?
Software licensing, general 1.44 million.
And that's an increase. So what's our total expenditure on software licensing?
Yep, we will get back to you, council member.
Because we've been asking for that information for a minute.
Okay. It's our intention, and as we work through the multi-year plan in the general fund, wow, tongue-tied, that these increases in base budget amounts are items that continue to be funded year over year. So that's, again, a total of $19.5 million. Table 2 that follows then is a description of $12.5 million in one-time funding and carry forward allocations. And you will notice items in this listing like city clerk election support of $1.7 million. Those amounts that are needed related to different election years, that funding is approved as one-times. Or items like Tucson House Rehab, $2.1 million. That's a carry forward of a commitment from prior years and a declining balance that needs to be funded as we go forward. So these are, again, amounts that do not need to be sustained over time, but so they're not included in base budgets, but we track them separately as one-time amounts. The next table in Exhibit 2 shows you a number of positions, 25 in total, that are recommended to be added to this year's budget. You will see positions such as call takers for 311 and 911, the 14 firefighter positions that were described, critical needs, and for instance, the Somos Uno project manager position. Again, this is a recommendation to add positions, 25 positions within the general fund for the coming year. And that addition is offset by position reductions. You could say, in a way, we've reallocated existing positions. And you see the specific reductions of positions, and that reduction totals 36 FTE. So it's not a one-for-one trade, and we weren't just looking to reallocate positions. We also needed to achieve some budget savings so that we could support the additional increases in base budget as well. You want to take over?
And I'll close out this slide with a discussion of the $18.5 million with what we could call forecast adjustments or budget cuts. And so that's Table 5 in Exhibit 2, and I just wanted to touch on the additions of the supplementals came with almost the same dollar-for-dollar reductions in other areas of the budget. Two of the biggest rocks that were moved in there is one is we really went through and did a fine-tooth comb scrubbing of all of our personnel projections to make sure we weren't over-projecting there. So that's really a forecast adjustment, about $6.5 million, that goes to the benefit of bringing in a balanced budget. The other really big-ticket item is, as part of this budget, and as we look at our public safety personnel retirement system, or PSPRS, investments over the next few years, and we've done study sessions on this before. We have a general fund contribution every year, and we have a Section 115 trust that the mayor and council have established that helps us primarily have a path toward reducing the large unfunded liability we have in that pension system. As part of my recommendation, I'm suggesting that on an annual basis, we not only make the general fund contribution of about $76 million per year and the 115 trust contributions, but that we have a pay ahead of about $15 million per year. The reasons for that is market volatility, changes to the assumptions that go into how pensions will be paid out over the long term, the compensation that we provide public safety personnel. All of those things are going to factor in to make that annual contribution need to climb over time anyway. So my suggestion is to fund it at about $15 million per year, in addition to what the straight line projection would be. Having said that, for this year, I'm recommending we do it about half. So in my initial budget conversations, I was saying commitments plus 15 million. Now I'm saying commitments plus 7.6 million with a $7.4 million reduction. That doesn't cut our paying what we're required to do. It just creates a situation where we'll not be gaining ground quite as fast as I think we're going to need to over time. And why not exactly half? The 7.6 that I'm leaving in is indexed to the compensation plan that we've put on the table for police and fire right now. That's going to drive up in 2 years' time, and rolling after that, additional obligations under PSPRS.
So under this specific fiscal year, I just want to make sure for this specific fiscal year, and if we can factor market forces as like a constant. We can't, but we can. I mean, every single time that market fluctuates, it affects what our unfunded liability is. Mm-hmm. But what my question for you is on the 7.6, which I'm okay with, or the 7.4, which I'm okay with. I want to make sure we're not jeopardizing our unfunded liability this fiscal year, and we're minimizing effects in the next 2 fiscal years.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I think that's a fair assessment. Going much lower than what I've put in the budget here, I think could put that at jeopardy, where we could start to backslide on our unfunded liability potentially, and or start digging ourselves another hole we're going to have to dig out in the future. I believe this is the minimal amount that gets us to where we're going to still have a gain or a reduction in unfunded liability next year.
And the math on this works for you, Anna?
It does, it
Okay.
does.
And just to make clear, Councilmember Cunningham, the $15 million that this mayor and council, at the request of the city manager and our CFO, has been above and beyond what we need to invest in PSPRS, and has been moving our unfunded liability to be less and less, so therefore protecting police and fire's retirement system into the future. This is something that previous mayors and councils had not done before, and that's why the unfunded liability for PSPRS was in the low 30s. Now we could see a funded liability of, I think it's in the 60s.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, if you include the 115 trust, which was one of the big actions that this council took, you're in the 60% funded range.
Funded ratio. Okay.
That's great.
So you're recommending that instead of overpaying $15 million a year, that we still keep 7.6 million of overpayment so that we don't lose ground on the funded ratio?
That's correct, Mayor. And if I may, that is a recommendation that comes back every year to you, that I will continue to say we should shoot for 15. And at some point, I'm convinced we're going to need it. But for right now, for this year, I think it's a prudent recommendation. On top of those major adjustments, there's a number of reductions in some of our spending in the form of miscellaneous professional services in one or more departments. We have aid to other governments we provide. There's reductions there. You'll see the city manager's office is not only not immune from these cuts, and in fact is taking the lion's share of some of these cuts, including a large reduction in the city manager's contingency, which is the thing we budget for and hope we never use, but we'll be glad we have it if we need it. But it is fair to say we do have a rainy day fund that could be there for if we need it. So it's over $1 million reduction to the reserve. I am recommending that we take a very strong look at all of our memberships and associations that as a city we are members of. And we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to be a member of this and a member of that. So what I've recommended is that we really take a strong look, and what I've recommended is we eliminate our membership in the Arizona League of Cities and Towns. And that's $130,000 savings there. And the real question is, do we get $130,000 worth of value out of the Arizona League of Cities and Towns? And so my recommendation is to drop that for this year and also continue to challenge all of our memberships in that same way. There's also reductions in professional services and other things. The city manager's office totaling, close to $2 million. There's what I show as a reduction to the Arts Foundation, but actually year over year they're going to get slightly more revenue to them because of the way the formula works. But instead of giving them the full amount of additional revenue they would have gotten from 25 to 26, reserving $150,000 of that for the city's use. There's a certified public manager program we've had a number of city staff go through over the last few years. I've proposed eliminating that for the time being. Anna mentioned the annual cap on student loan repayment program. There's additional things like furnishings and equipment and other things that I think we just really need to look long and hard at, how much of that's in our base budget versus, okay, you have a project, you need to remodel this floor of this building. Come and have a conversation about it, but let's not assume you're gonna have $1 million a year to do things of that nature. I did do the City Manager 101 Don't Do This, where I included a 5% across the board cut to the mayor and council offices. You invited me here today, so I'm going to take that as a decent sign. And then I recommend the elimination of the Ready, Set, Rec program, but I want to pause there for a second. This is a program I'm convinced could be converted to a fee-for-service model. We actually go as often as not to people who are inviting us in to come and provide a service to them. And I believe that we could establish a fee for that. That could bring the program back and allow us to have that program either revenue neutral or perhaps even a revenue positive thing. But it's in here as an elimination of that program. So that is what's in Table 2. And then I just wanted to go back to the outside agencies to really reflect on the fact that there's about $28 million worth of community partnership funding that's still in this budget. And we do support a number of outside agencies or programs, but in this case, some of that funding was done with one-time dollars, whether they were from ARPA or other sources or out of the general fund balance back when we had a large fund balance. We were able to do things. So I am recommending that we do not fund the Pima Early Education or PEEP program for next year. There is certainly still some funding for Community Home Repair of Southern Arizona or CHRPA, but it had both funding from the water utility and from the general fund and from the framework. So I took away the general fund portion, so the water utility still is budgeted for it, and they still have some unspent framework funding. I am putting it on the table that we need to have a discussion with Visit Tucson. Currently, we have a great relationship with Visit Tucson, and at the end of the day, we actually get some of our dollars back in the form of support for the transit system. I'm going to challenge them to double their money on how much they put into funding our transit system next year. I mentioned the Arts Foundation. Jail board is a cost we do not control, but we do pay for the service, and we have a $1.7 million increase in that. That jail board cost has gone up significantly year over year, and we've asked for earlier information during our budget cycle, but we're not going to find out until May what the jail board looks like, but a conservative $1.7 million increase. And
but on that conservative $1.7 million increase, a lot of it, we've gone back and forth with them every single year, and we talk to them about what the cost per booking is, and then what the cost per each night is. And then also, if this goes back into our plan.
You say they, who's they?
The county.
Pima County.
Pima County. And that initial booking costs a certain amount, and then if they're held on bond and pay and stay, we're charged per night above that. And every year, they give us a moving target, but it just keeps increases. The other piece is, and this is kind of the frustrating part, is that if we had the transition center running and we had some encouraged deflection piece, kind of that door number 4 we've been talking about, where someone just can't go to the CRC, they don't want to go to deflection, but they can at least go to transition and go to court, which kind of like what we used to do at city court when we were handling the bookings, when we weren't booking, but we were executing warrants directly at court. If we could do the same thing at transition center, we could work out part of the costs with the county within the jail board. We'd probably actualize some savings, except they'd continue to come back with, well, we still need this much per booking. So it's always a moving target. I challenge you guys, and I know that past managers, all the way back to when I first started, that was like 6 managers ago, have gone to the county and said, can you give us a fixed number every year? And so I'm actually okay even paying more on jail board if we're not going to get jammed up by bookings later. And that's kind of what the deal is. Like, in other words, the crazy thing that happens is that we get charged more and we book less people into county.
Every year that happens,
that
right?
happens all the time.
Every year,
So-
for the last 16 years that I have been here, we have deflection programs. We try and avoid jail for individuals, but every year, Pima County charges more. So I just wonder what is causing this. Year after year, it gets more and more expensive for this cost.
We have leverage here. We can talk to Pinal County, we can talk to Santa Cruz County. They are not our only option. But if they're gonna kind of jam us, we've got to make some different decisions. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham. So it is an active conversation every year, and we're hearing your input on that as well. The final one on this slide is the Pima Association of Governments, close to $300,000 that we contribute to that organization. With that, Anna will keep going.
So in summarizing where we end with the recommended general fund budget, I wanted to take us back to the 5-year forecast. Beyond what we've already showed you, the first 2 columns of the adopted budget and our projections for fiscal 25. Now you see the column that says fiscal 26 recommended budget. We're projecting with the budget that's been recommended that we will have an operating surplus of a little over $100,000 in the coming budget year. And if you go to the very bottom line, we will have a projected year-end available fund balance beyond our rainy day fund of $15.5 million. So this is a balanced budget recommendation that we're bringing forward to you. Looking ahead, the challenges will really be in the coming fiscal years. If we look into fiscal 26, based on what we're recommending and projecting, we do have to resolve the fact that at this point, we're even projecting an operating deficit of about $12.8 million. That represents about 1.5% of total expenditures there. And those operating deficits persist into fiscal year 29, as well as if you go to the bottom line and look, in fiscal 27 begins this projected negative available fund balance that doesn't recover in the following 4 years. So we really need to continue to work and take action that can help us resolve these issues, funding challenges in the coming years. Oh, yes. The other reminder about the 5-year forecast is that we have put this forecast together on based on recent trends. If we're to experience a recession or significant slowdown in the local economy, this forecast won't hold. And if that happens soon, we will even need to be making adjustments in the fiscal 26 budget. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen. We're not looking forward to that, but we are paying attention to local and national economic information on a daily basis, trying to stay ahead of what might be coming our way. The budget memorandum then gets into a number of our special revenue and enterprise funds. Again, all of these funds are budgeted and included in that total $4 billion budget. Starting on page 22 of the memorandum, we give you a discussion of the HERF Fund, Highway User Revenue Fund. The main objective of this fund is to fund road repair and maintenance, and those remain our top priority with these resources. The budget totals $69.5 million for the coming fiscal year. There is a one-time supplemental approval of $1.2 million to respond to copper wire theft that has occurred. Revenue projections in the HERF fund are slightly better than we
Oh, no.
slightly better than we had projected in recent months. So that was some good news from the state of Arizona. I think the revenue projection came up about $1.2 million for HERF fund. We do continue to fund part of the Prop 411 commitment to Tucson voters in that $11 million a year comes out of the HERF fund or is applied from the HERF fund to Collector Street repair. When you combine that with the $4 million in the general fund, that's $15 million a year for the 5-year period, totaling the $75 million that was the voter commitment. We also have a discussion of the Tucson Convention Center funds budget on page 23. The TCC's budget is a total of $16.8 million for the coming fiscal year. That is supported by a transfer from the general fund of $4.2 million for the year. We're also pursuing, or it's being proposed and worked out as to whether there would be a naming rights agreement. Proceeds from that naming rights agreement could be used to offset or decrease some of the amount that needs to come from the general fund. Slide help. Too much? On page 23, we also have a discussion of the environmental services budget. There is $73 million budgeted to be spent from the utility and an additional $819,000 to be spent from the general fund towards graffiti abatement. The budget is an increase of roughly $2 million over the prior year, and it funds operations of our environmental services as well as heavy equipment purchases. They'll be using fund balance for a couple of capital projects, a number of capital projects, including upgrades to the campus, the Los Reales Sustainability Campus and the Nearmont landfill. They have several climate action goals, goal projects, a food waste diversion and composting project, and upgrades to the landfill gas system. They are also working to complete a cost of service study that'll come forward to the mayor and council and would be impacting fiscal year 27's revenues and budgets. And lastly, I think we saved the biggest for last in the memo. Our largest utility certainly is Tucson Water's utility. The budget for Tucson Water is recommended to be $382 million for the coming year out of the utility fund. $5.2 million from the Conservation Fund, and $9.3 million from the Green Stormwater Fund. This recommendation is in line with the 5-year plan that was adopted by the Mayor and Council. Fiscal year 26 is the 3rd year of their 4-year approved rate plan, and there will be a 5.5% rate increase for fiscal year 26. That's expected to bring in $12 million in additional revenues. On June 17th, the Mayor and Council will also be reviewing a revenue-neutral proposal for implementation of differential water rates. The water utilities budget includes cost increases in a number of areas, personnel expenses, cap water fees, professional services for PFAS treatment, and capital outlay for fleet and equipment replacements. Again, this is in line with the 5-year plan that you have already adopted. In addition, within water conservation, there is a $300,000 rebate program for turf replacement that'll be implemented, and within the storm to shade program, $750,000 of maintenance and $7 million of new green stormwater infrastructure projects are included in the budget.
So thank you, Anna. We're in the home stretch now. So while we're going through this budget conversation, there's a number of things that we're doing as the city manager's office to to land this current fiscal year, prepare for next year, and prepare for some contingencies moving forward. The first thing is we've enacted what we're calling a hiring frost. This is not a hiring freeze. This does not mean we've defunded a bunch of positions in this current fiscal year. What it does mean is before any new jobs are posted for recruitments, myself or one of the assistant city managers needs to approve it. This is to assure that we are still trending okay on revenues and expenditures, and to assure that we are filling the highest priority positions first. So we will still be hiring, but the directors will be working with their ACMs directly on how to prioritize and how to pace that over time.
Tim, do we have an estimated savings on the frost?
The frost itself, thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. The frost itself would save in the form of the current fiscal year probably less than $1 million. But we have vacancy savings built into the budget at 5% for most departments and 3% for the public safety departments. So this would be additional savings on top of that budgeted vacancy savings. Thank you for that question. We are doing daily, if not hourly, revenue tracking and reporting on that to the 10th floor. We are tracking expenditures very closely to assure that we are closing the fiscal year with fiscal responsibility in mind. We are taking the initial steps with the compensation plan that you've not yet adopted, but based on your feedback so far, we are proceeding with scrubbing the list for in-range pay placement, refining the market projections, all of those things that would prepare us to deploy the compensation plan should you adopt the budget in June. And of course, preparing for the mayor and council input in response to you here, but also at May 6th. With that, we have next steps ahead. May 6th, big day. May 22nd, a big day. June 3rd, an even bigger day. And then just recognize that June 17th, we have to do the final tax adoption, but also you'll be seeing a number of those revenue issues coming back to you on June 17th per your direction. With that, Mayor, we'll be glad to take any additional questions.
I'm going to open it for my colleagues for comments or questions. Would like to go first. Councilmember Dahl.
I think I found a typo. Sumo uno? Somos. No, I thought it might be fun to have a single Japanese sumo wrestler working on this whopper of a budget. Peeps, I really like Peeps. And, you know, the actual impact will be to working families, low-income working families who have found a place to do the generational jump, a place where mom can still work, dad can still work, there's flexibility, and there's incredible learning going on at that young age. So I want to put forth that I'd like to find some place to keep our commitment to Peeps. Thank you, Mayor.
Any others? Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you, Mayor, and manager and team. I think you did an excellent job in really laying out in quite a bit of detail all the different levers available to us and how you've examined and trying to find a good balance to get us where we need to go. A couple of questions or sort of observations on the reserve funds. The unassigned and rainy day fund combined to be, right now by policy, a combined 17% of the general fund. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, that is correct. It's 17%.
Very good. I point that out because I think against any other city, our policy is one that really does protect the community from very harsh potentials in an economy. I looked up some colleague city reserves, rainy day funds are 10% reserve, and many hover at 4 to 5%. I think that you're taking a good approach here, which is not to say, oh, let's just spend the rainy day fund. We can't do that, especially when you look over the coming 4 years. But I appreciate that you've looked at that and made an adjustment that does begin to free up some resources needed to get us through the coming year. I did have, Tim, I appreciate you mentioned this when we spoke. One of the revenue options I believe that the vice mayor put on the table, and I've also put on the table, has to do with looking at a downtown mobility enterprise versus strictly parking. You know, Park Tucson is technically an enterprise, although we did allocate $1.5 million recently to help them get through the COVID downturn. But the reason I bring it up is just, again, looking at other cities in Arizona, our parking rates are very low. They're $1 an hour instead of $1.25 to $1.50. Typically, the hours of the meters are from 8 to 5 on weekdays. Many cities, including Phoenix, have meters that run until 10 p.m. and include weekends and holidays. So if we made an adjustment to the parking rate and the hours, not to go crazy with it, just to go comparable with Tempe, Phoenix, some of the other cities, you know, it looks to me like it could generate up to $5 million. And if you look at the operations need for Sunlink, which primarily benefits the same route and geography, what do you know? You know, it's about $5 million. So I know that that may take time, but it is something that I just hope Mayor and Council in subsequent discussions, that we take steps and share with the public what that might look like and begin a process so that it's not off the table and it's not delayed longer than perhaps would be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. I think, and thank you, staff, for getting this together. I know this is all kind of informational. The first time, we're really getting to sit with it. I think it's always just important to remind our city residents that city sales taxes are the main tool for how Tucson and most Arizona cities get their general fund money, and that we are highly regulated by the state legislature. And so we're stuck balancing budgets mostly with sales tax tweaks, some fees, and some budget cuts. And yeah, raising fees sometimes easier, but doesn't close this huge budget gap. And so I'm kind of sitting with the pie chart that you put together and all the different services and the percentage of the budget that it takes. And I'm interested, and I know right now we're gonna have to balance the budget for this fiscal year, but starting immediately the conversation of how we're gonna create more revenue streams into the future, because like if seeing those like over $50 million budget deficits for the following years are gonna considerably negatively impact the community and put us back to those times that you were speaking of, Mayor, in the recession, and that we have to figure out a way to be proactive on it. So I want to make sure that we're thinking about the revenue piece and not just thinking budget cuts. The other piece that I'm curious about, and I'm always like, I think a lot of the reasons we get a lot of questions is that there's not a lot of clarity on how even like our budget works every year, and what we can spend money on and what we can and what can we tax and what we can't. Because as I was thinking about revenues, it was like lots of other cities like Chicago and New York have an income tax, right? That's not as regressive as a sales tax, and that we're preempted from doing that. And so we continue to stay stuck in this cycle of year to year trying to balance this out. But I bring that up because in the past, in establishing the Office of Equity, the intention was to look at department budgets and seeing how are we being fair and transparent. And so I don't see that as part of this conversation this time around, and so I'm curious why that is. And then the second piece is, I know we had our public engagement process, and I think that's something that needs to be ongoing for our community, and we can figure that out, what that looks like and what's doable. But I guess one of the things that really bothered me in the activity of trying to ask folks to like, what would they cut or what would they bring back to do revenues, that I felt like it was disingenuous to add the fares on there and saying that would bring back, $12 million, $15 million, when we don't, that's not, that's not a factual number to give that we would actually get. And so I know that then made it look like, well, yeah, if that can give us $12, $15 million off the bat, let's just go with that. So I think not posing questions in a way that are very misleading is helpful for future survey tools.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor. Just with respect to the Office of Equity, I neglected to mention, at the May 6th meeting is when we'll have the strategic budget analysis that the Office of Equity has done traditionally each year. They have done the work. They've been working with the departments to bring that information forward. So that is in the final stages of being prepared for May 6th. So you will see that.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Few things. I saw that we're looking at cutting Visit Tucson. I thought they pay into that. So I want to be careful, because with the Visit Tucson stuff, we've had some success last year with some bigger events that I want to continue to help out with, that really help us in our tourism season. We just got into a very heated discussion with our impact fee consultant about the tourism and the role that tourism plays in Tucson. And I don't think he had a very good grasp on it. Mm-hmm. And so as a result, I want to be sure that we look before we leap, where we end up losing money, because whether we like it or not, we have, I think, the highest bed and hotel tax in the state. And so that's okay, because we still seem to make our numbers, but every single time we make adjustments on it, we're less competitive than the county hotels, and I don't want to be losing to them. So that's kind of my big piece there on the Visit Tucson stuff. I will say that I don't know if the same exact rates apply to all the Airbnbs, VRBOs, and short terms. I know we put some in, but I'm not sure it's totally level. I'd like to look into that. I think I don't think we get the sales tax, but we don't get the bed tax, or we get the sales tax and the bed tax, but not the per room.
If you may, Mr. Rankin, I'm trying to remember the legislation that was passed so that cities and towns can collect from, and maybe over there.
We're collecting.
I know that we're collecting some, but I'm not sure what we don't collect in terms of Airbnbs and VRBOs and all of those rental.
Right. Mayor, members of the council, you're right, there is separate legislation relating to the collection from VRBOs, et cetera. But I don't remember the exact breakdown either, so let's get it right.
Just want to have it right, because I got conflicting reports on that. On the parking fees, I actually agree with my colleague from Ward 6. She's right on the money with the market pieces in being competitive with other cities. The other thing is, believe it or not, we have a higher parking rent ratio on the weekends in downtown. We've built a good downtown, vibrant nightlife that probably could be used. But I want to put one tweak in it, and that is that in some cities they have a special sticker where if you pay like $250 to $300 at the beginning of the year, you get your parking. And I think we'd get a lot more takers than we think if we can figure out the appropriate amount to charge. The last piece is, if I can read my writing, I'm thinking about how we do these software things. So I noticed as I went through, we have a cell phone request from Parks and Rec for $80,000. It's a good request. I love the idea of our parks workers being mobile and being able to do things over their phone. Problem is that I want to make sure we get rid of those landlines that we don't need first. And I want to do it throughout the department. So I'm going to challenge the team to, if we're going to come up with the cell phone transition this year, how are we going to get rid of that $510,000 landline expenditure that we pay for 11,000 lines? We don't need that many lines. And moreover, the VoIP, we have a lot of different functions in our city where people want to be mobile and be able to do things off their phones and their iPads, and they can answer in the field, and they don't want it to be on their personal phone. They want it to be a separate phone, and I think that's worth the investment. The other piece is, is let's take a look at how we do our software, in that our software lines up with other software. And I'm going to use a pretty good reference. I got a compliment on it. When I was about 10 years old, VCRs came out, and they became a big deal. So you'd go out and buy the VCR, except that if you didn't have just the right television, it wouldn't hook up just right. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about, right? Like if you wanted a perfect picture on your VCR, you had to get the Magnavox VCR and the Magnavox TV, all right? Well, that's the same thing with software. If we do our software through the same vendor universally with how we collect fees, and if it's the same software that our bank is using, we may create some efficiencies kind of organically. So those are some of the things I've been thinking about. I'll have a much more detailed report at our next meeting with some of the things I think we can do with the budget. It's a great start. You guys have done just an incredible job. We're facing, I have flashbacks to 2010 when we were walking into $60 million deficits, and we're not even, I think we're going to be so ready for that. And we're not going to have furloughs, and we're not going to have 2-year base savings, and we're not going to have a 4-year period where we do no work on roads. That's what we're going to avoid. So we're going to avoid those at all costs. Okay? Thank you.
Absolutely. Any others? Alrighty. I want to stress two things with this budget. One, I cannot stress enough how much damage the Doug Ducey flat tax is doing to our budget. And it's not just the city of Tucson. Throughout the state, cities and towns are suffering because of the flat tax. We have lost more than $40 million because of the flat tax. And the flat tax is a flat tax on income tax that really favors corporations and the wealthy in Arizona. And so that was done courtesy of Doug Ducey and the Republican state legislature. Two, that this budget includes more than $18 million of internal cuts. It's not just the city of Tucson looking outwardly in terms of what revenue we can create to fix these budget holes, but also looking internally on how we can tighten up and streamline the spending to make sure that we're just doing as much as we possibly can before we even consider going out and finding revenue for filling holes in our budget. One thing that you said, Ms. Rosenberry, that really concerned me is that the 5-year forecast is based on numbers that we're seeing now and is not considering a possible recession. Right now, we are living through very uncertain economic times, and the tariffs that the Trump administration are putting on, sometimes taking out, and then putting back on, is creating chaos in our markets and in our economy. And it's not only affecting the stability, the economic stability of our city and our country, but those tariffs are also affecting our sales taxes because of our closest trading partner, Mexico, and its citizens not wanting to come to Arizona and to Tucson and spend money in. That's our own residents as well, keeping money in their savings accounts because they're concerned of not spending money just in case they work for the federal government and they're possibly going to get fired, or if there's a recession looming. Just yesterday, the markets went haywire because of commentary done by Trump regarding the Fed chair. I mean, it is that volatile. And so I can't stress enough to our community that this is a budget that is being presented that is balanced with internal cuts and the possibility of trying to find additional funding sources to fill those budget holes. I appreciate you, Ms. Rosenberry, describing the Exhibit 2, which is the supplemental requests by the city departments. There are $19 million in supplemental requests. Most of it I see in fire and police department. The one thing that I didn't see, which was Table 3, which was the general fund position additions. Mr. Manager, I had seen maybe previously that your recommendation based on what mayor and council hear and what the needs of citizens are, you had pitched to us additional police officers, which is, I hear a lot from my residents, the need for additional police officers. We've even heard from police officers themselves saying, hey, we need some additional support, we need some additional investment. I think you had about 34 additional officers and maybe same amount of community service officers. Why is it not here in this recommended budget?
Honorable Mayor, thank you for that question. I had proposed about 30 altogether between sworn officers and either community service officers or professional staff investigators as a placeholder coming out of Prop 414 to try to inject additional staff into TPD, as we are doing with Tucson Fire. In discussion with Chief Kazmar, we went through that request and the likelihood of being successful in raising our numbers in TPD to that degree versus the other needs that are expressed here and in the supplemental. And what we landed on is we still have that need for additional officers, but we first have to focus on filling the vacancies that we have. So the TPD has not been told they can't hire any officers regardless of their budget number. In fact, they've been told every officer you can get into, a potential officer you can get into an academy, you have the green light. What we need to do is focus on the environment of policing, the equipment, and the recruiting. There's some recruiting dollars in here in order to start filling those vacancies we have now. And it's my expectation that in the near future, we would be facing the point where it would be reasonable to have an expansion of sworn police. And we actually have a COPS grant from the federal government that's available to help offset some of that cost. But we're not exercising that grant this year because we don't think we'd even get to the numbers where we would start to tap in to add additional capacity. And Chief Kazmar's here to shed additional light on that if you'd like.
So Chief, if you'd like to come up to the mic. I'm pretty sure you hear as well from community, we need additional officers. Mayor and council have been absolutely pushing for and supporting you on hiring additional police officers and community safety officers, and as well as professional staff investigators. Tell me the situation into what if I told you, hey, Mr. Manager, I want you to add 35 additional police officers to this budget? Because that is what our community is asking for. Would you be able to hire 35 additional officers on top of the current number that we have?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, the short answer is no. The reality is when we talk about staffing levels, and I do appreciate everybody's support at the table on trying to solve a really complex problem, is we have to manage attrition first. We average anywhere from 4 to 6 officers per month. So what we're really talking about is when you say, hey, Chad, bring in an additional 35 officers, is we need 110 to 120 additional officers to manage attrition before we can add those additional officers. We place 20 to 25 police officers. We have maintained our standards of excellence. That's what we require, so there's no short-term solutions here. It takes about a year to recruit, retain, hire, train, and deploy an officer before they do one call for service on their own. So when we're sitting right now at just above 800 total filled positions, commissioned positions, that means we have about 60 of those folks in training, and then various attrition that goes throughout the month. So really what I worked with Assistant City Manager Morales and Mr. City Manager Tremere was we really need to focus on looking at the overall snapshot of the total city budget and recognizing we need the operational needs to be covered first, step 1. Step 2, making sure that they have the required equipment. Step 3, making sure, and the city manager is working with a competitive pay structure over the next 3 years, hopefully. All those things and that chemistry comes together to where in conjunction with the recruiting dollars, that we can try to get those classes from 20 to 25 to 30 to 35 recruits where we'll start seeing. It'll be a great problem to have, but what I forecasted with my team with the city manager was it's likely FY '27. And so we have 17 PSIs and backgrounding processes right now. We have an additional 128 CSOs, 18 of which are in training. So we're holding on our professional staff for the moment so we can focus on operational needs and then getting those commissioned officers in the door.
Thank you, Chief. So what I'm hearing from you is that the plan that we have in front of us as mayor and council, that we have supplemental requests that you put in. I'm sure that Mr. Tamura is trying to, give you as much as we possibly can based on the dollars that we have. Also, the investment in the employee investment plan. The compensation plan is an important one because of those market rate adjustments for police, fire, and other position, plus the across the board, plus any pay equity movement that we do will help you. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, ma'am. Honorable Mayor, members of council, absolutely. In my 12 years of both as a deputy chief, interim director of the public safety communications, and my going into year 4 as chief, this is the most generous general fund addition to my base budget, non-personnel costs that will help us provide essential equipment that we need. So I'm extremely grateful for the entire city manager's team to help me pivot and really work once we knew what the total budget was going to look like in a post 414 not passing.
Thank you, Chief. Really appreciate it. Councilmember Cunningham?
Really quick, and this has kind of come up, it's in its infancy in some of the discussions we're having on the side. Is there an opportunity here to restructure that the 3 years of plan increases for retention? I know we've got, some 180 officers in the drop, give or take? So I'm just asking, is a measuring point where if we front load it a bit, not a lot, a skosh, which won't hit us too much, where we'd increase our chances of retention? Because if there's an avenue to do that, I think that would be a good thing to look at. I'm not saying that I want to throw the whole tank away, but I think there might be an opportunity to front load it. It's still the same amount over 3 years, but if we can front load it a little bit, we may have an opportunity to improve on that retention. Is that possible?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the mayor has actually asked me that very question, to look at options, especially in the sworn police ranks, to see if there's a way to do that. So one of the things we will bring back to you is anything's possible. The question is at what cost and at what cut. So there are no additional dollars that we could have to apply to this, but reallocating dollars from one thing to another is always a possibility. That's one of the reasons we approached Exhibit 2 in the way we did this year. Vice Mayor had asked for kind of like, what's the menu look like? And that this is kind of that first set of that menu. So certainly hearing from you today, and we can bring you what are the options to potentially do that.
If we can get a number, that would help. If we can get an actual number in the next week or two, that could kind of help to see what we're shooting for.
Alrighty, any other questions, comments, direction to our city manager? I really like the idea, Councilmember Ulick. You've mentioned it 2-3 times before in terms of connecting some of that parking infrastructure to our transit. People don't realize that parking infrastructure costs them money, just as transit costs them money, but we're providing a service for cars. And people, of course, but it's two different mobility, right, transit issues. So I'd really like to start exploring how we can really tap into what other cities, compare ourselves to other cities, and then bring us up to that cost of what other cities do for parking. So I'm very curious about that, and would really like for our city manager and and our team to start looking at what are the possibilities of that move going forward. Any others? All righty, well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Great start. Thank you for
Good job, guys.
hearing us and putting it into a budget. I know that we have Dr. Cullen here with us from Pima County, and I really appreciate, Dr. Cullen, you being with us. Sorry you had to wait a little bit, but please join us at the table if you can. So we're moving on to item 2. Item 2, I have requested a presentation from Pima County. Pima County Public Health Department Director, Dr. Theresa Cullen, regarding the fentanyl opioid public health crisis. Really appreciate the expertise, Dr. Cullen, that you bring to this conversation. It's been incredible working with our partners at Pima County. I know that you've been part of conversations that we've had. It's been my tradition as mayor to meet with the chair of the Pima County Board of Supervisors since I first got elected, and include the chair as well as the city manager, the county administrator, and then bring in department directors, both on the county and the city side. It was through those meetings that we all kind of came to the conclusion that putting our opioid settlement dollars in one pot would be much better for the results that we receive from that opioid settlement money. So I'm really happy that you're here. I'm so sorry you had to wait a little bit and see all that. But now you know where we are fiscally. I'll give you the time and space to give the presentation on what you know, what we've learned, and then I know that through those meetings we created a fentanyl, an opioid advisory task force to advise both counties, city, South Tucson, and Marana that piled our money together, what we should spend that settlement money on. So welcome, and thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. We always welcome the opportunity to present to you. I do have some data that I can pass out. This is just to share with you a recent fatal drug overdose alert that we issued. It was for January, but we issued it in the last 2 weeks. The reason why I wanted to share this with you is, as you may know, if you've been tracking what's going on federally as well as locally, we were seeing a fairly significant decrease in overdose rates, approximately 17 to 20% throughout the nation, similar in Pima County. I had been reluctant to ascribe that decrease to any of the work that we had been doing. I would have loved to claim it, but what you will see now is that we do seem to be going back up. We, for instance, had the highest number of absolute deaths attributed to heroin that we have had in over 2 years, and a higher number of fentanyl. So I just wanted to open my presentation with sharing that data with you, and we can make sure that you get an electronic copy of that so that you have that available to share. So we're going to talk about the fentanyl and opioid public health. Thank you. Crisis, we always start with Pima County with our land acknowledgement for the Tonatem, Pasquayaki, and the other indigenous communities. So I'm going to go through the history of ROSAC. ROSAC is an acronym for the Regional Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee, what our process and activities have been, and what currently are our recommendations and next steps. I also really want to thank the mayor and the council, as well as the other jurisdictions and the county, for enabling us to get to this point. I do believe that the fact that we have been able to pool our resources, despite the amount of time it took for us to get to that point, will in the long run be incredibly efficient and more effective for our community, as well as for the jurisdictions and the governments that have been involved. So background here, you can see the opioid settlement funds in Arizona come through the One Arizona Agreement. The One Arizona Agreement includes 12 areas areas where these funds can be spent. That is spelt out as part of the legal agreement. In Pima County, as alluded to, the city of Tucson, the city of South Tucson, and the town of Marana are currently combining our funding. The Substance Misuse Advisory Committee was the original committee that had been developed that included that was supported by the Board of Health from Pima County. This group solicited input from multiple community partners through a series of community forums and surveys. That is an important component because that information is now helping inform the decisions that we are making in terms of the priorities. In '24, you can see here that there was a decision made, and this was through the Board of Supervisors. $180,000 was spent on Narcan. I want to prelude that you will not see a spend on Narcan after that. That is because at the current time, we have been able to get a sufficient supply of Narcan from the Attorney General, as well as through Access to State Medicaid program. If and when that ability is decreased and we are unable to supply adequate Narcan through the community, we will be asking to spend resources from the opioid settlement on the Narcan again. In addition, you can see here we spent $100,000 on prenatal. Really, this was capacity building for pregnant women that had substance use disorder, and in addition, $300,000 to ensure that we could get rural communities access to prevention, evaluation, and medication-assisted treatment if needed. You will see this later here as we go to the current spend plan. We are in the process of doing an evaluation of that $300,000 spent at the current time. The Substance Misuse Committee then was replaced by ROSAC, and ROSAC is what we're going to talk about today and the way that we're spending those resources. You can see it's comprised of 6 members. 2 members have been appointed by the City of Tucson through the Mayor and Council. 2 members represent Pima County. 1 member represents Marana, and 1 member represents the City of South Tucson. So those are the 4 entities that are engaged in the discussion about how the money should be adequately resourced. So let me talk briefly about the process. This is a really somewhat busy slide. I'm not going to go through all of it, but suffice it to say that there was a lot of background that we did. We did identify spending priorities. These were identified through the members of the committee, so those 6 people. The role of the Pima County Health Department is really to be the secretariat. We ensure that the adequate information is available. We do the reviews of the literature. We answer the questions from people that are on the committee. If there is a specific question about, well, does this work? Can you get us some peer-reviewed literature? We come back and we share that information. Then once the committee identified the priorities, they then examined what the spending should be. They did that through looking at the information that we put together for them, and that includes very specific information. The committee members then looked at what the strategies were available that the jurisdiction could consider. Remember, I said that there were 12, and down selected from that, and then recommended what the funds should be used to support selected strategies. So review of the strategies, review of peer literature, review of the survey results and what we heard from the community, discussion, dialogue among the community members as well as subject matter experts who were asked to be brought in, discussion about what the priorities then would be, and then an amount allocated to each of those priorities. You can see on this next slide that there were criteria developed for scoring. These were developed in conjunction with the community members. This is what we would call a rubric. And you can see the 6 things that were considered: potential public health impact, a jurisdictional priority, did it meet a community interest or need, address the needs of the underserved communities. We were especially attentive to what the needs of the vulnerable communities were who have been the most affected by substance use disorder and overdose. Exemplifies evidence-based practice. This was done primarily through looking at what we would call peer-reviewed literature that had been published, as well as subject matter experts. And then the sustainability or long-term impact. I will remind people that this is 18 years of funding. At the current time, and you're going to see we have about $24 million. The initial estimate was that we would get over $100 million. However, one of the organizations that was supposed to pay has subsequently gone bankrupt. We believe that others may go bankrupt. So right now, we believe that we will most likely get somewhere between $80 and $85 million. Obviously, there are things beyond our control in terms of that guesstimate. So where are we right now? This committee has convened 11 times. Brian Eller is here with me. He's been helping facilitate that committee. July 24 to the present, you can see that we've focused on these different things. I've already identified most of them. The committee did explore funding priorities for the areas noted here: youth prevention, wraparound support during transition to behavioral health services, co-responder model for law enforcement, peer navigation services. Many of these already exist. However, the discussion centered on whether they could be extended or expanded to meet other community needs and or be in place to more effectively more effectively deliver the service that was recommended. So let me go to this slide, because this slide is obviously the slide that gets the most attention. This is the current recommendations for 8 million. I want to talk about how we got to 8 million. We currently have 24 million. We have heard repeatedly that people are not that interested in single-year payment for interventions, that people would like to ensure that there's either 3 to 5 years available for most of the interventions. So my higher math, I divided 24 by 3 and came up with 8 million. Initially, we had talked about spending 5 million this coming year. However, many members of the committee said, we're in a crisis, let's spend more. So that was an increase to $8 million. So if you've heard 5 million, that is the number that had been floating prior to approximately a month ago. At this point, you can see what these areas are. I do have slides that go into each of these, so I'm going to do that in the interest of time. The plan is that overall this will add up to 8 million. This suggested amount is just that. It is a suggested amount, and it will be responsive to whatever the submissions we receive for an RFP, and I'll talk briefly about that too. So let me go to youth prevention. This was significantly a high priority. We heard it from everyone that it was really the first priority. And you can see some of the ideas here, the examples of what would be included. I want to be very clear that these are solely examples. The health department will be releasing a comprehensive RFP, and there will be solicitation in these areas that are noted. These suggestions will be included in that RFP. However, a community-based organization, an NGO, a healthcare facility, another jurisdiction could come and say, you know, I want to do youth prevention and I want to do it this way. So you can see the examples there. This is really the idea of prevention, primary prevention, that perhaps if we work with youth, we will be able to prevent anyone becoming a substance use dependent. The next is peer navigation support. I'm sure you heard of this. There is already peer navigation within the community. However, what we know and what we hear repeatedly is that it's not adequate. Many healthcare settings have very limited peer navigation available, so an individual is dropped off after an overdose and or found to be suffering from a substance use disorder. Their ability to get a peer navigator access in that healthcare setting or in other settings like a community-based organization is very limited. The goal of this is to really be able to expand peer navigation access. And you can see what peer navigators do, but they basically guide and help ensure that people get access to services. The next is the traditional wraparound support. We heard this repeatedly from people with lived experience. An example is if you are in an intensive outpatient treatment program and Medicaid or your insurance or someone else may be paying for that treatment, that does not mean they're paying for your housing, for your support, for your transportation, for your food. And that has been documented that those are major areas why people drop out of being continually engaged in outpatient treatment. So these are just some examples of what transitional wraparound support would be. Once again, we would be relying on individual organizations submitting for this funding through an RFP. Law enforcement co-response, you know this well. We heard this repeatedly, that there needed to be additional funding for law enforcement co-response that would go out with TPD and or other jurisdiction law enforcement to ensure that there was either peer navigators, behavioral health follow-up, and or whatever other support is needed to ensure that law enforcement has the response in the field that is required. The mobile mat services continuum, I talked about this earlier. This is currently funded for $300,000 with a focus on the rural areas. We are waiting to do an evaluation of this, which is why it's considered tentative. That evaluation will give us enough details to understand whether we should continue this or not. Innovation, I've said this repeatedly, that despite us knowing what the best peer-reviewed interventions are, we are still seeing, as you saw with the numbers I passed out, increased overdoses at an intolerable level. We know that there must be some other ways to address this, and our hope with innovation is that organizations, individuals, healthcare systems, jurisdictions will come to us with some other ideas that we can consider to fund, evaluate, and hopefully find additional ways to impact what we are doing. The Sobering Center Implementation Plan Development, we have talked with this before. There has been an indication that people would like us to look at this. And I do have a slide on what we mean by a sobering center, so I'm going to go to that before we finish here. But this would really be designed so that we can do an implementation plan development. At the current time, we've done a lot of evaluation of this. We've looked at what other counties have done, but we have not been able to have the resource to really build this out, do a return on investment, do what the funding model would look like, and work with who is already in the community doing parts of this to figure out the best way that we could have an integrated model. The last thing here is really the continued staffing. This staffing supports 3 of our staff that are involved in supporting our overdose to action work, as well as the work that's going into this committee. And they will be responsible for the RFP. Let me go to this slide because I was asked to ensure that I included this. So you are aware that there is the transition center, and that was alluded to earlier in your discussion. This connects people transiting from the jail with the resources they need. You're probably aware it's geographically connected. People walk from jail into the transition center. You've probably seen the recent data that Kay Vesley and her team in judicial services have showed a significant reduction in recidivism and access to services. This is a one-stop, quick stop on the way out. A sobering center, which is what we alluded to, is really to provide a warm handoff for individuals in need of sobering and withdrawal management, access to peer review navigation. It is not considered to be a quick stop. It is not you walk through and you walk out, though individuals may elect to do that. As you know, there are places in town that people are brought to at the current time and have a very quick evaluation, perhaps get started on medication-assisted treatment, on average are there for 3 hours. The sobering center model is really designed to enable people to stay longer than that, to have a place to stay for a period of time still to be defined, and to provide them services including additional support and initiation of MOUD, or medication-assisted treatment, in a safe environment. The goal is really to increase the chance of recovery through that supportive period of time. Finally, a safe use site, which we are not considering in this funding allocation, is really designed to provide a hygienic space for people to use illicit drugs. These are available in certain communities throughout the United States. There have been evaluations of them, but this possibility has not been a point of discussion at the committee level at the current time. So let me also just go back. You may be aware I presented to the Board of Supervisors last week. This is just a summary of what they recommended, which was really this promotion of creative solutions, which is why we have innovation here, and this need to ensure that we had done an appropriate and robust evaluation, and we are committed to doing that. We do not have that in place right now for the overall allocation of the resources, but we will ensure that we have that as we go forward. So our next steps, scopes of work for each strategy, the plan is that we will probably, not that we will probably, but that we will release one comprehensive RFP. I was asked previously, individual organizations could apply for maybe number 1, number 3. Someone could say, I just want to do number 2. The goal is for us to develop a comprehensive and synergistic approach to the spending of this funding, so that at the end of the decisions about the RFP and who gets funded, we can say to you, to South Tucson, to Marana, to the Board of Supervisors, that this is, at this point, the comprehensive way that we recommend this funding can be spent. At the same time, wrap that around with some major consistent metrics that we will be tracking. We have been involved with a federal initiative, and the major tracking metric that they have proposed is the number of 911 calls that are for an overdose response. Well, I think that that is a critical metric and has lots of benefit if the 911 calls decrease. I think there are many other metrics that we should be considering. So we will ensure that we come back to you, we come back to the board, we come back to the committee to develop those, to help inform those metrics and to get your response to them at the current time. And with that, I will stop. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cullen. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing. I just wanted to open it up for my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you, Dr. Cullen. Appreciate the update and so appreciate the transparency and the collaboration amongst the jurisdictions investing. I thought I read, and I don't know if it was in your materials or the city material, about a gaps analysis. Has there been a gaps analysis completed? Does that ring a bell, or did I make that up?
Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, we did a presentation on the initial gaps analysis. There's more work that needs to be one of the directions is for the leaders of both the city, the county, to meet on the gaps analysis to start creating a task force around that. Okay. So I hope that helps.
Wonderful, thank you. My second question is just that, when we don't have adequate responses or resources for people struggling with behavioral health issues, addiction, other issues, it invariably folks end up in law enforcement hands, right? And that creates a lot of pressures and challenges. How are our law enforcement partners, TPD, sheriff, and the prosecutor's office, how are they interfacing with the committee or being involved and staying informed and helping just to share data and recommendations?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilwoman, they are involved. They're usually represented by the representatives of the jurisdiction. Actually, Marana is represented by law enforcement. That is who is on the committee. We also work fairly closely with the chief, and we do have access to the data. We use that data for other interventions we're doing through our overdose to action. I think the fact that what you see in here is this co-responder, how do we increase access to that, is reflective of what we heard from the law enforcement and the first responders.
Thank you. And I think in terms of data, I'm sure that there's data sharing from those partners. And I think there's keen interest in data from the courts and the prosecutor's office as well, just to understand better where are folks ending up and what is the barrier that leads somebody to go toward that direction versus detox and recovery and other things. And so I think there's just a lot of concern about that in the community.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilwoman. So it's really an important point. I do want to say that in the last 2 weeks, I've had discussions as a facilitator of the committee with the chief of police as well as the Pima County Attorney's Office. And we've had discussions, for instance, about additional funding for STEPS. We believe that STEPS funding falls into these categories, and if that is submitted, that will be allowable and we can support that. As far as the data, the police department did get a BJA grant that we're a part of, and our hope is that through that, which is really a focus on data, we will ensure that there's adequate, not just data sharing, but that the data is wrapped in a way that there's data for action. We have been able to do that up till now in terms of like our Narcan distribution and knowing where we should be focusing on from the health department. So thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to start by recognizing why we're here, because too many of our families in our community have lost loved ones or are fighting every day to survive this crisis. I think it's great to see this investment in youth programs, peer support, and the kind of real life help people need when they're trying to heal. So having a right to treatment, a place to stay, a second chance at work. I am curious, as we're developing this RFP, are we telling the story of who is overdosing or who is using in our community? Like, what are the demographics? What are the age ranges? What are their backgrounds? So that we're better tailoring how we show up with these services. So I'm curious about that as well.
Yeah, Mayor and Vice Mayor, yes, we have that. We track that data regularly. That data will be in the introduction to the RFP, what we're seeing, what our overdoses are, what our use of healthcare facilities are for those who aren't deceased, but also the racial, ethnic, gender, and geographic areas where we're seeing those, yes.
Yeah, because I know there's a perception that a lot of our unhoused neighbors are the ones using, but that's what we see visible. There's an entire iceberg underneath that of folks in our community who are also dealing with this that we don't see because they're doing it behind closed doors. The other piece that I guess I had questions, I think what we've heard is a need for a sobering centers, and so I'm curious, even though that was like the priority of all the jurisdictions, why that is getting such little funding, and how do we accelerate establishing that?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I should have been clear that it is getting little funding in there because we don't know how much money it really needs. So the belief is that we will do a separate RFP to help us figure out exactly how to set that up, move it ahead, and then come back for additional funding from the money that has been received in the opioids. The primary place we've been working with is Multnomah County out of Portland, which, as you know, has had a significant overdose problem for the last few years. The estimates that we originally got from them were $15 million, but that was with them purchasing a building and having to retrofit. So our goal is to really do a comprehensive model of what would it look like, hopefully have that done by the fall, come back for a request then for additional resources beyond the $8 million, with hopefully a setup within the 6 to 9 months after that.
So there is opportunity to allocate more funding to getting that off the ground.
Yes.
And there is an opportunity, I think sometimes, we shoot for like the most amazing facility, but could there be just a starting point? Maybe we see 20 people a month and build capacity from there.
Mayor and Vice Mayor, thank you for that. That's my model. My model is we pilot something as quickly as we can in the safest way possible. Perhaps that's for 10 to 15 people. That is the model that Portland is doing too, with the ultimate goal that there would be room for approximately 50 to 75 people. So, and another part of that would be the evaluation. Does it make a difference? Is it meeting the needs of law enforcement, first responders, the healthcare system, and what is the short and medium-long outcomes for the individuals that are enrolled in that? I would take this time to also offer that I had at one point spoken with you about the initiation of medication-assisted treatment through the health department. We actually kicked that off in November. We've gotten approximately 30 people on medication-assisted treatment using telemedicine. These are individuals that we have not seen in person. We are what we call a bridge. We're running protocols that we actually borrowed from the city of Chicago. Not everyone is eligible for that protocol. So for instance, if it's multi-drug use and or you are pregnant, you're not eligible to go through that. We do that with our healthcare providers, our licensed independent practitioners. We initiate you on MOUD, we get the medication delivered to you, and then we transition you to a partner, which can be one of the treatment programs or El Rio or another health system. So that's been another successful way to try to accelerate that connection into medication-assisted treatment early. Preliminary data would indicate about 70% of people have stayed, but it's only 3 months of data. So.
And I just wanted to jump in on what the vice mayor was asking about in terms of the sobering center. I'm kind of disappointed, to be honest with you, that there's such little money attached to this concept. As you well know, this mayor and council declared opioid and fentanyl misuse a public health crisis in December of 2023. And I think that we have one opportunity and finite resources with the opioid settlement funds, and really question why we are not accelerating sobering center implementation and attaching more funds to it. I know that the priority amongst all jurisdictions and that, and let me just explain the reason why I'm so concerned and a bit disappointed that the amount of money attached to this is not more. The city of Tucson, this mayor and council, along with our police chief and other departments in the city of Tucson, has been responding to unsheltered homelessness in our community. We saw a huge jump because of the pandemic and the opioid misuse as well as fentanyl misuse, burst of unsheltered homelessness, sometimes caused by the use of fentanyl and opioids. And what we have been seeing based on input from our staff is that we have two different types of unsheltered people out in our community. Unsheltered person A is down on their luck, maybe lost a job, evicted, maybe have kids, a partner, or on their own, wants to accept any resources. And as you know as well, we created our Housing First program, we created our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program, we have law enforcement corresponds. We're investing millions of dollars in unsheltered homelessness. But we have also seen unsheltered homeless B person that is addicted, using fentanyl, and refuse services. And we are seeing that population growing. And one of the biggest gaps in service that we see is what do we do with that population? Neighbors are concerned. I'm concerned. There's no easy response to it, right? But a big gap is trying to find a sobering center, a place where we can find long-term investment in that individual, medically supervised or otherwise, and wraparound services and support to be able to find that person a safe alternative to what they're currently living through. And so that is an immediate need. It's an absolutely immediate need. And as much as I believe in youth prevention investment, absolutely, right? As much as I believe in trying to fund innovative projects, the gap, and that's why I think Councilmember Ulick talked about the gap analysis, is right there. What is it that we do and what can be done immediately to be able to provide a service to those unhoused individuals that have substance misuse disorders and sometimes even serious mental illnesses attached as well. And so what can we, the mayor and council, do to, have the committee to reconsider or have the Board of Supervisors reconsider the urgency of what this public health crisis means to unsheltered homelessness, not just in the city of Tucson, but the region.
Mayor and Council, thank you for that input. The committee is meeting again tomorrow. We've been meeting almost every Wednesday. I can make sure that I convey your concerns. Brian is here, so I'm sure he has heard them. One hesitation, I think, has been is we don't know what number to put to that. And I think if we do our due diligence, we can accelerate that to try to get back with a number of what the cost will be. It's difficult to know whether that's 1.5 million or 3 million or 4.5 million, but we can accelerate the evaluation of what that will be. We do have a commitment that I don't have a stated commitment, but I know I have a commitment that we can go back to the board for an additional ask specifically to ensure that we can move this along rapidly. But we will look at it tomorrow at the meeting. So I appreciate that input.
I know I'm working, like I said, I've been working with different chairs of the Pima County Board of Supervisors and both with Chair Grijalva as well as with Chair Scott. We've talked precisely about this. And this is a huge gaping hole that is an urgency. Okay. It's a huge urgency. And I'm concerned about committing to this $8 million number without knowing what the urgent priority needs are. You might come back and say, in order to retrofit a building, in order to, fund and hire and set this all up is going to take us $8 million. And so I'm very concerned about the possibility of us saying, as mayor and council, yeah, go ahead and spend the $8 million. And then you, tomorrow and the next week's coming, when you do the research, because really, to be honest with you, this has to be done now. We don't have any time to lose. And neighbors understand. In the many budget surveys that we've done in other community input and engagement, TUCSO'N'S really care about what is happening in our streets. They really, really care about the needs of our unsheltered neighbors. And many of our unsheltered neighbors are on the streets at great risk to their safety. And people are concerned about their own safety. And so I hesitate to fund this $8 million, Dr. Cullen, not because I don't think they're worthy, but because I'm concerned and scared about these $8 million going to this when there's a huge gaping hole that will possibly take this and more. Yeah. And so I would hesitate to recommend to my council colleagues that we approve this $8 million without a comprehensive urgent look at how to provide for a sobering center, transition center moving forward. So I would ask that my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors reconsider their approval of these $8 million without looking at, is there a building? You know, is it, because at the end of the day, Pima County is the public health department. You know, this is the public health crisis. And I don't think we can do it alone, to be honest with you. I'm not putting it on the shoulders of Pima County and Pima County Health Department, but I do want us to take advantage of this opioid settlement dollars, and I do want us to form, and the task force can help us, and law enforcement can help us, and your department and our departments can help. Because I also believe that the state should have some responsibility to this, and the federal government should have some responsibility. But we start with this. We start with this funding. This funding is specifically here for these purposes. And so I don't know, colleagues, if we need a motion to send it back to our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors to reconsider spending all this money here without first attending to the urgency of the gap that we are seeing and the tangible concerns that are happening on the streets because of fentanyl opioid misuse in our community. So Councilmember Cunningham, and then I don't know if anyone wants to.
A few things. So some of this stuff, like we're halfway there too, right? So we talk about with $8 million, if you're doing the math, I mean, just doing the math, we could send, we theoretically could just send 1,500 people to rehab for 30 days. We could. I mean, I don't know how effective that is. I think there's just a myriad of different factors and parameters on how you'd evaluate a program like that. But just think about it this way. We have people that we engage constantly. I've always laid out the idea that if anybody wants to go to detox, we should be able to take them, whether they have access or not, whether they have health insurance or not. Well, a 9 and 10 day detox isn't enough in some cases, but it does help us get to that. It helps increase the chances of that person getting that moment of clarity where they do decide to go for inpatient, which is a big deal. And so all of a sudden, we're taking that piece. The other piece is, and I think this is kind of where it mixes in with the transition center. We have this transition center that we're kind of waiting to launch, and it's kind of like been settling and stirring, and we just kind of haven't gotten over that piece and how we could incorporate dollars from this resource to do exactly what the mayor's talking about, to have that sobering detox piece in that transition center part, I think is something where we're leveraging a resource with another resource. Right now, our holistic approach, whether it's our NAV care workers here in the city, whether it's our community care folks, whether it's our HCD folks or law enforcement, and at the same time on the county side, whether it's the courts, the health department, or even the jail. They're all pieces in this wheel on how we get to where we want to go. And so we've got this $8 million, and I'm a preventionist. I was a safe school PO, which was where the ground zero is. You go in, you tell kids don't do drugs, you hope for great results. But right now we're past that point. We're just past that point. And so we've really got to consider, how do we take these we have a bunch of different programs that are kind of ready to launch or partially launched, or they're in the pilot stages. We need to pick the best ones, apply this money, and get them so that the directors of those programs are able to realize their vision for what they had. And I think there's an opportunity to do this. So my motion is to ask FORSAC to reconsider their recommendation and come back in about 30 days and try to get some input from both our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors and the council offices.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second, and this is to ask both ROSAC, which is the task force, and the Board of Supervisors to reconsider based on the urgent needs of what we have in front of us. And I've had conversations with Chair Scott. We've talked about this in particular as being a huge gap in what is happening in our community amongst those that have a home, but also those that are unsheltered. And like the vice mayor said, the unsheltered, we could see it, right? They don't have four walls to use. But that's seeing it out in public, that's seeing it at bus stops, that's seeing it behind convenience stores, what we have seen as a result of people burning up the fentanyl and starting fires, and it's there, and that's one of the biggest gaps in what we see in terms of our holistic approach. And also, just for your information, Chair Scott and I, this coming Monday, are having a meeting with the enforcement piece of the crisis that we have. So it's going to be Chair Scott, myself, City Manager Tamir, County Administrator Lesher, Sheriff, Chief of Police, City Attorney, County Attorney, City Magistrate, Presiding Judge, and we're going to go from, okay, we receive a person, we arrest a person, and then what happens? And then try and figure out on the enforcement side as well. But this side is the enforcement side, and then there's this side is the public health side. And so we have to work hand in hand, and those conversations are happening, but I, just wanted to make sure that we just act quickly. We need tangible results, and we need smart investments with these funds because they're finite. But at least they can jumpstart us into best practices, and then we can tap into what the state government and what the federal governments should be responsible to do. So there's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion on this item? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much for, thank you so much,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Cullen. You are
I-
awesome.
thank you so much
We are
for
so
letting us
lucky
be
to
here.
have you here.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All righty. And we're going to have a similar discussion with our own staff about this issue. Item 3. I have requested time for an update of the city staff on the regional opioid response and how the city and county are addressing it in Tucson, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Today we'll have an update from Police Chief Kazmar, and joining us online is Lee Hopkins from our care coordinators and navigators, and so I'll turn it over to Chief.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager, really this is a continuation of the conversation you just had, so I will certainly modify my conversation with you because it's always easy or hard to follow Dr. Cullen because she does an amazing job of really dissecting a super complex crisis, as you appropriately called it, Mayor, in front of us with related to the opiate fentanyl epidemic. So I just want to reinforce youth prevention, wraparound service support during the transition to behavioral health services, co-response models for law enforcement, and peer navigation are great four foundational items that we should focus on. I think the conversation then becomes, what does implementation look like, and then how do we evaluate that implementation? STEPS is the existing, you've heard me talk about it multiple times, supportive treatment and enhancement program. It's the existing systems we have in conjunction with the transition center. So I'm always a big advocate of evaluating, knowing how difficult new systems are to stand up, of what do we have, is it working, is it effective? And what we should recognize is the idea and concept behind STEPS is great, but we also have to recognize it was developed before fentanyl it was really developed during opiates, and heroin was a very different drug than we're dealing with fentanyl. And remembering that most of our folks out on the streets and as the Vice Mayor stated, who are struggling with mental health and substance misuse disorders at home are polydrug users. So they're using methamphetamine and fentanyl. So just to scale the problem and the challenge that we have in front of us, year to date, my data sets up through April 4th, which are even, the numbers are even higher now, were 1,300 arrests, and those are both misdemeanor and felony. So about 2/3 of those are felony, which I tell you that just to remind you that those would go through the felony prosecution side versus 1/3 of those would then go through city court. And when we talk about those numbers and we look at them, about 191 folks were deflected year to date, which is about a 8.6% decrease year to date and about a 16% decline over a 5-year average, versus our arrest numbers are, again, at 1,300, are up 23% year to date and up a staggering 63% with less staff that you have out there in an operational standpoint. They're doing far more work. What that means is the problem's scaling. The problem, albeit we've done some amazing things, and I truly believe that the meaningful solutions will come through continued collaboration with the city and the county. How do we balance the continuum of care and the continuum of accountability? So when we look at the STEPS numbers, we know that 40 to 50 folks are being brought into that system a month. So again, if you look at 400 to 500 arrests, and we're looking at anywhere, it can vary between 40 and 60% case issuance on a felony case that we take forward. So what that means is your officers are out there on the street and being responsive to developing probable cause through either city code violations or Arizona Revised statutes. We use a probable cause threshold. Once that case goes to a judge, the county attorney, if it's a felony case, and I suspect the city court has a similar threshold, is a substantial likelihood of prosecution. So the challenge and the growth opportunity that we'll be talking about our ongoing conversations on Monday, Mayor, with our county partners, is when we have, my challenge is when we assume the risk and the liability of affecting an arrest in somebody who has a substance misuse and or mental health disorder, and we take full custody of them, which is one of the most dangerous things we can do, and constitutionally important things that we do, and we take them to the Pima County Jail. The two challenges in front of us are, through NAFCARE regulations, will the person be accepted? Again, a reminder that most of the rejections are for blood pressure, followed by fentanyl use or drug use within the last 2 hours. And the county leadership has been working really hard with NAFCARE leadership to make sure that the appropriate staff to manage those needs. Because the reality is most of us, including myself, would have high blood pressure if we were being booked into the jail. So what does that look like? So we're not, again, putting that person back in a patrol car and transporting them to a local hospital. The second challenge is that we face is, will the case move forward? And the historical number, both for current Pima County Attorney's leadership and previous, is about a 50% case processing threshold that goes forward. Half the cases are dismissed. For me, the challenge is I'm not looking for a substantial likelihood of prosecution or conviction. I'm actually looking to disrupt and leverage the decision-making. Is there a point and time at that moment in someone's life where we can steer them to a different direction? We can steer them to rehab. We can steer them to court-ordered treatment. I think that's where there's opportunity, to use a positive word, of when we're looking at the results that we had last year. I know the Vice Mayor probably uses the loop quite a bit to get around town on her bike. I do as well. About once a month I do the full loop. And I can tell you the problem's scaling. It's getting worse, not better. And when we're effective in our Viva locations, and right now I'm receiving a lot of complaints, as is Ward 3 on and various wards on the Grant corridor, including west of Grant. Some big challenges there, but we're displacing and moving. And so the idea is, through that disruption, do you have a moment in time where we can change behavior? I think that's where the co-responder model and the peer navigation becomes so critical. We have to remember that these folks are in crisis. We did an audit about 2 years ago of folks that we had contact with, and about that were folks that we would perceive as unsheltered. Some of the folks that we perceive as unsheltered actually do have a place to stay. They might be hanging out with friends. They might be making life decisions that don't allow them to go to that location. But the reality in the data set that we pulled was about 75% of those folks were struggling with a substance misuse disorder, and about an additional 70% were struggling with a mental health disorder. And so that's the challenges, and I certainly recognize both of these. I had a mother that was in a local hospital for a medical condition who needed me to be there and my siblings to advocate for her care, just because they're also an overtaxed system. Part of it is our fentanyl situation here, where some of our folks that we were in an overflow area with were also struggling with mental health and substance misuse disorders while my mom was waiting to get medical treatment. And I also have a sibling who struggles with both substance misuse and mental health disorders. And what I can tell you is they absolutely in crisis, both whether it's medical, mental, or that mental health or that physical challenges related to substance use disorders, need an advocate. And so when Dr. Cullen is talking about how do we have more peer investment in navigation, and that's where we'll really continue to talk about that within the STEPS program, whether it be investment in prosecutors, defense attorneys, or peer navigators, so the probability of somebody keeping in a system and being successful in some type of rehab process, the potential for that increases. We're seeing a troubling trend, which I know a lot of you have all been receiving feedback from the community on over a busy weekend with a high level of violent crime. 22 homicide victims year to date. We're seeing the same trend we saw last year. About a third of those folks are unsheltered population or folks who are living out on the streets, and that crime is interconnected mostly between the community, and we're seeing that trend extend this year. We're also seeing another troubling trend as some of the larger box stores are becoming tougher standards and protocols on shoplifting standards. We're seeing regular shopliftings turn into robberies where force is then used to commit that theft. And just this week we had a shoplifter, when challenged, walk out, grab a boulder and throw it and hit one of the employees. So we're seeing a trend in the environment changing, and we need to be thinking about that. I'll close with, I just want to manage expectations with the Sobering Center. I think Dr. Cullen did a great job of talking really about ROSAC and the opportunity of that funding. You all have in your materials, so I won't go over all of it again, but the DOJ, BJA, it's a comprehensive opioid stimulant and substance use program, COSIP. That is a $1.6 million 3-year grant. I certainly think we're going to be successful in capturing some of the data and the question that the Vice Mayor asked in the previous conversation about demographics of community and who the folks are who are struggling with these challenges. But when we look at, for example, the COSIP, it has the potential to be funded in a longer duration through ROSAC funds. So I appreciate the Mayor and Council conversation about how do we have longer term sustainable opportunity to work together and collaborate on this difficult issue.
Thank you, Chief. I really appreciate this conversation. This is a conversation we've been having both on our unsheltered folk as well as the fentanyl opioid crisis. I do see Lee virtually with us. Lee, did you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and honorable council members. I would like to add some points here. One moment, let me just get myself situated. So first and foremost, thank you for allowing me to join remotely today. I'm at home with my sick toddler. So I'll try to be brief because I know that we've covered a lot so far, but I did want to share.
Before you start, Lee, just introduce yourself and where you work, and then you can start.
Thank you. So I'm Lee Hopkins. I'm the resource manager for community safety, health, and wellness, and I'm a licensed master social worker. What I wanted to start out with today is a bit personal, and because many of you are still getting to know me, addiction and recovery has been a part of my family journey. I have 3 brothers impacted by addiction and recovery. And so not only do I come to this work from a social work perspective, but also just from a very personal experiential lens. My eldest brother passed away in 2021 after an adulthood of addiction to crack cocaine, many, many years in and out of jail and prison. And in his final years after a surgery, became addicted to OxyContin and then heroin. And another brother who actually just in the last few months was released from prison in California. He has struggled for much of his adult life with mental illness and a meth addiction. And last but not least, my third brother struggled in his 20s with addiction to opioids. And what I want to share about him is that he went to a recovery program that actually worked for him. It was a 6 months recovery program, and then you could stay for longer to do a work exchange and continue to live in that supportive environment. And as a family, we're really proud of him. Today, he's a cybersecurity professional, and he was able to get out of his addiction. And I share that also because I do want to highlight that model as part of the points I have to share today. So this is very, very personal for me, and it's the work that the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program and our amazing staff navigate day in and day out. So I want to just share a few of the challenges and opportunities that we're experiencing. As you know, we work with many individuals and interact with many individuals who have co-diagnosis, both mental illness or mental health challenges, as well as substance use. In many cases, that substance use is self-medicating to cope with day-to-day life, with the trauma. And so we're engaging with those individuals from 311 via referrals to our programs, as well as our unsheltered outreach. And so because so many of our staff themselves have lived experience, and our peer support specialists, our care coordinators, our housing navigators, our outreach staff are engaging with folks through a harm reduction approach. And what that means to us is to really meet folks where they're at, connect them with behavioral health care when they are ready. And I share that because it is not simple, it is cyclical, and it is a marathon, not a sprint. And so recovery really cannot be forced. It takes that, internal motivation, and it takes many, many attempts. And so what the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness team does is to build that trust and connect folks with those other services that they may need: emergency food, shelter, housing, healthcare. And so when they do reach that point of either hitting rock bottom or saying, you know what, for me or for my kids, I want to change and I want to kind of free myself a bit from this addiction, that's when, we just continue to have an open door. And so we do see that folks sometimes are engaged for a short period of time, and then we kind of lose touch with them. Maybe they come back after a few months or a year later. And so really our approach, as much as we face a lot of challenges to keep folks engaged, is to just really build that foundation of trust and support so that when folks are ready, they know that they can call on us. I also want to share that in our experience of working with individuals who are struggling with addiction and recovery, long-term recovery, residential, and intensive behavioral health programs are some of the only things that we see working. So examples are, Amity Foundation, The Haven, places where you can stay for more than the 30 or 45 days that Access or other insurance will cover. Recovery and healing trauma takes a long time. It's not a 30-day process. And so we do see that ongoing as a big gap in our community. And for the individuals who are successfully able to access those programs that do offer longer options, we see a higher rate of success and stability. So just a couple of recent program highlights. We received a Medicaid access fund from the state opioid response program. And so we were able to have a new program coordinator begin last month. She has hit the ground running. And so her position is entirely focused on opioid education and case management for individuals who are struggling with substance use dependence. In addition to navigating folks to services, having really strong connections with recovery and detox centers, she also provides acupressure. And so we're really excited about trying to find creative interventions and creative ways to provide folks that healing structure that they need. Currently, her work is primarily focused in the Viva sites, but she also is able to work around the city. and deeply in partnership with the health department, like I said, with behavioral health programs, and has started to also do co-response with the TPD core unit that has been great success in the last few weeks. And last but not least, the Community Safety Health and Wellness Program and our community enrichment coordinators lead a Community Safety Leadership Training Institute, which brings together resident leaders from the 4 Viva sites once a month for leadership training about a variety of topics. And in January, it was focused on fentanyl and the opioid epidemic. So Raul Munoz from LPKNC came and trained 28 resident leaders about fentanyl, how to save someone from an overdose, recovery services and prevention, and how they can then be ambassadors to spread the word amongst their neighbors and families. So with that, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you so much for both you and Chief. I know that both of you are right on the front lines of providing services to our community, and I'm really proud when I see you speak. And first and most importantly, thank you so much for sharing your family story about serious mental illness and substance misuse disorders. I think that all of us have family close or not close that either have substance misuse disorders or mental illnesses. And I was having a conversation with my teenagers about, the dangers of fentanyl and mental illness, and sometimes they're associated with each other. And my son was like, man, we have instances in our family of mental illness and substance misuse. And, they asked me like, oh my God, Mom, like, we have this all around us. And I said to my son, like, it's all around everyone, really. But we have to talk about it, and we have to make sure that we're talking about how to help and what are the best ways to help. And so you, Lee, sit on the ROSAC task force representing the city of Tucson. And I hope you heard the previous conversation we had with Dr. Cullen, and we understand what the task force that you all believe in: youth prevention, peer support, behavioral health co-response, and funding steps. I just want to hear from you in terms of what this Safer Center or Sobering Alternative for Recovery Center, I know we've talked about it. What are the conversations that are happening there, and then how we can hopefully forward all of these priorities that the task force has and that TPD have, but how do we make sure that we move forward in your view?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, for that question. So it is definitely a topic of conversation, and acknowledging that it is a priority for all of our jurisdictional leadership. And so that is why we funded the operational study, to be able to figure out really what is it going to cost, what is it going to take, who would be the right behavioral health partners and other providers to bring to the table. I've heard also the feedback from today that we really need to further prioritize that area to make sure that as much as the $8 million that could potentially be needed for that center to go live be, potentially allocated for that specific purpose. As you shared, we've been looking through a lot of additional priorities, but where I think the next steps for the Sobering Center would be is continuing to, so Multnomah County in Portland, which Dr. Cullen referenced, they just recently went live. And so we've been able, and they published a lot of very transparent reporting about their process, the challenges, and they were willing to really share the details with us. We've had several conversations with them and their operational staff. And so we've been learning from them about the challenges and the successes. one big factor would be figuring out the facility and what would need to be invested in the potential facility to bring it up to be able to be operational. So we envision that that would be one of the primary areas where opioid funds would be needed to be invested in that initial capital startup. Moving forward after that, many of the services, not all, but many, especially on the detox and peer support side, could also be billed to insurance and would be best provided by an expert agency like a behavioral health care agency that already is doing this type of work in our community. And so that would not necessarily be an additional need for funding because that would be reimbursable services. However, there are some small gaps specifically for individuals who may not be going the detox route, but be going just purely the sobering route, where they just need kind of a bed to rest, but not necessarily medical intervention to the degree of like a detox. And so we're still trying to figure out whether that would be opioid funding, pardon me, or if there are other grants or opportunities to fund that. But this would be a place where both, like Chief Kazmar explained, and you've all heard the model before, where both law enforcement could do drop-offs as an alternative to jail and arrest, but also it could be a walk-in center for folks who want the types of services that would be provided there. In addition to the detox and recovery and sobering options, there also would be case management or, connection to case management, navigators, peer support. We're exploring that it could also serve as temporary, you could stay for up to 72 hours. So it also serves as a secondary way as a shelter, but that would definitely not be why people would go there per se. It just would be an additional benefit that they would have a safe place to stay for several days. And then we would really build a strong connection of service providers so that there would be warm handoffs to shelter, to housing, to behavioral health care ongoing, et cetera. Please let me know if I didn't fully answer your question.
No, that is a very comprehensive answer. And we've run out of time, but I do want to give my colleagues some time if you all have any input. You all spend, like I said earlier, you're the front line. You see it firsthand what the needs are. And in our view as a policymaker, what I hear from our community is that they need us, mayor and council, and other elected officials to attend to the urgent public health crisis on the streets and behind closed doors. And so I'm not closing the door, and in our direction was not about closing the door to peer support and navigation. It was not closing the door to youth prevention or behavioral health core response. It was to elevate the priorities based on the urgent needs that we have. So anyone want to add? Councilmember Cunningham, and then I'm just gonna thank you right now profusely, both of you. As policymakers, we hear from you to make sure that we're providing safety to our community. And so you're our eyes and ears out there and our brains sometimes, because you all think about how best to take care of these issues. So Councilmember Cunningham, and then we'll have to move on.
So the way I understand it in the field is this. Right now, we have 3 alternatives on transport. 1 voluntary, which is a deflection program, and then 2 involuntary. 1 would be the CRC, if there's a mental health issue that warrants that, or to Pima County Jail. Those are the 3 options we have. And the holy grail at this point, and there are legal ramifications, we're talking about people's rights, we're talking about all kinds of different discussions. It's very hard to navigate. We're talking about a mental health piece, we're talking about addiction and intervention, and then we're also talking about the courts and how the courts are involved. And so all those players have to be involved. That's why the summit meeting that the mayor is hosting is absolutely needed, and I commend the office for putting it together. But what we're looking for, the holy grail, is still door number 4. I call it door number 4 because I don't know what else to call it, where you have directed intervention of some type that at least pushes the pebble down the hill. so a person can go, or better yet, pushing the pebble up the hill. So they're starting their climb, because it's probably a better metaphor. But the bottom line is that we're trying to encourage people to start their climb to a moment of clarity. And it's not going to work for everyone. There's no silver bullet. And everyone who goes through their journey on sobriety or goes through any type of recovery, they work for what's best for them. So I'm totally aware of that. But we're trying to just give them some momentum. And so I think if we can find that piece where we can engage folks a little more and give them an incentive to be engaged, I think there's an opportunity there. And that's what I'm challenging everybody to look at. There's not a lot of models out there. The only time I remember there was a time when we executed warrants where we took folks directly to city court, and they got dropped off at city court, they had a lunch, and they had their kind of court case done. When I worked in juvenile probation, we did truancy day, where we'd go to some houses of kids who were perpetually truant, fifth and sixth graders specifically in a prevention piece, or go to places where we knew kids were kind of hanging out, just to see if we could get in touch with that family and kind of get an idea of what was going on, and if there was some help we could do. So I'm looking for that kind of model as we engage some of our folks in the field, and that's the challenge. But I appreciate all the comments today, because I think everybody's on that page. It's just it's going to take a very Herculean and collaborative effort to get there.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Really appreciate your incredible work. I'm gonna give us a little bit of a break so we can stretch our legs and use the restroom, and then come back in the next 5 minutes. Thank you all. completed. We are moving on to item 4. Mayor and council will receive a quarterly update on Tucson Resilient Together. And I see our fearless leaders of TRT at the table. So, Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thanks for the opportunity to give this quarterly update on Tucson Resilient Together implementation. Our Chief Resilience Officer, Fatima Luna, and our Urban Forestry Program Manager, Nicole Gillette, are here to give you this quarter's update. Fatima.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, so we are here to provide you with the 7th quarterly update on the implementation of Tucson Resilient Together. And so this update covers January to March of this year. And so I will begin with a brief overview on the activities recently implemented, and then I'll pass it on to Nicole, who will share exciting updates on the urban forestry program, which is the main focus of today's presentation. So we launched the summer heat preparedness work with the 2nd annual Southern Arizona Heat Summit, which was held on February 1st. So the summit brought together over 170 people, and it really served as a critical forum for sharing lessons learned from the previous summer, and also aligning on strategies moving forward. So participants engaged in 5 different breakout sessions, and they explored different topics, including energy resilience during extreme heat and extended power outages, as well as how to design resilient hubs to improve community preparedness, among other topics. So I just want to thank Mayor Romero and Cristina Sualo for showcasing the city's leadership in heat resilience at the summit. Thank you for being there. And so we produced a 60-page report that was shared with all of your offices, as well as with the Governor's Office of Resilience. And the report can be found on the Climate Action Hub. So about 2 weeks ago, Pima County launched their joint heat action team. And so these multi-jurisdictional team meetings really allow us to coordinate at a regional level and on different topics like messaging, resources, and response strategies before and also during the heat season. So internally, we are currently working with the GSI team to do a special analysis to identify the best locations for cooling centers. And this is evaluating sites, features, and also the surrounding neighborhoods. So using data on services, accessibility, and community vulnerability, and by we I mean Laura Sharpen, Karina Martinez, created a composite index to guide informed decisions. So this index will ensure that sites are both well equipped and also placed where they are needed the most. So we're expecting to have these initial analysis by mid-May, so happy to share that. Also, we partner with the Azara branch, which is a nonprofit from U of A students, to submit a proposal to the Pima County Extreme Heat Relief Grant. And so we were awarded this grant, and it will cover the distribution of heat relief kits this summer with a focus on women's need. And so we're expecting to have the first distribution in late May. And then finally, I am also pleased to share that the city's heat action roadmap was recently honored with the Chris Cordian Award in the Healthy Communities category from the Arizona Forward Environmental Excellence Award. And so this marks the 2nd award for the roadmap, following the recognition last year from the American Planning Association, the Arizona chapter. So congratulations on those awards. And with that, I'll pass it on to Nicole.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. If no one's taken a moment to wish you all a happy Earth Day, I would like to do that. I spent this morning already out planting trees with a group of volunteers, and I hope you all get a chance to at least step outside at some point today and take a deep breath and say thank you to our planet Earth, which hold us all together. So on that note, Mayor, I actually have a gift from you from this morning's tree planters. They made this little silver acorn out of recycled metal, so it's a thank you to you for your efforts.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, it's so cute. It's a little acorn. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's a little fun Earth Day memento for you. I think I need the clicker, and we have some slides. So the slides are actually going to focus on my primary update today, which is very exciting. We can finally discuss the tree inventory that's been completed, and we're rolling it out. There are additional updates in the report as well, and I'm happy to discuss any of those later if there are any questions on those. We are entering year 5 of Tucson Million Trees, and that's going to be a big year for us. So we'd like to work with the mayor's office and all the ward offices on maybe some sort of big party we're thinking in the fall. You know, yeah, celebrate things. Okay, I think we are, if we have slides, we could pull up. I mean, I could talk about it, but it's kind of less fun
Okay,
without the map.
do we have the slides available or ready to post up there?
Yeah, if you all have them pulled up, I could just talk about it too.
Okay. Anyone?
Maybe not.
Okay, I think that you could start and
Yeah.
then we'll catch up
Yeah,
the
I'll walk
slides.
us through sort of the initial
I'm
ones.
sorry that's happening.
No, no worries. Just as a reminder, this was a key action identified in both our Community Forest Action Plan as well as Tucson Resilient Together as its own standalone action to complete a tree inventory for the first time of all of our city-managed trees around the city. I think, as we all know, it can be very difficult to, plan for exciting actions and future planning when you don't actually know where you are. So this is our first step in understanding what our urban forest really looks like on an individual tree stand level. These are individual trees that were first scanned via LiDAR, so remote sensing, and then actually ground truth. So we had folks out in the field measuring and giving health assessments on each individual tree. Just as a sense, this is a snapshot in time, right? So this is looking at it over a single season. We've already had storms, we've already planted trees. So it is going to be inherently dynamic, and one key step moving forward is going to be to actually integrate this with our asset management system so that we can report individual work orders against individual trees. So I saw it pop up for a second. I think we're getting there. Yay! Okay, I always forget where the actual computer is. All right, so this is just a recap of what I was just saying. Snapshot in time. We're going to be integrating this in so that it is live updated regardless of what department is working on trees, regardless of where it is in the city, we'll be able to track it individually. This is a very exciting but very messy slide of just a quick picture of what the tree inventory looks like, which is a bunch of dots on a screen. This is by genus level, so it gets even messier once you get down to species. This is really exciting to me, but very overwhelming when you just look at it just like this. So just to pull out some key highlights, the report itself, as well as a summary and future action plan, will be sent out so you can peruse that at your leisure. But our portfolio of trees in the city is a little over 78,000 trees, which I'll just highlight. This is built on past city work with Irene Ogata and other key folks in the city, and between her and I, we had estimated 75,000 trees, so we were close. The replacement value of the entire urban forest as it stands right now is over $134 million, and we'll kind of break down what goes into that, but that's sort of the big exciting number that I wanted to pull out first. And then some good news, maybe surprising to some, not to others, is actually the overall condition of our urban forest is healthy, it's good. And that's critical to me because we're talking not only about planting new trees, but preserving and protecting our existing urban forest as very important. And then a point of celebration, our most common species is our native velvet mesquite, so that's fun. Okay, so when we look at this data, what does pop out, of course, first is where are our trees and where can we put more planting potential? So a piece of this data set, exclusive of the tree stands itself, is that we also asked our ground team to identify planting locations. So where are there locations where we can be immediately planting trees tomorrow if we wanted to? And so that could include things like actual empty planting locations, so like an empty tree well or something down a street, or large stretches of dirt where there's just a lot of planting potential. So that's something that we can act on immediately. And that'll be one of my first items here, is to put together our action plan for planting. There's also some low-hanging fruit items like stumps and other things that are just immediate removals and replacements. So those are things that we can start working on right away. And then down the road a little bit, think succession. So I now know, our most dominant species portfolio. I also know what the health condition of each of those trees are. So we can start thinking about what are our primary goals moving forward on a climate-ready urban forest. We're actually below what is the recommended diversity spread of species. So if you think about diversity, that is where our strength is. If you have a diverse portfolio, you are more resistant to pest, drought, things that might come up in the future that we don't know about. So I'm going to be prioritizing planting a diverse species palette to address this issue. Also thinking about shade and leaf area, right? That's sort of what our felt experience of our urban forest is. Right now, our dominant leaf spread area is actually in our eucalyptus, Aleppo pines, then followed by our native species. So we all know those species are not doing super well, and so I am targeting those, thinking about how are we going to be shading our city as those trees start to age out. So we need on average, about 3 mesquites to every 1 Aleppo pine. So as we think about planting, those are the kind of things that I'm considering. And then a point that does come up quite often, especially county-wide, are how our trees are interacting with the rest of our environment. VOCs come up quite a bit. And so out of this, we note that about 57% of our plant-based VOC emissions are from eucalyptus. So also something to consider as we're moving forward, picking species that are really meeting the needs of everyone in our city. So just some highlights out of the entire report, and there's a lot more to dig into. Looking at the big number, $134 million, where does that value come from? And this is the first time we've actually run this kind of analysis on our urban forest as a whole. And there's probably things in here that are more interesting to specific people than others, but this is where all of our benefits break down. We're looking at pollution removal, carbon capture, and then also avoided carbon emissions is an important piece here. Energy is how we shade and cool our buildings and other elements of how we interact with the grid, and then stormwater capture runoff, both thinking direct fall onto our urban canopy, but also stormwater runoff on the roads. So this is how those benefits break down. Happy to talk about any one of these in particular if folks are interested, but that's the big exciting number. Next steps, as I mentioned, we're going to be doing a pretty big data effort now. As you kind of saw, it's a lot of data. So I'll be working with the IT department to integrate this in with our multiple asset management systems, which sounds easy, very complicated. So we'll be working on that. And then also, of course, this is very interesting to our members of the public, and I've already had tons of inquiries and questions about it. So we'll be putting together a public-facing map and toolkit. And then again, this can inform a lot of action plans moving forward. So planting, but also individual site plans, areas where our parks might be more concerning than others if they have a highly non-native species palette. I can look at those and develop individual mini urban forestry action plans. So lots of potential with this now. We get to launch into this sort of exciting part of implementation. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Well, amazing presentation. I want to take this moment to thank Fatima Luna and your staff, our first Chief Resilience Officer in our city of Tucson. Thank you so much for the incredible work that you have all done. I know it takes an effort of all of you, and I know that you're all super dedicated to this work. From launching a nationally recognized, award-winning heat resilience strategy to expanding urban forestry and saving millions of gallons through smart water rebates. We really are showing how to lead in this effort, and so I just wanted to thank you all for your incredible work. I do have a question in terms of part of the work that we've decided to put in our climate action plan is to use more and more cool pavement, and the pilot showed promising reductions in surface temperatures what's this, if there is a plan to scale it up, and what are the results, particularly around high-use pedestrian zones and schools and transit corridors? Can you give us an update on that particular piece, coal pavement?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for that question. The Department of Transportation and Mobility has been leading this work. And so they started piloting this technology back in 2021, 2022. At the time, they found a small reduction in surface temperature or ambient air temperature of 0.3% Fahrenheit. But I also know, and so these initial projects started in Country Club Road, and they expanded the areas for piloting this technology in 2023 and 2024 to Paseo Vista, Vista del Pueblo, and also Barrio Santa Cruz Lane and Sunset Villa. And so what I know is that DTM is working with professors at the University of Arizona to analyze the results, and so I'm happy to provide those as soon as they're ready.
Are we ready to consider codifying certain elements of the Tucson Resilient Together, such as tree canopy replacement requirements when city trees are removed, DTM safety or visibility upgrades when they're doing that? You know, I've heard several cases where trees are cut down for legitimate purposes, and we've, you know, heard from every council office that is so devastating, and sometimes neighbors call us panicked because someone's bringing down trees. But how do we ensure that they're replaced and part of our canopy goals? So do we have a replacement policy for either parks and our departments or externally to replace trees?
Yes, thank you for that question, Honorable Mayor. Yes, so as you know, we've been moving sort of pieces of policy moving at different times together. So now that we have fully rolled out our tree standards and best practices, which was an internal document to guide that, we are ready with the draft of what will be a tree protection ordinance. And we were looking at rolling that into what was also the LID ordinance, and we're still working on that. I think it does make sense at this point to separate those out, but we're kind of still in that working out phase of what that's going to look like. But we have a draft of that ready, and it does incorporate what will cover both internal and external tree work.
And thank you. I'm very excited about the tree canopy study being done and the possibilities of what we can do with it. We're moving into, I agree with you that we should have a 5-year celebration for our Tucson Million Trees initiative, especially in this year, which is our 250th plus years of being established as a city. As we move into our heat season, and we work with other partners and we work internally with our departments, I just want to make sure that we are thinking geographically how to provide respite to community members throughout the city. We also have in our planning the possibility of making you know, resilience centers, and how do we plan geographically to make sure that we are providing geographic spaces for resilience centers? I know that we're going into a pilot program. Can you talk a little bit more about that and how we think about or are planning for the future of resilience centers across the city?
Thank you for the question, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So part of the spatial analysis that we're conducting for cooling centers, it's looking at different variables, including usability, including vulnerable communities such as proximity to mobile home parks. We're also overlaying that with 911 heat-related cold data. And so that exercise is allowing us to identify in a strategic and data-informed way what are the locations that are the most appropriate to be cooling centers. And so there's, I do want to emphasize the difference between like a cooling center and a resilient hub. So a cooling center is more for the immediate need, and so day to day. A resilient hub would be it has the capacity to have a microgrid for climate emergencies, and so that could be in a disruption kind of mode, whereas cooling centers are more day to day. And so these initial analysis is looking at that day to day with different data-driven points. And the reason why we wanted to do this analysis is because what we observed in last summer is that there's some locations that require significant investments, and yet we had 5 or 10 people attend, during 2-3 weeks at a time, and yet we had other locations where there was a lot of community usage, and so we wanted to understand what makes those places different. So we do have some preliminary results, and we'll be happy to share the final results in May. Whereas for the resilient hubs, it is larger investments because of microgrids, also a year-round programming, wraparound services, and so it is a bit more difficult to have a network of resilient hubs. However, we did consider when we were applying for federal funding, the possibility of at least 3 resilient hubs, and then of course, Mayor and Council, you did allocate some funding for that as well. Fingers crossed we can still use federal funding, but that will allow us to have 3 resilient hubs as a starting point, and then providing the initial phases to learn what is needed, to learn from the community. In the HEAT Summit, we essentially asked the question, what would be an ideal resilient hub for you? So we got great feedback, and we're incorporating that feedback as we're planning for the potential donor ligands first resilient hub. So that's a little bit more work to be done on that network of resilient hubs because it's bigger investments. So we're focusing on the day-to-day immediate needs for the cooling centers at the time.
Perfect, thank you so much. And Donna Liggins is the first pilot for the microgrid project. I'm looking forward to that. And I know that I do want to acknowledge that TEP is our partner in that, as well as federal funds that we are planning to hopefully use. I know Councilmember Dahl, you had some questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, great presentations, great work. Some questions about the trees. I looked at the map, and these are just Tucson City managed trees, right? I'm so disappointed. I thought it was going to be every tree. So in a neighborhood, like my neighborhood, I have 2 ironwood trees in the easement. Were those counted or were those not?
Yeah, so it's a little bit complicated. I'll try to sum it up kind of quickly. One, if you are interested in every single tree, we do have the remote sensing data, which was just a pass across the city. So while it's an estimate, it was pretty accurate in the field. I think we were getting like 92% accuracy for identifying individual tree stands. Now, it won't capture anything under 6 feet. That's my qualifier on that, which, as we know, many of our trees are below 6 feet. So. But if you're interested in that, I'm happy to share that data. It's also quite a big data dump, so that's not online yet, but we're working on that. As to what was captured in the field data, there were 2 sort of obvious categories. One was it's on public land, we publicly manage it, we have contracts for that. That was pretty straightforward. Now, there's this other category, which I know has come up here before, Mayor and Council, where we, in our code, it is the responsibility of the property owner to maintain trees in the right-of-way. Now, practically speaking, we end up maintaining a lot of those trees in some capacity, in some way, whether it's after a storm event and either the homeowner is unaware or unable to, either remove that tree or complete work on that tree. We end up doing some work there. Also, if there are issues with sidewalks or other hardscape, we end up maintaining those trees as well. So there was some flexibility when we had folks out in the field where if we knew it was like a collector street or a semi-major street where we knew we were already performing work on those trees, where we did collect those trees. And then you'll kind of notice in the data as you move throughout the city, there are areas where we obviously didn't go, and those are frequently like HOAs or communities that have their own contracts in some way where we know that those trees are getting maintained in some fashion, and it's not being sort of left out of this picture. So it does capture a little bit of those. Maybe your ironwoods are captured. I would probably not. If it's a neighborhood street, we probably didn't go down there. But some of these sort of like wishy-washy areas where we know practically we are working on those trees, we did capture those.
Thank you. When I look at the map, there are some white areas that confuse me. For instance, the northwest corner of Campbell and Grant, that's not an HOA, and it's a neighborhood and has lots of trees. Is this map, is there a version on the internet that's live that I can zoom into and look at things like that?
Not yet, and that there are different categories of data, and we're sort of still washing through it, so not everything is even captured in that one screenshot. So it's a lot of individual data. It's going to take quite a bit of work to sort of pick through it and figure out how it makes sense to best present to the public so that folks can zoom into their neighborhood and be like, oh, I could plant here, and not be just totally overwhelmed with what's on there. So still working through it.
Got it. And this is probably just a side note. There are some drought-tolerant fruit trees, like jujubes and pomegranates, dates, olives, that I personally would like to promote because I like to eat all of those things. So I just thought I'd say that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, any other comments after that? Alrighty, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
No, just thank you, Mayor, for leading the charge for all of us to celebrate all the work that y'all have been doing. So thank you for that. I know that recently, and Fatima, you might have followed up already, but we were at Desert Survivors and folks working with adults with mental disabilities were really wanting to be part of this like climate action response. And so I know we tried to connect y'all and just wanted to encourage, because I think they're also thinking about what's their role in that ecosystem. And so it was really exciting, you know, to hear about their work and that they want to work with the city as well.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Really happy with the advancement of all of our policies. Thank you so much. Congratulations on all the incredible work. Move on to item 5. City staff wish to update the mayor and council as to the progress of the actions taken so far regarding TEP's request for a new franchise agreement and direction on next steps. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Chief Resilience Officer Fatima Luna will stay with us for this item because there's so much overlap between climate work and energy provision. And joining us at the table is Roy Lusk from the City Attorney's Office, who's been helping us really have a robust conversation with Tucson Electric Power. So with that, I'll turn it over to the team.
Thanks, Mr. Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of council. I'll introduce this quickly because my part is very small, but we have worked with TEP and had multiple discussions both with TEP and the community per your direction and leadership related to creating a series of agreements with TEP to sort of show the community that we can collaborate on these items and support the climate action and adaptation plan appropriately and with much gusto. So with that, we have entered into several, or we're working on several agreements, including one that was provided to Mayor and Council last week, a letter of intent between TEP and the city, which delineated those agreements that you've provided leadership on, and that includes the franchise agreement. It also includes the Donna Liggins microgrid project agreement, a green tariff agreement, similar to the discussion that we had back in '23 about providing 100% renewable for city operations. In addition, there's the sort of jewel in the agreements, which is what we call the ECA, or the Energy Cooperation Agreement. Although, Mayor, for your benefit, we've renamed it the Energy Collaboration Agreement. So, I think TEP was really it is, and TEP was really excited as well to do that. So with that, we've spent a lot of time, and I'll let Fatima sort of talk more about that, but we spent a lot of time sort of engaging the public about this sort of new thing we call the Energy Collaboration Agreement. And we've got some really good feedback, and you've had an opportunity to sort of look at some of that summary of that feedback in the last couple of weeks, and we're looking forward to engaging more with the public to get more information on what they see as the Tucson's energy future. I'll let Fatima sort of describe what that looks like.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, so our team was helping lead the public engagement with the purpose to better understand what matters most to the Tucson community when it comes to our energy future. So early this month, we hosted 3 town halls, April 2nd, 4th, and 7th, and so they were a mix of in-person and hybrid formats. We had over 100 participants from different backgrounds and sectors, and so thank you, Councilmember Dole, for hosting one of those and for feeding us too. So each of the town halls was about an hour and a half, and they were structured into 2 main parts. So for the first part, we had our energy manager, Michael Cansaro, who's here on the audience, gave a presentation providing an overview of the city's energy initiatives to essentially showcase the work that we're doing and also what the city is exploring when it comes to energy initiatives. And so these also included things like the green tariff and the proposed microgrid at Donna Liggins. We also took time to explain the differences between the franchise agreement and the energy collaboration agreement. And so Roy answered many questions from the community, so very grateful for this partnership. And so in the second half, we run a feedback activity, and this was designed to get people talking and also thinking about what a potential energy collaboration agreement could look like. And so we asked participants to answer 3 Mentimeter questions on their energy priorities, ideas on partnerships to support these priorities, and also specific programs, initiatives, or policies that they would like to see included in the potential agreement. So after each question, we open it up for discussion. And so folks were invited to expand on their answers, identify anything that was missing, or really highlight anything that stood out to them. And so this part was very valuable. And we listened and recorded every comment, both through online formats and also in person. And so what did we hear? So on the energy priorities, the top themes were clean and renewable energy projects, resilience during extreme weather events, such as microgrids and backup energy systems, affordability and support for low-income households. And when it came down to partnerships between the city and the utility, the top ideas were joint investments in community-based clean energy projects, long-term planning around shared climate goals, and also workforce development for clean energy jobs. So, and for the specific programs and policies to potentially include in an energy cooperation collaboration agreement, we got a lot of thoughtful input. And so this was collected again through Mentimeter and also open discussion. And the specific recommendations for these potential agreement were to, 1, commit to 100% energy, clean energy and electrification in buildings and infrastructure, create retrofit programs for older homes with energy audits, job training, and financial support. 3rd, protect low-income households with fixed rates, rebates, energy efficiency support, while also ensuring that climate investments are funded by utility shareholders and not ratepayers. 4, build solar power resilient hubs, improve emergency response systems, and expand EV infrastructure and transit electrification. Set up a climate fund with clear reporting, community involvement and regular reviews. Offer multilingual climate action and outreach, especially in underserved neighborhoods. And then lastly, work with the utility to push for statewide support for community energy options and also to oppose new fossil fuel infrastructure in our region. And so that was the recommendation. So what's next? So today we're asking for your approval to continue with the second phase of engagement starting next week. So we're planning to host 4 new town halls, both in English and Spanish, online and in person. And so we are going to be using the data that and input that was already collected along with the actions and strategies in the Tucson Resilient Together plan to build the framework for a potential energy cooperation agreement. And so these framework will guide our conversations in this next phase of engagement. And so we'll work with the attorney's office to draft the energy collaboration agreement. And once we have a complete draft, we'll launch the third phase of engagement, some more town halls, but also we hope to post the agreement in the Climate Action Hub with a comment box. So that is the engagement piece. We also want to just briefly update you on the city's participation on the Green Tariff Program, TP's Green Tariff Program. So these initiatives really support the city's climate action goals to purchase clean energy for city operations, and the estimated cost is about $300,000 per year. And so this is already included in the recommended budget discussed earlier, so we're happy to answer any questions you might have on these. We are also, as Roy mentioned, the city is collaborating with TEP and also the Pacific Northwest National Lab to pursue a microgrid or a battery energy storage system at the Donald Liggins Center. And so this is really supports many of the actions in the Tucson Resilient Together plan, not only creating grid resilience, but also the safe space for climate emergencies or crisis, and really have the city's first resilient hub. And so this is an ongoing project, and I believe you have a copy of the draft of what it can look like. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
And Mayor, if I may, I just want to add to that. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So there's 4 different things all moving at a different pace, and I just want to re-highlight 2 things. One is that out of our last meeting, you emphasized getting that letter of intention done with Tucson Electric Power, and we were able to accomplish that toward the end of last week. And then in addition to, as mentioned, the green tariff being in the recommended budget, for tonight, you have an action that would be related to the franchise agreement and calling a placeholder election for that. So that part you don't need to act on today. That would be for this evening. But any other guidance you have and/or the continuing of movement in this direction is appreciated.
And I just wanted to add that I am in receipt of a letter of intent from between Tucson Electric Power and the City of Tucson, basically outlining mutual understandings and commitments, which include a franchise agreement that we put together and work with community feedback, an energy collaboration agreement to further clarify that and define the parties' mutual commitments towards achieving the objectives articulated within the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, the Donna Liggins Battery Energy Storage System Pilot Project, incorporating substantial investment in a microgrid, and then a green tariff, which allows us, it's basically a power purchase agreement that delivers 100% clean energy to City of Tucson operations. And then, of course, good faith negotiation process to consider city community stakeholder input through various types of engagement for consideration of a franchise agreement and an energy collaboration agreement for City of Tucson residents. So I have that letter, updated letter, defines all of what I just said. But also I wanted to clarify what tentatively calling an election for November 2025. What does that mean? And why do we have this item here? And maybe, Mr. Rankin, you can clarify, because I myself, I know my colleagues want to make sure that we receive community input and feedback as we put together the franchise agreement and the collaboration agreement.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The item on tonight's agenda is there to satisfy a legal requirement under Arizona statutes for the calling of non-candidate elections, which requires doing so at least 6 months in advance of the date of the proposed election. So by taking that action tonight, what you're doing is just preserving the ability to have an election on the TEP franchise on that date in November. What it does not mean, and is not a signal of any conclusion of public engagement. In fact, it's the opposite. Mayor and council have given very express direction to engage in very robust public engagement, public process, not just the town halls that have already been conducted and that you have the feedback from in the materials, but the phase 2 that Fatima just described. And assuming that we are successful in moving forward with the other agreements that you just described that are included in the letter of intent, including that public comment ultimately into the ECA to address the goals and the policies within the Tucson Resilient Together plan and incorporate that within an enforceable agreement.
Thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Ulick, Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
I was just going to offer a motion. I thought that Fatima had requested to proceed with the phase 2 elements of the public process with pizza to be provided by Councilmember Kevin Dahl.
Only in Ward 3. In your ward, you have a pizza parlor that produces solar. So in your ward, it would be really good.
Councilmember
Second.
Dahl, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
I'll second that, but I do have some comments and questions. Fantastic that we're going to do this pilot at Donna Liggins. I heard strongly that people thought we need a bunch of them, and I know you're working on a bunch of them, but it makes sense that we try this out. In this case, partnership with TEP, or depending on how things go this summer, with our public utility, or a microgrid that's not even TEP or us, it's run by somebody else, but probably TEP. And why I think that's great is because I think we can prove that this would be economically advantageous to TEP. They could be part of their rate base, and then they have a lot of incentive to do it at all these other resiliency centers that we need to set up, because it's getting hotter. It's crazy hot. We didn't mention the study. There is a study, and I think there'll be people here tonight who will say we shouldn't even put it on the ballot until we see the study, because we might want to do our own public power, and we might. A couple of things. I'd like the timing of the study, and I already know the answer, but I'd like it out loud. Does anything we're doing with the franchise agreement or with our other agreements preclude what we might do with microgrids or public power?
Let me answer that one first. The answer is no.
Thank you.
The franchise would not include any provisions that would preclude those initiatives.
Thanks.
And honorable mayor, members of the council, the timing of the report is, it will be released to the public in the very near future. The draft report of the energy sources study, and it's planned to come to mayor and council at the second meeting in May.
Thank you. And what's the timing of the documents? Maybe they're still being negotiated, so we don't have an exact timing. Are all of the town halls going to happen without us seeing a fairly final draft of the franchise agreement and the Energy Collaborative Cooperative Agreement.
Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, the documents are, according to the letter of intent, are intended to be completed, negotiated and completed by July 1st. That presumes that they're, released to the public in final and in some draft form so that they can comment on them. We're purposefully not giving a date for the ECA because we believe, again, strongly, as Mayor and Council have told us multiple times, that community engagement is important. So we want to make sure that community engagement happens before we start putting some timeframes on that ECA.
Thank you. One final short comment. I got a letter from a committee of our Tucson Energy Commission that they are looking into all of this stuff. So one other opportunity for engagement would be for the public to engage with those members of the Energy Commission, who I imagine will give us a recommendation as well.
Councilmember Cunningham and then Vice Mayor.
Congratulations on the microgrids. It's a long thing. It's something that we've been working on for a while. As we go through this process, I've always been a team player when it comes to franchise agreements. If I don't think this thing's going to pass, I'm not going to support it. I want to just point that out right now. And the bottom line is that the best way for it to get us into a franchise agreement that's advantageous to our citizens is to reduce their costs, or to at least put provisions into the franchise agreement where going back for a rate case is prohibitive. It doesn't have to be prohibited. It has to be prohibitive. So I think those are some things to consider. The other thing I want to consider is I'm anxious to see how this CCA report comes out. But I've talked for a long time about microgrids where HOAs and neighborhoods could be able to purchase their own rooftop solar microgrid. And one of those pieces is you have to distribute that power. I really think that to actually get a lot of people where they want to go is we keep our franchisee. They are longtime partners in Tucson, but as microgrids are formed by neighbors, those neighborhoods have the option to buy that piece of the grid from TEP. Now, I don't know if we can work that into the negotiations or not, but it's a suggestion that came up from Bruce Plank a couple weeks ago. He inspired it anyway, that I think is a good idea, because it also talks to the folks who want us to get a public utility, and instead of trying to buy it all at once or borrowing money to buy it all at once, you get the opportunity to purchase little pieces at a time. And ultimately, it may be TEP that manages that as a public utility, but we kind of changed the structure of what we got. So I think there's some opportunity there, and I just want to use this platform as a little jumping off point. Like, that's how we can get this neighborhood microgrid idea to work, where actual citizens own their own infrastructure and power. So that's kind of the idea. I don't know if we can get there. We might even get there this time, but I want to be really clear. It's a really good aim to get us where we want to go.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I feel like we're in a different place now than we were last time we were talking about the franchise agreement. A lot of my hesitation comes from, I don't want to go back to the voters and have something fail again. And what we kept hearing was engagement, or people not feeling like the needs of the community were heard. And so I know we have this engagement process. Are we doing any polling too to see what's like the appetite, of voters for something like this?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's not something that the city is doing at this time.
All right. So now I'm curious with the engagement part that you'll be leading, Fatima, and thank you so much for taking on that work. How does that translate then into the legal negotiations for the franchise agreement?
Vice Mayor, members of council, that's a good question. So we've been in constant contact with our TEP partners related to this agreement. They're comfortable with our process. They've talked to us about the engagement, and they've actually participated in the engagement as well. As we're going through this process, we're going to be keeping them engaged in the process as well, and getting their feedback in terms of, obviously there are going to be terms that people are going to want that maybe aren't possible or maybe aren't legal or something like that, but we're going to bring them back a package, I think, and then provide them the opportunity to comment and to engage with us to negotiate those terms, just like we would with any other agreement.
So that there will be something that looks like a draft that community will get to see, give some input, and we say why we can or can't do a certain thing before we put language together to go on the ballot.
That's a goal, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add that the idea of considering the franchise agreement separately from the energy collaboration agreement, and then the Donald Liggins microgrid project, as well as the green tariff, all come from community input. And so we've heard loud and clear that TUCSO'N'S want a franchise agreement and energy policies that align with our bold vision of, creating climate goals and adapting to climate. And they also have said very clearly that they want affordability in all of it. They are really thinking as well about low-income communities and what we can do to align all of our goals as a mayor and council and as TUCSO'N'S. They also want transparency and accountability. And so for me, making sure that, yes, we are reserving, tentatively putting a placeholder on a November ballot, but I want to make sure that from here to the end of when we have to, by the way, when is the targeted date as to community feedback and engagement, and when do we put the language together on the ballot?
Honorable Mayor, part of the reason that the deadline that Roy mentioned of July for having the agreements in place is because really have to have the language for the proposed franchise 4 months before the date of the election.
Okay. So part of what TUCSO'N'S have told us they want to see is a San Diego model and how the city of San Diego put together all of this work, right? The franchise agreement serves a very specific purpose. It defines how a utility company can use our right-of-way and how much cities get to charge utilities for using right-of-way. The franchise agreement really doesn't allow for much definition of how our partnership is going to move into the future. That's what the energy cooperation or collaboration agreement is for. And so we are really taking our cues from the community that have come to us to say, hey, why don't we look at the San Diego model and model the City of Tucson's franchise agreement after that model? And it will include the energy collaboration agreement, which will define what type of partnership we have. And we will continue to do engagement with the community until the last, piece of time that we have available in order to be able to put all of these agreements together and present them to the voters of Tucson. In my mind, if we can't get to a good place in our negotiations, in our engaging with the community, then we could easily, as mayor and council, say, you know what, we're not ready, we're not gonna go in November, we need to continue our work. That, in my mind, is important because it gives us an opportunity to put more time into all of these agreements that we're trying to put together. So that's why I feel comfortable in moving forward. I know that Fatima and Roy and our teams are going to do a lot of engagement of the community. As of now, there were 4 town halls that were put together even before this meeting. And then, of course, there's going to be engagement of the communities that don't necessarily show up, the hard to engage, those that we want to hear from. And so we're gonna have to go meet them where they're at to make sure that their voices as well are heard in this. So that's my take. I don't think we need to forward anything at this moment, but Was there a motion? Okay. Okay, perfect. And keep us posted in terms of what the public is, saying. I know that TP is a party to this as well, and I see TP represented here. They're part of it. They have a say in terms of the franchise agreement, the collaboration agreement, and then, of course, our microgrid project is something that we're working on, and I'm happy that you're here represented. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you for
Thank you,
all
Mayor.
your
Thank you, Mayor,
wonderful
Council.
work, and thanks to your teams as well. Alrighty, our next item is item 6. Let me call it. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive information regarding Bill 2721 and the requirements for municipalities above 75,000 people. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this is a chance for our Planning and Development Services Department to talk about where we are in the process of complying with some of the recent state laws, but also advancing your policy direction on how we transform Tucson moving forward. So today, loosely referred to as the middle housing discussion, I'll turn it over to Director Corin Manning.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of council. We're here to provide an update on how we are working on implementation of House Bill 2721, known as the Middle Housing Bill. As the city manager mentioned, this requires municipalities with a population of more than 75,000 to adopt regulations that allow middle housing within 1 mile of our central business district, as well as on 20% of any new development of more than 10 contiguous acres. Now, what is middle housing? Middle housing is defined in this bill as duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, or detached residential development, AKA townhouses, consisting of 2 to 4 units. So it's that middle scale of housing between single family and multifamily. And this bill is aimed at removing barriers to the development of middle housing. Municipalities have until January 1st, 2026 to adopt regulations. Otherwise, middle housing would be allowed on all lots zoned for single-family use within a municipality. So we're here talking about this and implementing as a result of this action by the state legislature through House Bill 2721. But Tucson has adopted policy over the years to support a variety of housing types and expanding our housing toolkit. So we feel that this does align with some of the pre-existing housing goals in the city of Tucson. For example, the PCHIP includes policy to preserve, enhance, and expand the supply of high-quality, affordable rental housing, and to prioritize building affordable housing and diverse housing types to meet the housing needs of TUCSO'N'S. And we do find through some of the analysis done through PCHIP that we really do see very little of the housing production at that middle scale. We see a lot of single family and we see a lot of multifamily, the larger scale multifamily of 20 or more units, but this really is kind of a gap in our housing market. And the middle housing is a way to meet the needs of a variety of different household types and can meet an affordability level that our current housing market may not be achieving. So to look at the needs for middle housing, we engage with the Drockman Institute at the University of Arizona to help us conduct some initial analysis. And I'm gonna ask the research team who's here with us. We have Bill Mackey, a local architect and researcher with the Drockman Institute, who conducted a study of middle housing in Tucson, looking at our zoning regulations and our existing housing stock. And he's gonna present the results of his finding, and then we will wrap up with some next steps and options for mayor and council to consider.
Thanks for having us join you on this. And thanks for letting the Drockman Institute to engage in this work. This is aerial of area and Sam Hughes, and what you see is a middle housing project that was probably built in the 20s. And those exist all over town. Middle housing isn't something that's non-existent, but there's barriers that are up against middle housing, which is probably why the state, for a number of reasons, came up with this House bill. But the barriers beyond zoning that we looked at in the report, just to make sure we understood the whole picture and that zoning isn't necessarily a silver bullet for this, but there's economic barriers to middle housing. The scale of the project makes it very difficult to get a return on investment for any development of 1, 2, 3, or 4 housing units. Talking to developers, it's actually negative. You cannot make money on this stuff unless the only people that really do it are doing it because they have to. Financing, any financing that you get for this is usually through a bank, and a bank wants a track record for this, and so small-time developers, single-family folks that are wishing to do a development on their property, it would be very difficult to do it because we know construction is the highest risk, one of the higher risk loans. Zoning. The zoning issue, the biggest one for the current situation is that there's a classification of commercial developments and residential developments in the land use code. And any housing project, 3 units or more, is considered a commercial development, which kicks in requirements for landscaping and screening and different setbacks, and having actually a sealed registrant prepare a site plan for it. And then it also potentially kicks in other processes like DDOs and increasing time, which increases money for the projects. Finally, there's 2 more. There's existing properties. So there's limited vacant sites within the city to do this kind of housing, and the physical dimensions of the actual sites, which is part of a report that we did earlier, really don't align with the current land use requirements. And so it's very difficult to do missing middle housing or housing of any sort on these sites. The sites might say that there are 3, but you could really only legally get like 4 or 5 units on it, let's say. And then finally, R1 sites, which take up the bulk of the properties in the city of Tucson, have extremely complicated requirements regarding the size of a second unit and the number of bedrooms allowed and where you place parking. So if you were going to develop any sort of R1 property to have more than 1 unit on it, it's an uphill battle in terms of the size of the lot and then all the other requirements that you put on it. So the state came up with House Bill 2721 to just kind of help along the developments. And the middle one is really the biggest bulk of what you should understand House Bill to be. The municipality cannot set restrictions, permitting or review processes for middle housing, the 1 to 4 units, that are more restrictive than those for single-family dwellings within the same zone. So it just can't be more arduous for any sort of developer to do 4 units than 1 unit within 1 mile to what they've called the central business district, or what the municipality decides to call the central business district. Our research shows that it really affects R1, R2, RX1, RX2, and SH zones, because those specifically use the words single-family dwelling within the definitions of those zones. It could apply to C, but it doesn't really matter with the existing development standards. The impacts, how the bill was written, the biggest impacts that we see how House Bill deals with, what we have in the city is, 1, our definition of the central business district. 2, it may adversely impact neighborhoods that have been adversely impacted in the past, being close to the central business district. National historic districts may be adversely impacted through the demolition of existing historic structures. Within national historic districts, there aren't the processes for demolition that there are in local historic districts. And so the oversight, there really isn't oversight on it. And then finally, there's UDC regulations that are in conflict. One of the big ones is group dwelling. The state defines specifically that a residence is one or more people living in a thing, and that's it. They don't stop it at, they don't say 5 unrelated people. They don't say a family is a family. They just say one or more people. So our UDC is much more specific in its definition than what the state has suggested or written. The R1 regulations regarding the additional size of the additional unit, et cetera. And then finally, the commercial classification for 3 or more units. So those are the big conflicts with the House bill. So the first one, the geography, this is the Central Business District, Downtown Infill Incentive District, the Rio Nuevo District, and the Business Improvement District, and those all could be considered cores or central part of the city. And so you need to make a decision on which one you pick. Obviously, the Central Business District picks up more impact in the area. And then Greg Veach here, who's worked with me, generated this map. And
So this is a map that's a composite overlay between the city's Equity Priority Index, which is an indicator of equity that includes things like household income, and includes things like health insurance, and includes things like car ownership. And it's overlaid with one of our, or all of our central business district options all together. You can see they all overlap. And the point we're trying to make in doing this part of the research is just showing that there's potentially undue hardship in keeping the implementation of HB 27, 20, and 21 within 1 mile of the central business district, because a lot of those properties are also high or medium high on the Equity Priority Index. And so we're concerned primarily with gentrification and forces that might be outside these communities coming in because of development potential, and then pricing those communities out of their homes. So that's one of the reasons why you'll see that we looked at other implementation options, is primarily because of housing equity in the central core.
So the options that we looked at were in 2 different scales or modes. One was just regulations, so like height, setback, parking, and then the other was scope, and in following what Greg has said. So, you can do this within the 1 mile radius as the state dictates, but you could go beyond that. You don't have to do it just within the mile. And so we looked at the other ways you can go and target a more general geographic area. And the way that we tested the regulatory ones is we looked at neighborhoods within a 1 mile radius. So we looked at Sugar Hill, Barrio Hollywood, Barrio Centro, and Arroyo Chico. We picked those because they had varying lot dimensions. It gets down to the nitty gritty. If you have a lot dimension that's 50 versus 65 versus 75 in width, it makes a huge difference. And so these neighborhoods all have that. And then alleyways or no alleyways, which also has a huge impact on the potential for development. I mean, just for site access, right? Like you can use the back and the front versus just the front. And so a summary is we applied the existing regulations to option A. So whatever single family house is regulated by gets applied to a 2, 3, or 4 unit complex. So the setbacks, the parking, the height for what you have to have for a single family residence works under option A for all these developments. Option B, we changed those. We said we don't want to do a single family residence setback. We don't want to have the parking regs that there are for single family residential, or height doesn't really matter. But so we changed those, and we used the recent commercial corridor tool for small house standards as kind of a guideline for the regulations for option B. And then option C, we looked at using those commercial corridor tool regulations on corridors and arterials and seeing how many properties that would affect. And then finally, option D was just going citywide and say, forget the 1 mile radius, let's just get rid of single family residential zoning, and on every single property that's R1 through SH, you can do up to 4 units. And so we tested these and designed them and looked at what the possibilities were using the existing regulations under option A and different regulations under option B, and found that in general, for the 4 neighborhoods that we looked at, we could create a lot more bedrooms under option B than option A. And not only more bedrooms, but kind of higher quality projects. Being subjective, we are architects, and we do think design matters, so we took that into account. Option C and option D, we didn't test, but we looked at the impact that it would have in terms of GIS data, the number of properties, et cetera. The summary was, under option A, if you want to do 4 units, you're going to have to demolish an existing house. You more or less, with the given setbacks and the parking requirements, you would have to, in order to do a 4-unit development, you'd have to more or less demolish it, and locating the additional units on the parcel with an existing residence was extremely limited, especially when you compare it to option B, when you start looking at the open space, the quality of privacy between the units, or potential privacy between the units, vegetation, off-street parking, et cetera. And so, and then C and D, we did not test, but it would just be, we can just assume that using option B under that would have a greater impact. And obviously doing a combination of C with B would have an incredibly large impact. And so this is data showing the number of parcels affected and the type of dimensional standards that you could do. So option A is the path of least resistance and the lowest impact and probably the worst in terms of a subjective analysis of you know, the resultant design. B, having a minimum change to the dimensional standards, and then C and D starting to cover beyond what the state asks. So then, you know, it gets into a neighborhood discussion with your constituents, or like, why are we being affected by this, right? It's not just zoning, and this is really important. Doing the changes for to meet House Bill or beyond House Bill are good. It creates more flexibility, and as somebody that works in the field, more flexibility is a good thing with zoning. But there are some existing conditions that you have to be aware of that we cannot take lightly. One, Barrio Hollywood's all R2, and it's all single-family houses. There are no duplexes, there are no guest houses, there are no casitas, as far as our like just cursory survey of the aerial. And so they could put people could put houses there right now under the existing land use code without a big deal, you know, like without House Bill 2721, but they don't. They're not there. And so like, why? You know, like I don't know. Right now I would say it's economics, you know, that you can't do these projects and make them pencil out, or it's just too expensive. You know, it costs what, $450,000 now to do, you know, 1-bedroom casita or something, and nobody has that, and nobody can see making that back when they want to sell the property. The other thing is it's the developers that we spoke to consider review time just as important as many other factors in the development process, and they have lost investors because of review time. And I can't stress that hard enough. The DDO process, the site plan process, all of that is a minimum of a 3-month kind of thing just to get the site plan before you get the project. And that's an important 3 months for these developers. And then like I said, the small scale development, with the current relationship between construction costs, operating costs, and income, it just doesn't pencil. The other really big thing that you can talk to, and that it's, you know, like, there's going to be fear from this, right? Like the public's going to be like, what? When did this pass? And like, how is this going to affect us? Just from a cursory kind of look at Feldman's, Barrio Centro, Sam Hughes, Menlo Park, Iron Horse, Jefferson Park, Rincon Heights, Keeling, Arroyo Chico, like all these, you know, midtown neighborhoods, central core neighborhoods, there is a lot of middle housing. 6 units, 7 units, 4 units, and we have, what, 16 examples of these in our report, and they're all non-conforming. They're all illegal, right? According to the current land use code. They were done at some point legally, but they don't meet the current standards of the land use code. They could never be built to the current standards of the land use code without going through any sort of special process, either a variance or DDO. And so they look fine. You don't notice them, right? Like you go by them every day. And so they're not something to be afraid of. And I think that's an important thing to kind of, that's like a narrative that you can use to talk to the public about it. So that's a summary. And I'll let you guys take over now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bill and Greg. I'm joined by Planning Administrator Dan Bursick, who will provide a brief recap of these options.
Excellent. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, and thank you, Bill, for the overview. Based on the Drockman report, as well as analysis that we've done as staff, we do have 4 options and then an additional option as well of things to kind of look at as we move forward as how to address House Bill 2721. First one is option A. That's really just the meeting the state requirements, going through allowing for those 4 units on every lot within a mile of the central business district, whatever that is defined as. The option B, as Bill had mentioned, is really option A, but with some more flexible options. So it's looking at some reduced standards such as reduced setbacks, potentially reducing lot sizes and or parking requirements for those lots. And then C and D are more of kind of looking at potential expansion outside of those legally required areas. So potentially looking at our corridors, how it might apply to some of those residential zones along our corridors, as well as option D, which would be potentially expanding it citywide. We think of this kind of as a continuum as well. So these are 2 options that are provided to you, but it could be other geographies as well. And that's something that really, the public process and feedback are ways to really gauge kind of how that might be impacted over the future. The 4th or 5th option is an option E, and this is kind of a blended option or a phased approach. And this would be kind of a phase 1, which would be complying with the requirements of House Bill 2721, utilizing either option A or option B or something in between potentially, and doing that by the January 1st, 2026 deadline, which is really the requirement. If we don't have this adopted by January 1st, 2026, we have to allow for middle housing pretty much throughout the entire city. And then a phase 2 would be utilizing those lessons learned through that phase 1 and from the phase 1 and addressing it with broader zoning reforms through our 5-year pro-housing grant. That's a $7 million grant that we have that we partnered with Pima County on that really looks at zoning reform. It would be a great place to do this, a great place to do that research and then learn from that phase 1 to potentially apply it through a phase 2 in the future. There are some additional considerations just beyond those options and some things that we will be looking at as we do this. First one is, defining that central business district. As it is right now, they're kind of pretty abrupt lines that are kind of arbitrary. So looking at, maybe something that aligns with the infill incentive district, but then aligns to some of the zone boundaries instead of, a line that goes right through the middle of a parcel or one that splits a zone in half or something of that sort. We look at, going to have to look at commercial standards. Bill talked a little bit about this, but there is the requirement that you can't have more restrictive standards in single family. Right now, it's 3+ units are fall into commercial, both for building code and for zoning code. And really, it would have to be 5 units and higher for commercial standards. So how does that actually work out? There are different standards for single-family zoning versus what we have for multifamily zoning. So how do we do that? Potentially having minor design standards or something like that for all of those when we currently don't have a lot of those for single-family. Definitions of household and single-family attached, as we mentioned before, the bill does define a household as, I think it's like a single person or 2 or more persons living in a dwelling. And so it's really simple with that, and it does conflict with some of our group dwelling ordinances and things of that sort that we have. The building code alignment, as I talked about, there's a restriction on sprinklers and certain building code requirements that we can't have in this. So there may be some building code changes we need to make. And then there's also this portion of this that's 20% of 10-acre development has to allow for middle housing as well. So that has implications for things like our flexible lot development, some of our subdivision regulations, and we'll have to look at that and how that is applied. So with this, and obviously with feedback from and direction from Mayor and Council, this is a tentative timeline that we're looking at for this. Obviously, today is my Mayor and Council study session. It is a pretty short timeline, so we're looking at doing initial public outreach in May, hosting some public meetings, getting feedback from the public on this. June and July, a lot of people go out of town anyways, so it's a good time to do analysis and development of that code amendment, and then coming back to the public after summer to do public engagement, share that proposed code amendment, get additional feedback to bring it through with the formal process, which would be Planning Commission, and ultimate adoption from Mayor and Council. So that's kind of what we're looking at. We are happy to answer any questions you may have related to this.
Colleagues, Councilmember Ulick, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the options and the difference between option A and option B. So the standards for multi-unit development can't be higher than those for single family. And so option B is to basically bring the single family regs into alignment with what would be a multi-housing, not multi-housing, multi-unit. In other words, the current single-family setbacks and other things wouldn't apply. Would that just be in the area defined in order to comply with the legislation? That wouldn't be a wholesale change. It would just be in the boundaries of this particular, I mean, we have options. We could say we're just done with this, but I'm understanding that option B is intended to change those regs for multi-units within the defined area that we select. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, that is correct.
Okay.
So, I mean, obviously, we have the option to make changes to our zoning code.
Right.
But this would be specifically looking at those single-family regulations, things like, 7,000 square foot minimum lot size for R1, and how that would apply to a four-unit unit, and then maybe making some changes there for that additional flexibility.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Dahl.
A lot of different options to build density. I think when we talk about some of these things, I'm still thinking about that construction defect piece. Don't quit on that. But on the other side, my inclination is to, like just off the top of my head, is to start with B and phase in. But I think there's a piece to it. So say we phase from B to C, we have some pieces in the corridor tool that would be in the CCT. Excuse me, we have some places that are not in the CCT that probably would be good qualifiers. Like if you're on a collector, like if you're so at Rosemont and Beverly near Pima and Fairmount, that kind of area, Ward 6, familiar with it because I used to live over there. A lot of townhomes, a lot of duplexes, a lot of triplexes, some apartments where they wouldn't necessarily be in B and C, but I'd love to have some process where you could be included to have this standard apply. And so, because whenever we do this blanketed piece, there's always that one exception where it makes sense absolutely to do it. And then there's another neighborhood where there's some historical pieces and it probably doesn't make sense to apply this. And there's always unintended consequences when doing things blanketly. So I think doing it very deliberately, where we start at B in the areas, so we're in compliance, but the consultants did a good job on talking about some of our setback requirements, and I've seen this actually happen where because of them, you can't add on, you can't add the mother-in-law suite or an additional suite, you can't add an ADU just because you miss it by like 2 feet. And that's really the big piece here. So we do the B part and then talk to people about.
So you
how
like
it works.
option E, that's what you're saying.
And then, but the last piece, kind of the add-on, isn't necessarily the phase-in part. The add-on is that if you're in that kind of weird area, you're in that gray area, we have some type of process where if there's a certain criteria met, you can be written in so this 2761 adjustment applies to you. So that's kind of how I'd look at it.
Councilmember Dahl and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Great work, Drockman Institute and Tucson staff. This is big, and I'm thinking we just did the CCT, the corridors tool, and so we have a whole new landscape out there, and we haven't even seen how that's going to impact things. I like the idea of starting small with a minimum requirement. We have money to study it. That makes a lot of sense to me. When we talk, I wouldn't use Jefferson Park as an example ever again, by the way. That's a community that will fight like hell because it took them forever to stop the mini dorms, which fall into this category, I would assume. So, or even if they don't, they would think that they do. If we do anything big across, we're going to get so much blowback. And I think just I would suspect in the process, because that's in the report and one of the things we will hear back from people who won't like that. But we have to do it. Let's do the minimum and maybe with Tucson style, with the things that we want to accomplish, because it's easier to expand in the zoning stuff. I don't think we can pull back. So thank you.
Vice Mayor?
To start off by thanking the Drockman Institute for their contributions and for the presentation today. I think the research continues to shape this conversation around housing in powerful ways. So thank you so much for your work. For me, honestly, I don't think that option A or B work. I feel like they're too limited, that they don't go far enough to address our outdated zoning that holds back our city. We've seen this in the report that was prepared by the Drockman Institute, from our own Housing Commission, from Econ Northwest. The message is clear: our zoning and land use rules need serious updates, and that's part of the reason why we're in this situation. We know that we're tens of thousands of units behind, and that's just today's need. That's not future projections. Our housing strategy can't afford to drag its feet. Our community can't wait. Our climate can't wait. I definitely would not support option A at all, because that's the bare minimum. Would only bring around 154 new units. Option B, maybe a couple hundred on top of that. So I think we have an opportunity here to be bold, and maybe if it is a phasing in process, but that's something that's gonna make sure that we aren't just incentivizing the city center, that the development of the middle housing is more equitable and more effective by expanding it citywide and not just in the areas that have already experienced gentrification. Our own Prosperity Initiative shows that integrating affordable housing across all neighborhoods helps break cycles of poverty. Our current code still defines who can live where by user type. And as we update the terms under HB 2721, is this an opportunity also to revisit that? Because do those rules still serve our community, or are they reinforcing outdated exclusionary systems? Because I know it identifies teenage moms and formerly incarcerated people, and it's very prescriptive. So that's an opportunity to revisit this. So some of my questions are, will the community outreach or timeline change depending on the option that we choose? How will this affect our ADU ordinance? Can it help fix issues we've heard from Ward 1, like restrictions on factory-built homes that meet the code but can't be used? And which option would make the lot split process more straightforward and accessible?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mayor, members of council, great question. So one, I do want to mention the ADU ordinance to start off. We did update our ADU regulations last year, also in response to a House bill. These regulations would be parallel. So essentially, middle housing would be allowed on sites, as well as now up to 2 ADUs on a site and a 3rd ADU if 1 ADU is affordable. So both of those regulations will exist. In response to the lot splits, we possibly didn't highlight this enough, but that's really kind of the option B, or those standards of option B that could also apply to the broader options, where we're looking at not just the minimum required by the state, but also looking at lower minimum lot sizes that would make it easier to do lot splits to create more homeownership opportunity if lots are split, or could be just smaller lots for middle housing. So the lot splits would be incorporated under option B or the broader options. I do want to mention one aspect, because Bill brought this up, which is the financial feasibility of middle housing, because a lot of the finding was it's very tough to make this work. And I want to just highlight that that is a component of the pro-housing grant, and our work as part of that grant is to be looking at what are some of the financing barriers, not just the zoning barriers, but the financing issues, and what are some of the tools we could look at as a city, working with some of our partner institutions in the community to make some of that financing easier. Is there technical assistance? Review times that Bill mentioned are a barrier. So could we look at doing a model plan library for middle housing, similar to what we've done for CASITAs, to make it easier to build middle housing, and middle housing that fits with the character of our community? So those are some of the things that are going to be components of our pro-housing work over the next 5 years, and why we think that we can really expand on some of this work through pro-housing.
And this timeline's built around having all 5 of those options go to the public.
Yes, I'm sorry about missing that question. Yes, I think this timeline could work with any of those options. Of course, though, the larger scale options with a larger scope across the city, I think will involve broader conversation. I think we could still have those conversations, but that would be a bigger lift.
So thank you so much. I too want to thank the Druckmann Institute and your entire team for the work that you're doing. Some comments that you all had that really concern me is that option A would encourage gentrification and the possibility of tearing down homes that are there now. That really concerns me. And limiting it so much to an area that has been affected by gentrification and displacement already concerns me gravely, so I don't like option A. I like the idea of option B plus C, plus a phased approach. And you also suggested that that would be the best approach. Would you want to expand on that statement?
I don't know if I said the best, but it spreads things out, and the commercial corridor tool currently right now allows for expansion to occur in areas that can absorb it, but it excludes R1 and R2 sites currently. And so this option would let R1 and R2 sites be part of that physical language that's being built up, supposedly going to be built up by the CCT. So I can think of some houses on Speedway near Tucson Boulevard that are R1 and won't be affected by the CCT, but under this case it would be. and that's outside of the 1 mile area. And I think putting density on the corridors and the arterials makes a lot more sense at this point than doing it blanket wide and saying every neighborhood can be affected by this, right? I mean, that's just going to be a crazy show if you say that. So it seems to be the place where density is
Belongs.
most appropriate.
Kind of. Okay, thank you for that expansion of your statement. You know, I think, again, I wouldn't not want to start with option A. It could, my ears perked when the possibility of tearing down homes that have been there for decades and targeting areas that have been, you know, that there's been a lot of gentrification and displacement is not my thought of in terms of doing this. I think that if we were to start with option B with a phased approach, I actually like phasing it in. And so that if that would be option E. So starting with option B and phasing it in, looking at how, you know, the development is happening. And to be honest with you, I also think that some design standards are needed here, because I've seen some projects that are horrific. And even though they're like duplexes and triplexes or fourplexes, the design is horrific. And I think that of single-family homes as well, but that's something I think that we have to continue pushing on. So that would be my, you know, suggestion that we do that. We start with option B and do option E, which is a phased approach. Councilmember Ulick?
You're looking for direction on which options to take to the public process. So I would make a motion to that effect, making it clear that starting with option B and the understanding that, I mean, we have a sunset review on the CCT in 2 years, and we have a 5-year grant to provide data, et cetera. So however you want to lay that out, I make a motion for option E. Is that correct? Okay, so option E.
But the starting point is option B.
The starting point is B, and then looking at expansion to the CCT areas over time.
Okay. There's a motion.
I'm going to second that.
There's a motion and a second. And discussion, I imagine Councilmember Dahl, you want to discuss?
Yeah. Do we just have to take one option to the public? Maybe the motion should be that we emphasize that, but I think the public deserves to look at all the options that are in the report. And I don't even know why we have this motion. Why wouldn't you take all of the options?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we are seeking direction on what to take to the public, but it would be possible to take more than one option to the public.
Do we want to take
I like that suggestion.
just the one?
What'd you say?
I would like that suggestion to kind of see,
Keep
right,
it
like
wide
what's-
open then?
What's the temperature from
I
community?
guess, I mean, if we know that option A, from the information we've been presented, could lead to gentrification and the, you know, I hate to have the public engage in something that
We don't
as
feel
we
comfortable
kind of
with.
gauge our own understanding, but I'm perfectly fine with withdrawing my motion. And that information can be clearly presented to the public as they make, as they consider it. So yeah, I'm happy to withdraw my motion. And if somebody wants to offer
Corinne,
one.
I see you wanting to say
Well,
something.
I was just going to offer, Mayor, members of council, that I think based on some of the feedback we've gotten today, that can help us inform how we present these options to the community based on your feedback, some of the concerns we've heard, some of the positives that you all responded to. We can bring that to the public and definitely lay out that there's options. We need to act now, but there's also future options, and start to get input from the community about how to phase these
Corinne, I
options
think
in.
it's fair, as Councilmember Ulick said. I would never want to approve option A. Okay, that's just I'm not interested in the possibility of being so small that it could highly affect an area that has been affected already. So as long as, if option A is going to be presented to the public, they should understand that that's the most, that's a very concerning to mayor and council because of the possibilities of gentrification and further displacement. I'm completely open in presenting all. I see
Can I
you on-
clarify one thing?
Of course, sure.
I don't think option A is like leads to gentrification and as strident as it's being talked about right now compared to option B. I think under option A, there is more possibility for a developer to say, let's just tear this down and do a project compared to option B. And that's conjecture. So I just want to make that clear that option A isn't equal to gentrification as more than B. We don't know any of this, right? Like, I don't know what B is going to do. But B gives us better open space. It gives us better design capabilities. It gives us better flexibility in working with an existing condition than option A. I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, and maybe one very important clarification is option A and B are based on development standards. Option C and D are based on scope. So one of the ways in which we were thinking about gentrification is scope, implementation, and scale. So perhaps that wasn't clear in the way that we explained it. There is sort of a bright line between that. Thank you.
What is the will of the council? Because
Your Honor, I'd suggest, Your Honor, I think our citizens deserve to hear it all. So I suggest that, I don't know if we need a motion for this, but I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to bring all 5 options to the citizenry and get input and bring back an option to council for adoption.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right, T. So we move on to option 7. Item 7. Time has been set aside to allow mayor and council to consider the process to fill this Ward 5 vacancy resulting from council member Fimbres' retirement. And I know that our city attorney has a bit of a direction or just clarification on what the processes should be. But before you do that, I just want to take a moment to recognize the work that has been done by Councilmember Fimbres in serving the residents of the city of Tucson and Ward 5. It's been an honor for me to learn from him. He has been a lifelong public servant, more than 30 years of public service to not just Tucson, Pima County, but our state. He founded the Homeless Work Program, an innovative public-private partnership that has helped hundreds of our unsheltered neighbors, and it's a low-barrier work opportunity. I remember clearly sitting around a lunch table with Councilmember Ulick and Councilmember Fimbres, and him pitching to us his wanting to do this work. He worked to create the Buffalo Soldiers Memorial to recognize the contributions of African American soldiers in Southern Arizona. Richard focused on veterans issues like no other, and always worked to protect workers and the most vulnerable in our community. The collaboration between Richard and I with the neighbors surrounding Santa Rita Park and their willingness to put together a master plan is an excellent example of Richard wanting to invest in areas of our city that had seen historic disinvestment. I'm grateful for his service. I wish him the best as he retires to focus on his health and his family and his grandkids, but really wanted to acknowledge his many, many years of service to the residents of Tucson and our state. So thank you for your service, my friend. I don't know if you're watching or just, you know, resting, but I wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that. So, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm just going to add I appreciate Richard so much, his service not just to the city, but to the state, and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety, and to our country with his military service. With that, with the vacancy pending with the retirement of Councilmember Fimbres, the responsibility, it falls to the balance of the mayor and council to fill that vacancy. And the vacancy would be filled just for the remainder of the term. The charter does not require a particular process. The mayor and council is not bound to a particular process to fill the seat. You have had several occasions over the last 10 years where you have filled a seat and you've fashioned different processes depending on how much time you had, how much time was left in the term, et cetera. So those decisions are up to you. The only things to keep in mind is that the person who is selected to fill the vacancy has to meet the qualifications for the office, which means a resident of and a qualified elector of the city for 3 years and of Ward 5 for at least 1 year. Other than that, it's up to you.
Well, colleagues, I mean, Councilmember Fimbres submitted a letter to myself and the city clerk and the city attorney, and I've been thinking seriously about how this is our third council seat that we've had to fill after a vacancy. But this one in particular, we are right in the middle of budget season and putting together a budget for fiscal year 26, and it's important that we fill it fast. For me, it's out of the question. I would not like to see someone that's running for the seat to even apply. I think it should be someone that will hold the seat. I think that we should give the opportunity for anyone that qualifies to fill the vacancy 7 working days to submit a resume, answer a letter of interest that answers why that person feels they are the best person to represent the residents of Ward 5. I would like to see, someone that actually knows the needs and that have participated in engaging with neighbors and businesses in the area. So I don't think we have the time to have a League of Women Voters town hall or anything like that. I think that at the next meeting in May, we ask whoever applies to come talk to us at study session, and we have a conversation, and at that meeting, the first meeting in May, we select the individual that will fill that seat, and then hopefully we can do the oath of office between the study session and the regular session, and have the person seated by the first meeting in May for the regular session. So those are my thoughts, but I'm open to suggestions. So, Councilmember Cunningham?
Your Honor.
Councilwoman Lee.
Your Honor, I want to go on record as saying I agree with your sentiments about a current person running. I don't know if they shouldn't be allowed to apply or not. I don't think that's up to us, but at the end of the day, I don't think I'd be comfortable in tilting that election. I think it's important that the voters decide that. With that being said, for the purposes of discussion, if you guys want to change this, I'm open to it. But I move that we ask individuals to submit letters of interest and their resumes by May 1st at 5 p.m. I ask that we set aside a study session on the May 6th meeting for no more than 90 minutes so the applicants can present. And I ask that we itemize the night meeting item number 1 to seat that council member.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second, but I want to hear that, that motion again, if possible.
Your Honor, I move that we ask ask the public to submit applications, or not applications, letters of interest, curriculum vitae, resumes, et cetera, no later than May 1st at 5 p.m. On the May 6th meeting, we set aside no more than 90 minutes during study session for applicants to present to council. And we itemize the May 6th meeting, the regular session meeting, item number 1, as the seating of the new council member.
Okay. And there's questions. I know Councilwoman Lee and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and also thank you for opening it up and acknowledging Richard. I also wanted to share my gratitude for serving our country, our state, our county, and our city for all of his adult life. And I committed to him that between Paul and I, we will continue on his work with veterans recognition, because that was something that was really important. He wanted to make sure continued on. So with that being said, completely on board with the process. There's one thing I think that would be really nice to add to that the county did when they just put Andres in that seat, is have the interested folks fill out the financial disclosure, because we've all had to do that as candidates. Just another way of ensuring that level of transparency. So if you'd be
Accepted.
willing- all right.
I accept it too.
I love the idea, Mayor, of having some sort of question in a cover letter. Why are you interested in doing this? With where we're at in the budget season, as well as the decisions we'll have to make between now and the time the new member is seated. Having an understanding of their experience with budgets is of interest to me too, dealing with these big numbers and decisions, as well as the relevant understanding of working with the Ward 5 residents. I'm curious from the clerk's office, Yolanda, not to put you on the spot, but you all will be the ones executing this, receiving the resumes, hopefully posting them publicly so that we can have a little bit of feedback from the Ward 5 residents on their thoughts going into the decision. Is that a timeline that will work for you? Do you have any concerns as the folks who will be helping to facilitate this?
No concerns. We could probably handle it similar to when Councilmember Ulick was appointed, same process. So we have that process on file already, and we'll just follow that and get those out.
Yeah, I know it's a short timeline, but I would love for folks to have the opportunity to take a look at who's interested and let us know what they think as really important input to the process. So,
So you want those letters of interest posted on the web for people to see?
I think so. However, we could do that just so.
I think they should be made publicly available, and.
I think we did that with.
But I think you also helped us with screening.
Yes.
Because it has to be.
They have to be a registered
people.
voter, they have to have lived in the, yes, so we'll do all that.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure y'all could
No
fit that
worries.
in.
Okay. Mr. Tamir?
Mayor, so just so we're clear on the timeline, the clerk would need some time to process those letters of interest to assure their qualifications.
Yes.
So if they're due by 5 p.m. on May 1st, and you're going to have an item by May 6th, what is a reasonable expectation to be able to post the cleared and qualified list publicly?
So as we get those letters of interest, we'll go ahead and do the checks with Pima County Recorder's Office and not wait till we get them all. So as we get them in, we'll do that check, have them ready so that by the 2nd, everything's set to go. And I think that's about the time we do agenda delivery. We should have something for that.
We can make it 9 a.m. That
May 1st,
May
9
1st.
a.m.
That way you have all day.
Yep.
You guys have a full working day to do it all that, but that makes it so the person who just misses the deadline Wednesday afternoon can show up early on Thursday and do it. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
So we can change it to 9 a.m. if my seconder is, I'm amending my own motion.
Yeah, 9 a.m. on May 1st.
I accept it.
And that helps you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. Vice Mayor?
Curious if we're gonna do any kind of going away thing for him so that we can give him some love or some kind of recognition so that we can
Definitely
thank him
should.
for his decades of service and commitment to our community. I'm definitely gonna miss his advocacy for all our Southsiders, and we need that voice represented here at the council table. I think what I was gonna add is that last time, I believe we did something like ranked choice voting leading up to it, where we all kind of chose our top 3 or something, because then we only had like 3 people presenting to mayor and council, so we weren't going through a list of like 10 different people. So is that something that we're willing to consider again, to have, three candidates at the end.
The big thing with that is that with such haste and the time, and not only that, we don't know how many people we're gonna have. I think we've gotta just kind of eyeball it. So I'm not sure if I'm comfortable like putting in a whole process about ranked choice voting right now.
I don't think we need it at this time, to be honest with you. I don't know if there's a lot of takers. But we could, when we're doing the study session, we could attach we can make it quick. So I'm worried about submittal of the materials to the study session. So it's just a really quick turnaround.
Yeah, and it'll all depend on how many applicants we get as to how quick that turnaround time will be, and it's hard to say.
I feel like we always think we won't get any, and then people come
know.
out of the woodworks. And so I think like even if we end up with like 10 that qualify, then that means we have to give everybody, the time. And
So we give them a time limit during the study session on their, yeah.
No more than 90 minutes. So if 18 people apply, they only get 2 minutes. And if 5 people apply, they can all get 5 minutes. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
No more than 90 minutes.
I'm not as concerned as it were other times, to be honest with you. I might be concerned on May 2nd. Mr.
But
Tenier.
I can keep you posted as we get them, as to the where we are as far as numbers, so you have an advance notice of how many we're getting.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I was just going to echo what Yolanda just said, because it's in study session.
Yes.
We have a bit of flexibility on the time, and I'll also just forecast for you, the way the May 6th study session is shaping up, we do have some time. Let's just make sure we set a start time that gives us the
That makes
flexibility
sense.
to handle it.
Right. Anything else, Vice Mayor? Okay. Councilmember Dahl?
I just want to mention that I loved your words and other words that have been written in newsletters about the great work that Richard Fimbres gave. He sent me a message that he asked me to read during our times when we give current events. So I just wanted to highlight that he's going to say a few words through me then.
Alrighty, so yes, and will you also clarify where, just vocally, where we need to, interested individuals need to send their letter of interest, their resume, to the clerk?
So any interested people that want to apply for the position can send their resumes and letter of interest to cityclerk@tucsonaz.gov. That's our office mailbox that is monitored all the time, and then they will forward that to me, and then I'll process from there. But I did want to ask, on May 1st, the recommendation was to make this, the appointment, the first thing on the agenda on May 6th. Do you want to make that just a special meeting with just that item, and then we go into the regular meeting? Because I'm not sure.
That's a question for the mayor or the attorney.
We could do it either way. The charter requirement is that the actual appointment occurs either at a regular or a special meeting. So we could just have it as the first action item as a regular meeting, or you could have a special meeting so that you can make that appointment, and then
And
do
then
a
enter
swearing
into
in,
study.
and then he or she can just start at the regular.
That would
want to
be the
seat the member.
preference.
So can we have our presiding city magistrate here to swear the person in?
Whoever needs to swear them in, I think the clerk does that.
The clerk does.
Perfect.
So however we need to schedule it as, I think this would be good, but it would be the first item
Right.
that we take care of on the 6th during the study session piece. Councilman?
Just quick follow-up on the process. Would the interested folks go to the website to find the financial disclosure form, or is that something you would send back to them and have them fill out? I just don't want to lose that piece.
We could have it available, because we'll should probably post something online telling them how to apply, and that they can fill out this financial disclosure statement. So we'll have that probably on our main page and available to them.
Perfect.
City
Vice
Clerk,
Mayor.
could it be a form that they have to fill out rather than an email? So it's like a submission that includes all related materials?
We could probably do that. I'd just have to get with my IT person, Randy, he's in the back. He could probably do something pretty quickly and get that up for us, so, yeah.
So financial disclosure, resume, letter of interest, and the letter of interest should answer why this person feels they're the best person to represent the residents of Ward 5, and if they have any budgeting experience or anything relevant to the work that we have to do as council members. That sound good? The submittal deadline is May 1st at 9 a.m. And then we will, May 6th, we will have a special meeting to appoint. And then walk into study session, and then preferably we'd like the person sworn in and voting at the May 6th regular meeting. Okay.
Call the question?
All good? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. All righty. There we go. So we move on to item 8. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction associated to any litigation. Before we start, this is another saying goodbye to another individual that did so good. I just want to take a moment to both thank and congratulate Supervisor Andres Cano on his appointment to the Pima County Board of Supervisors representing District 5. Andres spent a little over a year as the Intergovernmental Relations Manager at the City of Tucson and has been a tireless champion to TUCSO'N'S throughout his public service. He brings heart, intellect, integrity, innovation to every conversation, always guided by the needs of the people that he represents. So I'm really excited to continue our work with Supervisor Andres Cano at the Board of Supervisors. Sad that we lost our state and federal intergovernmental directors. So with that, thank you all. Mr. Manager, it's your floor.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. So with that introduction and exit of Andres Cano, which I also wish him the best. He was an excellent partner working directly with me on all of those matters. But all is not lost. We have here with me today Stephanie Zamora, who's relatively new to the city of Tucson, but not unfamiliar with the community. She had gone to school here before. She joined the city of Tucson a few months ago as an assistant to the city manager, and she's been doing a number of things for our city, and was really excited about the opportunity to step up. When we knew that Andres could be potentially in line for that change, we asked Stephanie to spend 2 full weeks shadowing him, and so with that excellent preparation, I just wanted to welcome Stephanie to the table and ask her to give you a brief report.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and City Manager. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Zamora. As City Manager mentioned, I'm the assistant to the City Manager, and I have the incredible privilege of stepping in to support the work that Supervisor Andres Cano was leading here in his previous role with the city. And on behalf of the City Manager's Office, we also want to echo and thank Mr. Cano for his dedication, his thoughtful leadership, and the deep commitment and public service that he had during his time with us and in other capacities. His contributions have certainly left a lasting impact with our community and will continue. And I'll now provide a brief overview of key developments at the state legislature and from Washington, D.C. So today is the 100th day of the 2025 legislative session, marking the final phase of legislative activity, with lawmakers aiming to finalize the bills and budget decisions. And on April 17th, Governor Hobbs announced a moratorium on signing new legislation until bipartisan funding is passed to support services for developmental disabilities. The moratorium applies only to bills that have not yet been transmitted to her office, and she's indicated that she will act on those already received. And as of the announcement, none of the bills recommended for mayor and council action at the April 8th meeting were transmitted to the governor yet. However, SB 1308, which supports safe and stable, sober living homes and aligns with this council's priorities on housing and behavioral health, was signed into law last week. And I want to note that the broader impact of the moratorium is that it will likely slow down the legislative process, which was already hindered by a lack of a consensus on a full budget at the state level. Turning to the federal landscape, we expect the White House to release a skinny budget for fiscal year 2026 by the end of April, and a full budget proposal will be following in mid-May. While program level details remain forthcoming, early indications point to significant proposed cuts in domestic spending, particularly in areas like housing and healthcare, which is important to this council. I'll also add that House Republicans will return from recess next week and begin budget reconciliation markups, aiming to finalize a major domestic policy package by Memorial Day. And this package is expected to include a permanent extension of the 2017 tax cuts, increases in defense and border funding, and up to $1.5 trillion in spending reductions, much of which will come from Medicaid and SNAP. Meanwhile, a bipartisan effort to expand low-income housing tax credit, or LIHTC, which could add nearly 2 million affordable housing units nationally, has been reintroduced in the House and may be considered as a part of a larger tax package. We'll continue to monitor both state and federal developments closely, particularly if they intersect with our local priorities and operations. And with that, Honorable Mayor, that concludes my update.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zamora. Really great presentation. I really appreciate it. I also wanted to thank Governor Hobbs for her veto of Senate Bill 1164, known as the Arizona ICE Act. The bill would have forced local law enforcement to act as federal immigration agents, undermining trust between officers and the communities that they serve, and not funding an additional responsibility for our police officers. Public safety, and I've heard this from Chief Casmark, public safety depends on trust, not fear. The governor's veto sends a clear message that Arizona will not be part of harmful policies that threaten our values and divide our communities and push communities into the shadows. So I appreciate your update. I don't know if any of my colleagues have any questions on whether it be state or federal issues. Okay. Alrighty, well, thank you so much. Really appreciate your report, and we don't need any type of motion for this item. Thank you. We move on to item 9. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, we move to item 10. Does anyone have items for future agendas? Okay, none. Study session is adjourned, and the regular session will begin at 5:35 p.m. The next study session is scheduled for Tuesday, May 6, 2025. Thank you. This meeting is called to order. This meeting is called to order. Let's go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres is absent,
Absent,
excused. Mixulic. Mayor Romero.
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum of mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the Mayor and Council. Arizona law also allows the Mayor and Council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of tonight's meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the meeting. Here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts persons who might be addressing the Mayor and Council or that disrupts the discussions of the Mayor and Council themselves. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with these rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers or recess the meeting itself if necessary. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of the meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing a lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates these rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Dave Drum of J17 Ministries. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. God of grace and truth, we give you thanks for this day. We give you thanks for these, your public servants. We give you thanks for each person who lives in our great city. We pray that your presence tonight would bring extra measures of your grace and your truth for all the decisions that will be made, your grace for all the conversations that will lead to them. We give you thanks again for the privilege of living here together, and it is in the name of Jesus that I pray. Amen.
Item 2C.
Presentations.
I have 2 proclamations today, and I'm honored to proclaim April 23rd, 2025 to be Habitat for Humanity Tucson Day. And the second proclamation is that I'd like to proclaim April 25th, 2025 to be AAA Landscape Day. So I'll go up there as always. Any of my colleagues wants to join me, be more than happy to. Alrighty, our first proclamation is for Habitat for Humanity Tucson Day. I know that Charlie Buchanan, the CEO of Habitat for Humanity, is here. If you'd like to join us up here, Lily Indo, Habitat board member, homeowner, volunteer, and donor, and then Carmen Noriega, Director of Communications at Habitat for Humanity. I believe I have Gina Hansen, the Director of Volunteer Resources as well. I don't know if she's here. Alrighty. Charlie, it's good to see you here. The last time I saw you, we were building some awesome homes on Nogales Highway. So what I'll do is I'll have you hold this for everyone to see. And then I'll read the proclamation. And of course, Councilmember Dahl is here with us to celebrate.
More than three.
So on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to proclaim, what is it, April 25th? 23rd, tomorrow, to be Habitat for Humanity Tucson Day. And we're happy to do that. So, whereas Habitat for Humanity Tucson will celebrate its 45th anniversary on April 23rd, 2025, marking over 4 decades of dedicated service to the Tucson community by providing safe, affordable housing to families in need. Whereas since its founding in 1980, Habitat for Humanity Tucson has built and repaired homes for thousands of individuals and families, fostering stability, hope, and opportunity for countless residents of Southern Arizona. And whereas through its homeownership program, critical home repair program, and neighborhood revitalization initiatives, Habitat for Humanity Tucson has strengthened neighborhoods, empowered families, and contributed to the economic and social vitality of our region. And whereas Habitat for Humanity Tucson's success over the past 45 years has been made possible through the unwavering support and collaboration of its dedicated homeowners, passionate volunteers, visionary board of directors, generous donors, and the broader Tucson community, all of whom have come together to build homes, foster hope, and create a lasting legacy of partnership and shared purpose. And whereas for 45 years, Habitat for Humanity Tucson has worked collaboratively with the City of Tucson to advance shared commitment to expanding homeownership opportunities for low and middle income working families. Through this steadfast collaboration, both in policy and practice, we have turned the dream of affordable housing into reality, fostering stability, reducing poverty, and creating pathways to generational wealth. Whereas the residents of Tucson, Arizona recognize and celebrate the profound impact Habitat for Humanity Tucson has made over the past 45 years, transforming lives and building a stronger, more inclusive community. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim April 23rd, 2025, to be Habitat for Humanity Tucson Day in this community. I encourage all residents to join in celebrating this remarkable milestone and supporting Habitat for Humanity Tucson's ongoing efforts to build homes, communities, and hope. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 22nd day of April, 2025. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council. It's a pleasure and honor to be here today. For 45 years, we've been working diligently in the belief that everyone deserves a place to live and call home. And we know that all good things for a bright future start with home. We appreciate your partnership in delivering safe, affordable homes here in Southern Arizona, and we're looking forward to building a bright future for the next 45 years together in partnership. So with that, I have the honor to introduce one of our best and brightest. And I'm a big guy, she's behind me, but this is Lily Endo. She's one of our best advocates, a volunteer, a donor, and a Habitat homebuyer. And we've asked her to share a little bit of her experience today.
Hello. Hello. Okay, so 6 years ago, we were a family of 10 living in a 2-bedroom apartment where the AC leaked. The front door had a gap so big you can see the outside, and my toddler knew how to jimmy the lock on the back door to get in when we forgot our key. But we were making it work. My dad, a veteran who had served for 18 years, working multiple jobs to support us on the Veterans Committee with Habitat, and had started a nonprofit himself, Pay It Forward Tucson, was nominated to receive a Habitat home. He hesitated to accept it. My sister, my dad, and I, we always feel others deserve opportunities like this, and we could always just make it work. We hesitated, when we decided to accept the nomination to apply, I was the only one physically capable at the time of doing the sweat equity hours. So I did. For 4 months, I came every workday to the site from open to close. I continued going even after my hours were done, just because I wanted to be there, because it was my happy place and they were my home. Eventually, I was offered a position on the Habitat's board of directors, and come this July, I will have been here for 5 years. Were it not for the opportunity we were presented, I wouldn't be here before you. Were it not for Habitat, I wouldn't have a forever home that my children and their children and their children would have the opportunity to grow up and return to. Without Habitat, my children and I would likely have continued down the path of housing instability, because I, a stubborn, struggling single mom of 2, would have continued to try to make it work. We don't have to make it work anymore. We have a home now, my family has stability, and I want to thank not just Habitat, but all of you who donated, who volunteered, or who even brought awareness of Habitat through conversation. Without your efforts, we couldn't exercise our mission to create a more compassionate and just world, and to work with families just like yours and mine to create stability and security for others. So thank you, with every fiber of my being. Thank you.
Let's get a picture.
Where do you want me to? You're tall.
Switch in here.
It has pockets. Thank you, guys.
All righty, today I'd like to recognize AAA Landscaping for their exceptional contributions to the city of Tucson through sustainable landscape practices and community-focused service. As a long-standing partner in our city's beautification and environmental efforts, AAA Landscape has demonstrated a deep commitment to conservation, incorporating drought-tolerant and drought-resistant trees and shrubs, efficient irrigation systems, and eco-friendly maintenance methods that help preserve our desert ecosystems. AAA Landscape is also a valued local employer, providing well-paying jobs and professional growth opportunities to hundreds of Tucson residents. I'd like to invite up the owner and CEO of Robert Underwood of AAA. Thank you for coming up. Greg Gaston, CFO. Jeff Hadfield, Tucson branch manager. Kathy Farmer, office manager. Jordan Davis, Tucson construction division manager. Ruben Arrieta, director of Tucson Landscape Management, and Virginia Verdin, director of client services. Alrighty, and on behalf of the Office of the Mayor and the City of Tucson, I'd like to proclaim April 25th, 2025, AAA Landscape Day in the City of Tucson. And let me put this here, and I'll read the proclamation. Okay. Whereas AAA Landscape has been a cornerstone of our community for 50 years, shaping and enhancing the beauty of Tucson through exceptional craftsmanship, dedication, and a strong commitment to sustainability. From parks and public spaces to businesses and neighborhoods, its work has left a lasting impact, setting the standard for excellence in landscape design, construction, and maintenance. And whereas founded in 1975, AAA Landscape's story is one of resilience and hard work, a true testament to the values that define Tucson. From humble beginnings, it has grown into an industry leader, driven not only by innovation, but by dedication of its employees, past and present, who have built a legacy of environmental stewardship, innovation, and service. Whereas AAA Landscape has significantly contributed to the economic and environmental well-being of Tucson by creating jobs, promoting green spaces, and fostering a culture of integrity, professionalism, and excellence. And whereas the company's leadership and employees have tirelessly upheld the tradition of quality and community engagement, supported local initiatives, and enhanced both public and private landscapes. And whereas the City of Tucson recognizes AAA Landscape's 50 years of outstanding contributions and unwavering commitment to our community. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim April 22, 2025 as AAA Landscape Day in the City of Tucson. Encourage all residents to celebrate this milestone and the company's continued success in beautifying the world. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 22nd day of April 2025. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you want to say something?
So I would like to thank the Honorable Mayor, all the council members for partnering with AAA Landscape over the last 50 years. It's been an amazing ride. I'm going to tell a little bit about the mayor's bio. We have some similar things that we share in common. The mayor came from the farm community. I was raised in a farm and ranch community. Some of the great things that come out of that is faith, because you got to have faith that it's going to rain. You got to have faith that the crops are going to come in. You know, you got to have faith that you're going to be able to produce food to feed yourself as well as everybody around you. So, and then you got to be able to work hard. They say, you know, what are the hours for farm workers? It's dark to dark, you know, pretty much. So through all of that hard work, I want to congratulate the mayor because she has taken herself from that environment and educated herself and brought herself up to make a huge difference in the city of Tucson and your community. So thank you, Mayor, for that. Yeah, very, very awesome. I said we come from some of that same venue. We were definitely raised around farms and ranches, and my father taught us true faith. He taught us how to work hard, and he taught us how to be stewards of the land. And that is huge. So we didn't do it by ourselves, but we've been really blessed. We have an amazing team that's here with me tonight. And these are the future generations of AAA Landscape. We have made it we have dedicated our company to continue on for another 50 years. Obviously, I probably won't be here for that, but our next generations will, and they're gonna make a difference in your community. Some of the things that we've done, that we're doing right now, we're at a point in our company where we can do some things that other companies can't do. And I would like to partner with the city of Tucson in this. We are doing this right now in the city of Phoenix. We hire the homeless in Phoenix. And we have a certification program where we're working with them. We've taken some of those people and we've gotten them off the streets. They have a job, they have their own place to live now. And we as businesses need to partner with our, with our cities. If we do that, we can make a difference. We can make a huge difference in what's going on. So I would like to talk to you guys about that at a future time. We say that, and you said it in a proclamation today, that we beautify the world. How do we do that? We do it in a lot of ways, but we get to touch people that we may never meet, but we make a difference in their lives. By the trees we plant, by the flowers, by the landscapes that we create. But we say we don't just do that. It's how we treat other people. Beautifying the world is about how you treat other people. So I encourage all of you, to care about your neighbors, do the right thing, and make a difference, because this world is a great place to live. Tucson is a beautiful place to live. We love it. Our our roots are here. Like I said, we started in '75. We borrowed a pickup truck from my uncle and $1,000 from my mom to start our business. God is good, because today we're one of the top 60 companies in the nation. Wow. So we are truly blessed. So I would say in closing, anything we can do to work with you to make a difference in our community, we're here for you guys. And I want to especially thank all of you for your hard work. You don't get enough gratitude and thanks for what you do. And I know sometimes people, are angry, but the reality is you guys are making a difference in our community, and we thank you for that. All right, thank you.
Congratulations.
All right. Oh, Mayor, one more thing. Can you hand that to me? This is just a small token for you guys.
Oh, for all of
Thank
you so
councilmen. Yes.
much. You get it?
Let's get a picture of all of you here. All right, let's get a picture, guys, with the mayor. Okay?
Okay. And then someone can join us over here if you want.
Yeah, you want to get on that side? Guys?
There you go. Come on up. Oh, no, where do you? There we go.
Being covered up there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations on your 50 years. We'll call you on that.
Yes, awesome.
On that offer.
All right, super. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you all for that. That was beautiful. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 109 dated April 22nd is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report, please?
So moved.
Second. There's a motion and a couple of seconds to move the appointments of Stephen Greed and Matt Smith to the Armory Park Historic Zone Advisory Board. I would like to personally thank you for your willingness to serve your community in serving in your boards, committees, and commissions in Tucson. So any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? I'm seeing none, so we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 101, dated April 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community not position statements on policy issue. I'm going to ask if any council colleagues have community events and current events to report at this time, but I'm going to take a point of personal privilege to talk about Richard Fimbres. Councilmember Fimbres submitted his letter to retire last week, and I just wanted to take this moment to talk about his achievements and his public service. It really, truly has been an honor to work with Councilmember Richard Fimbres on the issues that most matter to TUCSO'N'S. He worked diligently to help us create the Homeless Work Program, an innovative public-private partnership that has helped hundreds of our unsheltered neighbors find a job. He worked to create the Buffalo Soldiers Memorial to recognize the contributions of African-American soldiers in Southern Arizona. Richard focused on veterans issues and always worked to protect workers and the most vulnerable in our community. Our collaboration with neighbors on the Santa Rita Park Master Plan, which will be doing the, not cutting the ribbon, but the groundbreaking next week, or maybe later this week, was something that is an excellent example of Richard wanting to invest in areas of our city that have been historically disinvested in. He believed in vibrant neighborhoods and worked hard not just to represent them, but to try and find funds to invest in them. I'm grateful for his service and wish him the best as he retires to focus on his health and his family and his beautiful grandbabies. I thank him for a long career in public service in not just working as a council member for 14 years, 14 years with the city of Tucson, but before then he worked for the Sheriff's Department for many years. He worked as director of the Arizona Office of Public Safety, of Highway Safety, and he served in the Army and served our country with great pride. And as I said, he worked on veterans issues because that came from his heart. So on behalf of the residents of Tucson, this mayor and council, I'd just like to thank you for your service, Richard. You'll be missed on this table, on this dais, and I wish that a wonderful, happy retirement. So with that, any other council colleagues that want to add? Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a short statement from Councilmember Richard Fimbres. He asked me to read because he's not able to do it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I prepare for my retirement, I want to thank my colleagues, both past and present, who have served on the council these past 15 years. Your work is exceptional, and our focus has always been for the benefits of the residents of the city of Tucson. I'm extremely proud to have been given the opportunity to serve beside you. Though I tried diligently to finish my term, my health had other plans. Thank you for your support and patience while I tried to make it work. I would like to thank my Ward 5 staff, past and present, for the extraordinary work they do daily. I couldn't have done my job without their hard work, dedication, and support. Every council office has a staff that cares very much about their community. My staff went above and beyond to make sure our constituents were heard and cared for. Lastly, I would like to thank the residents, businesses, and neighborhood leaders of the city of Tucson for their continuous support, which allowed me to be their Ward 5 council member. It has been my profound honor to have served you. Thank you for trusting me these past 15 years. Thank you, and God bless. On a sad note, I want to mention the passing of retired City of Tucson firefighter Rene Cabrera. He worked for the City of Tucson for many years before his retirement. Our condolences go out to his wife, Jeannie, and family. And from me, happy Earth Day. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you so much for reading that statement, Councilmember Dahl. Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilwoman Lee, and then Vice Mayor.
My father knew Richard Fimbres is right in between the age of my dad and me. He's the bridge. And so he's one of the few people that was a colleague of my dad and me. So he carries a very special place. A lot of people may not know that Richard's in the Tucson High School Hall of Fame and was a member of the 1973 state high school football team. And he married Mary when he was like 20 years old. After he finished college, he went to the 8th of the 40th, where he served alongside my dad, which was a tanker reserve unit here in Tucson for many years. And one of the coolest things ever was when I was 19 years old, I got sworn into the 8th of the 40th and served in that same tanker unit that my dad and Richard did. When Governor Napolitano was elected, she asked my father to serve as chief of staff and to find a director for the governor's office of highway safety. And my dad and Richard worked together, and Richard became the director of highway safety. He was also elected to the Pima County Community College Board, where under his direction, it became one of the most efficient public junior colleges in the country, but better yet, at the time, it was almost a free tuition. It was one of the lowest cost tuition-based community colleges. A lot of people started their career academically there. A lot of people who didn't make it through their first year of the U of A had to go to Pima or got to go to Pima for a year to get their academics right. And so I appreciate his leadership. He often talked about the renaissance of Ward 5 and how it would continue. But the amazing thing is, if you go through all the pieces that got done in Ward 5, especially on the commercial and residential developments, they're all very successful and they're destinations now. Much to my, he was too good of an advocate sometimes. One of the best things that he ever did was we challenged Geico, who has a corporate base here in Tucson. They employ some 3,600 people now, but at the time they only employed about 1,800. And we had some incentive tools, but they would have had to move their offices out of Ward 2. And of course, Richard was able to help me convince the Geico CEO that to move to Ward 5, they'd get all these incentives, but they had to expand their workforce by some 2,000 people. And they did. And that created a lot of jobs for Tucson. That office space is one of the reasons why the Bridges is so financially viable and generates a considerable amount of sales tax. I was working at Sunnyside at the time, about the time that Richard decided to have Gunny Barreras Park named after Gunnery Sergeant Manuel Barreras, who had passed away, a longtime Tucsonan, at Sunnyside. And not only that, his son and I worked together alongside each other at Sunnyside Middle School, Apollo Middle School, when we dedicated that park. The best thing I remember that we worked together on was the homeless work van. He had this program in Albuquerque. I looked it up online for the modeling, but he already knew what he wanted to do. And he probably thought it up before we had that model. And it's a legacy that happens. Multiple times in his 16 years of service, I'd say probably every other budget cycle, the federal government threatened to close Cherry Bell Post Office. And I can tell you right now, Richard would bring it up. There were certain times in my younger days where I'd groan in dissatisfaction that he was bringing up Cherry Bell again. But guess what? That post office is still open and still a hub for Tucson. Finally, and this is much to the manager's chagrin here, Richard brought in the P card, which even though it comes with some challenges for finance, I think it's still a tool of efficiency in at least getting money moving in a government. And if used right, can be one of the number one things. So I really like that he advocated for that program. I'll probably continue that mantle, knowing that it needs a few tweaks. To my friend Richard, goes with it. To my friend Richard, I say happy retirement. I wish you the best health, and I'm going to miss you.
Thank you, Councilman Lee, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief since you all have said so much and you have more history with Councilmember Fimbres than I do. But it has been a pleasure working with him. His heart is so genuine for the work that he's done. Someone who's served our country, our state, our county, and our city, and he has carried himself with integrity and honor. For as long as I can tell. So I too will miss Richard. I know that the relationship between Ward 5 and Ward 4 predates me, and there's always been a good relationship between the two teams. And so I wish him well. I wish his staff well. And so hopefully he will enjoy his retirement. And one quick announcement, Mayor, if I could. We want to invite the community to join us at our annual Ward 4 Splash Bash on Saturday, May 3rd at Freedom Park. We'll celebrate the opening of the new Freedom Park Splash Pad made possible through Tucson Delivers, a 2018 voter-approved Prop 407 Bonds Fund project. In addition to enjoying the new splash pad, we'll have free food, jumping castles, games, and crafts. The ceremony will begin at 10 a.m. and festivities will continue until 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Cunningham, for that overview of all the different policy wins and pushes, that Richard led on. So it was a good refresher and reminder. I too want to honor, Councilmember Richard Fimbres for his years of public service and leadership. His commitment to improving the quality of life for families in Tucson's South Side has helped shape the more connected, supported, and resilient community. From championing infrastructure improvements to uplifting youth and veterans, his legacy is one of hard work, and deep love for his district. I want to thank him, his wife Mary, his children, for sharing him with all of us for so many years, and I wish him the very best in this next chapter of his life. And I too, Mayor, have a couple of announcements to make. So this Friday, April 25th at 6 p.m., we have our monthly Fuga Southside Ride out of the El Pueblo Neighborhood Center, where we meet on the last Friday of each month at 101 West Irvington Road. We meet up at 6 for a fun community bike ride, and we roll out by 6:30. And then this Saturday, April 26th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., the public's invited to join us for Dia de la Niñez, presented by our office. Celebrated across Latin America, Dia de la Niñez honors the joy and importance of childhood with a day dedicated to kids and families. This fun-filled event will feature food, entertainment, games, and community celebration. We will also have a water hose down at 12 p.m., perfect for cooling off with the kids. We will be meeting at El Pueblo Park at 101 West Irvington Road. And then on Friday, May 2nd and Saturday, May 3rd, one of our participatory projects is Fiesta de los Barrios, Barrios Unidos, is back for a 2-day celebration honoring Tucson's historic barrios and community traditions. Enjoy a community basketball tournament on Friday evening from 5 to 10 p.m. and Saturday morning from 8 to noon, followed by a full-day fiesta on Saturday from 12 to 10 p.m. featuring music, workshops, food vendors, and lowrider show, art, and more. This will take place at David Herrera and Ramon Quiros Park at 600 West St. Mary's Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I too have some announcements. This week is the Tucson International Mariachi Conference. Tucson is widely recognized throughout North America for having one of the largest mariachi conferences in North America. I'm inviting everyone in our community to come out this week and help us celebrate the 43rd Annual Tucson International Mariachi Conference, April 23rd through the 27th. There are tickets for many different activities, including a student showcase that I am the proud mariachi mom. My daughter is performing with Mariachi Aslan of Pueblo High School, where in the student showcase, they have won 9 years in a row of the best student mariachi in town, and actually throughout the country, because we have mariachis, student mariachis throughout the country. We are hoping for a 10th year win this year, and so that's happening on Thursday. We also have Mariachi Garibaldi, and it's a big community fiesta that's gonna happen right here at Jacome Plaza, next to the main library, and so many different activities. So please check out the Mariachi Conference. It's beautiful. and really recognized throughout the world. On a more serious note, the Pima County Recorder's Office is sending letters informing voters in Pima County to ensure their voter information is accurate ahead of 2 primary elections. If there are any changes to your voter registration, please make sure that you contact the Pima County Recorder's Office. I want to remind voters that there are 2 elections happening in the primary election season. One is a special election for Congressional District 7. That election is taking place July 15th. If you are registered to vote by mail, you should be receiving that ballot by June. There's a City of Tucson primary election taking place August 5th. If you're registered to vote by mail, you should be receiving that ballot by July. So there's 2 ballots. Please don't get confused. One is for Congressional District 7 and the other one is for City of Tucson primary elections. Make sure that you fill them out and send them back in. So with that, council member, did you want to add anything? Okay, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 102, dated April 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you very much, Mayor. A couple things for tonight. One, I would like to add the voice of staff to the comments about Councilmember Fimbres and his pending retirement. And a lot's been said, but I'll add just kind of 2 things to that, what's been said before. One is when you're a staff member and you're meeting with Councilmember Fimbres, the agenda is pretty simple. He would be keeping track of any promises we made to the community, especially anybody in Ward 5, and he'd be checking with us to make sure we kept every promise we made. And that had an impression on me in all of the roles I've held with the City of Tucson, but especially as city manager. That was his number 1 driver, was if we make a promise, we keep it. So I'll carry that forward in the rest of my career. And then also his kindness extends not just to the staff or his colleagues at the dais. My wife is a Facebook friend with Councilmember Fimbres, and without fail, on Mother's Day or her birthday, there's a message from Richard to her, just, acknowledging her or sending her well wishes. And that level of caring was evident from Richard throughout our interactions. Moving into kind of an announcement of another 50th year of service, it's been kind of a theme tonight. SunTran is rolling into its 50th year of service this year, and it's kicking off the celebration tomorrow with a special event at the Laos Transit Center. The Laos Center was actually our first transit center, named after Roy Laos, the transit pioneer who founded Occidental Bus Lines. The celebration runs from noon till 2, includes community resources, music, face painting, and transit prizes. Throughout the year, there will be additional celebrations in August at Tohono Tadai Transit Center and in September at the Downtown Ronstadt Center. Community members can also participate by taking a ride through Tucson's transit history by visiting suntran.com, where they will find a timeline packed with historic photos from the horse-drawn streetcars of the 1800s to today's electric fleet. There's also a special 1975 Spotify playlist packed with hits from the year SunTran first hit the road. I have yet to confirm if my favorite song from 1975, Get Down Tonight by Casey and the Sunshine Band, is on it, but you can find out with me. And my last thing for tonight is for 2 of the council members at the dais. At the City of Tucson, we honor people with years of service pins when they hit a milestone, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And we have 2 of our council members tonight that are in their 5th year of service as council members. And so I would like to present years of service pins to Vice Mayor Lane Santa Cruz and our council member Nikki Lee. I will be right back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Tamir. Really appreciate that. And thank you for your service, Councilman Lee and Vice Mayor. Really appreciate it. It's been fun. It's been fun the last 5 years. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 103, dated April 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on the evening's agenda, we have one application for a new license, two special event applications, and three applications for agent change acquisition of control. All applications are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1, 5C1 through 5C2, and 5D1 through 5D3 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements for this item?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes, and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light will turn on when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow and beep when you have 30 seconds left on your allotted time. When your 3 minutes are up, the light will turn red and the timer will begin beeping. If that happens, please immediately conclude your remarks.
Do you have any speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay. We have a lot of speaker cards. Our first speaker is Don Lawson. Don Lawson. Don? Unless I'm reading it wrong, Don?
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. I'm sorry. I saw you from the, I was looking over here. Yes, state your name, please, and whether you're a resident of the city of Tucson and or if you're a retained speaker.
My name is Dawn Lucian. I live at 2051 North Powderhorn Drive, Tucson, Arizona. I'm not a paid speaker. I stand before you today not merely as an advocate, but as a mother, someone whose life was forever changed by a tragedy that should never have happened. My daughter, then just 25 years old, was struck by a car as a pedestrian. She suffered a traumatic brain injury and multiple other injuries that statistically leave 90% of victims in a coma they never wake up from. But my daughter is a miracle. She defied the odds, and while her recovery is extraordinary, it does not erase the reality of what happened. It does not erase the pain. It does not erase the urgency with which we must address pedestrian safety in this city. That urgency became painfully clear when I learned that Tucson ranks among the highest cities in the nation for pedestrian fatalities and is considered one of the most dangerous places for drivers. It's not just a statistic, it's a crisis. And behind every number is a family, shattered and struggling just as mine was. This city has the opportunity and the responsibility to act before another life is lost. One immediate step we must take is ensuring Bonanza Avenue remains closed to business use by keeping the MARIPOSA gate shut permanently. Bonanza Avenue is a street with homes and families, but no sidewalk. Before the gate closing, this street had become a high-speed corridor for reckless drivers, oblivious to the pedestrians walking their dogs, the birding enthusiasts gathering at the preserve, and the horseback riders crossing the washes. The street's hills create blind spots, making it nearly impossible for drivers to see walkers until it's too late. With MARIPOSA being a popular celebration venue, the likelihood of intoxicated drivers makes this residential street more dangerous. It is a tragedy waiting to happen, and when it does, the question will not be why, it will be why didn't we act sooner? Safety should never be a matter of convenience. It should never be left to chance. We need real solutions and proactive measures that prevent tragedies rather than react to them. The initial gates closure was a calculated move, not a genuine resolution. We have been constantly reminded that should the rezoning be voted down, the gate will be reopened. Councilman Cunningham has been well informed of our safety concerns regarding Bonanza Avenue. It's frustrating when concessions that are meant to address valid community concerns turn into leverage or threats. The idea of the gate, because of rejecting rezoning, feels more like a punishment. Reopening the gate calls into question the concerns of elected officials who claim to care about pedestrian deaths. The entire La Mariposa rezoning process sheds a whole new light on all of our elected officials. I ask you, no, I plead with you, let's not wait until the next tragedy forces us to act. Let's act now. Thank you.
John Fenton. John Fenton. John Fenton.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and staff. Hello. Better. My name is John Fenton. I currently do not live in the city of Tucson. I have in the past, though. I was born and raised in Tucson, and I graduated from Tucson High and the University of Arizona. I've seen lots of changes and growth in Tucson and in the old Pueblo here. But one thing remains constant, and that is people will continue to move and want to live here and raise their families like I have. But the housing stock in Tucson is just not adequate for the amount of people we have here. The lack of supply has put upward pressure on prices, and the tariffs that are coming in here are also going to probably put additional pressures on that. The Tucson construction has also slowed tremendously in the last 6 months to a year. I feel that the solution is that the supply needs to be increased to meet demand. And I think the project in Mariposa has the opportunity to meet all these goals and to help affordability and provide steady revenues for the city of Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Adang.
Good evening. My name is Tom Adding. I'm a Tucson homeowner and serve as the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Association president. I strongly oppose item 10 on tonight's agenda, the CASITA Village at La Mariposa rezoning request. Councilmember Cunningham informed me that Dr. Brian Wallen from West Consultants, who is assessing flood risk for BSNA, will be allowed to brief his report this evening, and each council member has been given a copy of that report. Since the CASITA Village rezoning continuance last month, BCNA, including Dr. Wallen, held several meetings among the developers and their hydrologists, city officials, and the city attorney, consistent with the intent of the continuance. These meetings were held to share information and to discuss strong evidence produced by Dr. Wallen that the proposed rezoning will result in city ordinance violations, increased flooding, and a development with no all-weather access, posing a danger to life and limb for the 121 CASITA renters and their families. An April 10th meeting among Councilmember Lee, her Chief of Staff, Eric Shep, the Pima County Flood Control District Director, and the hydrologist for the developer, EEC, and BCNA, resulted in valuable discussions and Dr. Wallen's request for the following documents: an EEC model exhibit showing increase in water surface elevation due to topography, a written document that lists all the risks covered by Dr. Wall in his report and how they have been addressed, plans ensuring an all-weather access for the proposed development exists, and a copy of the EEC model used for their detailed hydrological analyses. Of the four requested documents, Dr. Wallen only received the EEC detailed model. The other documents either don't exist or are not provided as promised. Dr. Wallen then evaluated the EEC model to determine if the 8 recommendations provided to EEC in October of 2022 by J.E. Fuller Hydrology Incorporated at BCNA's request had been addressed. Dr. Wallen determined that 2 of these recommendations had not been addressed. He then included the 2 missing Fuller recommendations in the EEC model and determined that the model output then showed flood heights violating city ordinances. Had the J.E. Fuller recommendations been fully addressed in 2022, the request for a CLOMR, conditional letter of map revision, through the city to FEMA would likely not have been approved. Dr. Wallen will more freely brief other important report topics later. I close with 2 statements. The flooding issues in the development have not been resolved. I believe the EEC hydrological study has been flawed from the beginning. 3 independent hydrologists engaged by BCNA, Dr. Wallen, Dr. Kendall, who spoke at the January 9th rezoning examiner's hearing, and J.E. Fuller have provided feedback not included or fully addressed in EEC analyses. BCNA is all for sensible building, but not for unwise building that definitively puts Tucson residents at serious risk of injury. The proposed CASITA does just
Jordan, you
that.
have to come to a conclusion.
Responsibility for any future catastrophic flooding event that results in injuries will fall squarely on this council should they approve this rezoning, not on FEMA.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Richard Miller. Richard Miller. Can you go to the, sir, can you go to the taller mic and put it close to your mouth?
This one?
Thank you.
Your Honor and members of the council, my name is Richard Miller. I'm a retired physician. I've lived in Tucson for 57 years and have lived on the east side for 45 years and have been a member of La MARIPOSA for 25 years. Tucson has a problem. The problem is a significant housing shortage, and the construction of these houses are a step in the right direction to alleviate the shortage. The process to build these houses was initiated 4 years ago in 2021 and is compliant with the Plan Tucson and the Pima and the Bear Canyon Network Plan. This project has received approval from multiple municipal departments: planning and development, transportation and mobility, Tucson Water, Tucson Fire, and in addition, Pima County Flood Control District and FEMA have all approved this zoning change. These approvals and endorsements from the community of Tucson say, support the change in zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. JP Salvatierra. JP Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to start my opening remarks by wishing all my love and praise for our Pope Francis, and the thought that he did his job excellently, and he played a wonderful part in the stage of life for all of us to help keep our lives safe and calm and address problems of the needy that had gone unresolved. Now, beyond this, the city of Tucson and Pima County, in my opinion, must join in funding and maintaining our future public-owned municipal energy company. And I know you reviewed January of this year, looking at an $800 million investment. Needs to go beyond that. Needs to take the middleman out, because the middleman is the problem. 50 years of no improvement in their infrastructure, and now before the franchise agreement, wanting to take several bites out of the apple after they've already been told that it was unlawful for them to run their overhead lines down Campbell. 41,000 people petitioned you saying no, and they got another bite at the apple. 44 or more electric fake bicycle stations around the city have been set up for God knows what. Maybe it's electrification for a future, but I don't know if they're paying for it or not, but it's certainly taking away from the most valuable easement benefits that we have here. Another really huge thing that's going on, I know it's important to create revenue, but when you take university students' cars or anyone that has to park in the street and you relegate them to paying higher insurance rates, it's a travesty, and it doesn't need to happen. We can find money in other ways. If the city and the county joined together and took place of Tucson Electric Power, bought out that interest in Fortis, that was, gosh, they're equaling the entire operating budget of Pima County right now in their profits through Fortis. And at that rate, you talk about take $100 or $200 or $300 million, over a 10-year period, and make the general improvements that we need. Become interdependent and independent at the same time. I like the idea that Anna Rosenberry brought up about the retirement benefits for the TPD and the fire department, and the fact that maybe it's a good idea that the spouse be allowed to share in
JP, please
the
come to a
repayment
conclusion.
of education, and because our officers are kind of overtaxed.
Please
Also,
come
like
to a conclusion. We have a long list of people that want to speak.
CSO and Captain Petty at the Romero Road substation have done an excellent job. They're routing people and helping us through the
Thank
little
you.
minor
Thank you,
tragedies of
JP.
life.
Really appreciate it. We have a long list of people that want to speak. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kate. I'm gonna call Kate Breck Carnan. Kate, thank you, JP. Kate Breck Carnan. Calhoun.
Calhoun, yeah, right.
I'm sorry, I couldn't read your writing.
That's okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kate Breck Calhoun. I reside in the city of Tucson. I live off of Broadway and Houghton, and I'm here in support of La Mariposa. La Mariposa has been my home away from home for the last 25 years. When I'm not doing my daily job, I'm actually teaching group fitness at La Mariposa, and I've had the honor of working for the Brennans for 25 years. They're very supportive, and what I do at La Mariposa is life-changing. So it's physically and mentally life-changing, and I want to support what they are trying to do at La Mariposa, and more importantly, I want to support the community and the ability to bring in more tax dollars. So I respectfully request your support of the CASITAs, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate. Jane Rojas. Jane Rojas.
Hi, my name is Jane Rojas. My husband Martin and I live in Tucson, Arizona at 10024 East El Poso Trail in Powderhorn Ranch. We are not NIMBYs. We've owned our original property for over 30 years. We've paid $35,000 per lot on which Martin built our home. The Corps of Engineers required us to build up our pad 3.5 feet to keep our home from flooding. So far, it's worked. We have had flood waters run over our land up as high as 3 feet, but not into our home. If you approve this rezoning and the development of the CASITAs, we will no longer be safe, nor will our neighbors. A fill and build rezone on 13.5 acre pad built up 3 to 6 feet with a 3-foot block wall on top will bring flooding up feet higher, more than the 1/10 of a foot as per city ordinances. There are 3 hydrological studies that prove this and dispute the developer's claim that this won't impact us. We elected you, Mayor and Council, to protect us, the public, from the current and future probable risks and danger. We hope that you heard us last month as we explained all of the reasons not to approve the rezoning. The city manager's letter recommending rezoning was inaccurate and full of misstatements. My written protests were submitted along with pictures, videos, links, and our website, stopcasitavillage.org, now has almost 3,600 verified signatures. All of this has become public record. We oppose this rezoning for more than the 7 reasons mentioned. Madam Mayor, one of your key initiatives is to plant more trees, yet this development would wipe out hundreds of mesquites. You, Mayor and Council, asked us to work on next steps. We fulfilled your request by meeting with developers, hydrologists, the city attorney, and council members and their representatives. We came up with viable solutions to this rezoning. You confirmed receipt of my email outlining these. We are not anti-development. We are anti-rezoning. The primary purpose and duty of the city of Tucson is to keep residents safe and protected from harm. Please do your job and say no to the rezone. The owner can sell his lots as single-family homes or ranchettes as property is already zoned SR1. He can use the property already zoned O3 for this development or even more commercial building. We would accept a land swap alternative for this property with utilizing vacant land. The developer's new proposal twist that's being presented tonight, we believe Lexi will suggest the land over a gift of property to the county over retention basin is created. This is a smokescreen, and it will not mitigate the flooding risk at all. Please refer to two cases. Arkansas Game and Fish Commission versus U.S. rulings has no adverse
Rojas,
impact
please come to a
of
conclusion.
taking. And the second one is City of Keller, Texas versus Hall. This says that you will not have your immunity waived if you approve this and we are harmed. Please do the right thing. Turn down this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you,
very
Ms.
much.
Rojas. Ruben Anaya. Ruben Anaya.
Mayor Regina Romero, City Council, on January 28th, 2025, approximately 12:55 p.m., Maintenance Manager Jim Gleason approached me from behind and stated to make intangible sounds and gave the impression that I was mentally disabled. This behavior was reported to Human Resource, Mr. James Sims, Assistant General Manager, Jeff Rock, and witnessed by Mike Sanchez and Willie Davis. Mr. Gleason also stated that we need to have a conversation, but not now. In a meeting on January 29th, I asked Mr. Gleason if he would like to have the conversation that he mentioned the previous day, in which he replied no. I then asked Mr. Gleason if he thought that I had a mental disability. He states no. I then asked, why would you mock me as if I did? Mr. Gleason said, I was having a good day and I was just joking around. It appears management is overlooking this bad behavior and not intervening. I have been verbally mocked, called 10 pounds of SHIT in a 5-pound bag, etc. How much more abuse must I endure? I believe Mr. Gleason interfered with the company investigation by approaching Andy Blisclair to influence the outcome. This made it inappropriate, in my opinion. I believe this is the concealment strategy. When I received the results regarding the investigation, it stated could not be substantiated. How is this possible? Mr. Gleason admitted that when he mocked me, he was having a good day and was just joking around. Remember, there are witnesses. This motive for Mr. Gleason mocking me may be that I shared a concern about reusing oil-soaked brake shoes on 4002. Mr. Gleason stated that he has done this in the past and never had any issues. I informed him of the potential lawsuit if the brakes failed to work and someone was injured or killed. He replied that that would be a judgment call. I'm trying to prevent any damages, injuries, loss of life to our drivers, the public, or lawsuits against SunTrend and the city of Tucson. At this time, I will provide you with a copy of the letter I gave to Mr. Simmons and the response I received. This letter is to the best of my recollection. Thank you.
Mr. Anaya, you did not include your number on your contact card. I'm gonna get your number, and I'm gonna ask the city manager that he follow up and make sure that human resources, or maybe your office gets involved, to take down the appropriate information. Our next speaker is Rob Tomlinson.
Excuse me. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for taking the time to hear from me tonight. I'm here to speak in support of the MARIPOSA rezoning. I spoke last month as well. I'll keep my comments brief since there's a lot of people who want to talk about this. Sorry, is that better? Okay, I'll keep my comments brief. You know, by way of background, I've spent 8 years here at the City of Tucson on the Planning Commission. 7 years in the town of Sahuarita as the vice chair of that planning commission before moving to my current residence at 3681 North River Hills Drive. I'm here to speak in support of the MARIPOSA development. This is the sort of development that this city needs. I've spoken in support of 2 other developments very similar to this right in my backyard. I'm a yes in my backyard person. I spoke in support of the Avila development at Cibino Canyon and River, as well as the planned development at River and Craycroft right by the trailhead for the loop. These are places I go by every day. These are places that I take off to go running. I'm not hypocritical when I come here and say that I'm in support of this. It's important that we increase density in our city. It's the volume of housing stock will increase affordability for all Tucsonans. But also, we've just built our cities wrong. As soon as we got a hold of a car, it was drive until you qualify. Large lots, large houses, these are not sustainable. This is not a sustainable form of development. And we need to, as I say, increase our density. This development has gone through all of the approvals. It is not easy to get approval from the Corps of Engineers. It's not easy to get approval from Pima County Flood Control, and it's not easy to get approval from the Development Services Department. This is, frankly, we just need to get more of these projects done, and if we don't start saying yes, I don't know when we will. We talk a big game about it, but I think it's time to vote positively to begin changing our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Weigel. Mark Weigel.
Thank you. My name is Mark Weigel. My wife Lisa and I reside at 1481 North Houghton Road, and like you, Madam Mayor, we also are stewards of the land. We bought our 11 acres back in 1996. That is approximately 480,000 square feet. The City of Tucson permitted me to build a house pad no greater than 10,000 square feet. That is less, no, it's, yeah, that's just right at 2% of our lot we were able to develop. That's providing open space. And I know that part of their reasoning was to protect me from flooding and also to protect my neighbors from increased base flood elevation that would affect their properties. The City of Tucson required that I build my house 5.5 feet above the existing grade, and I was grateful for that requirement when in 2006 we experienced our first major flood, leaving our entire property covered in flowing water with the exception of our house pad. Fortunately, we had floodplain insurance, and again, because the city required that we build our house to a finished floor elevation of 1 foot above base flood elevation, we were able to use this to our advantage when applying for flood insurance policies. Since we were that 1 foot above the base flood elevation, we were able to obtain flood insurance for just a few $100s per year. If the base flood elevation were to increase by even 1/10 of a foot, that will raise our annual insurance premium to several $1,000s. You multiply that by the hundreds of homes that are affected by this watershed, and you have cost the Bear Canyon neighbors hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Unfortunately, many will have to turn to less expensive FEMA flood insurance, which if you've watched the news in the last year, you'll know that FEMA is understaffed, underfunded, and underqualified to respond adequately to emergencies such as this. We would like to see this area developed as currently zoned and welcome neighbors within a development that is compatible with existing neighborhoods and in harmony with the environment. My experience is that sensible development has little lasting impact on wildlife. In fact, not only do wildlife quickly adapt, but most thrive in this type of development. In addition to the more common desert creatures, such as bobcats, javelinas, hawks, and coyotes, it's not uncommon for us to see raccoons, skunks, owls, and a variety of bird species sharing our property. We've even been visited by a family of badgers, as well as a giant possum. Another advantage of this sensible development is the recharging of the aquifer, as it is great concern in our area. And I know my well levels continue to drop from year to year. I'll close. Mr. Cunningham, you said in your weekly newsletter dated September 9th, 2022, you won't be supporting any
To a
development.
conclusion, please.
May I
You've
conclude
run
with
out of
this?
time and we have tons of cards. And we're coming to a close
All
for
right.
the call to the audience. Thank you so much. Heidi Scholl. Heidi Scholl.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Heidi Schul. I live in the Tanque Verde Valley. I've lived there for 50 years, and I'm not a paid speaker. I'm speaking in opposition to the CASITA village at La Mariposa. I have over 30 years of experience with the National Park Service and the U.S. Forest Service in ecology and wildfire and emergency management, which is related to this issue. My short themes tonight are life and safety. What we've seen and what we know, it's getting hotter and drier. What does that mean for wildfire in the mountains above us? That means we're going to see increased frequency of wildfires, larger wildfires. We're going to have harder time suppressing them. We're going to see more damage. And what comes after wildfires? Flooding and debris flows downstream. And that's what we can expect. Why does this matter? There are some very direct threats to us in Tanque Verde Valley from wildfire happening in the mountains around us. Fire from the Rincons with a west wind behind it, or from the Catalinas with a north wind behind it, can generate spot fires. Does everybody know what a spot fire is? That's a fire that is ignited ahead of the main fire front. Embers are carried by the wind. They can start fires a distance away, up to 12 miles. So that is an example of the Tanque Verde Valley being at risk. It's happened in the Bighorn Fire coming down into foothills neighborhoods. It could definitely happen to us. And my point here is that we don't have any really safe evacuation to get us out. If these things happen, it can be a matter of urgency. There can be immediate evacuation. So we've got 2 roads out. So I am asking, please, not to add more residents and more traffic on a road that will already be 2 roads that will already be over capacity should we have this kind of emergency. What else? One more point. Threats to us resulting from effects of wildfire that are upstream of us, which would be exacerbated by the development that is here being proposed tonight. Again, after fire, there's downstream flooding and debris clogging and raising stream channels. So we can expect to see the stream beds continue to rise, which they have been doing in recent years with our wildfires of the Catalinas and Rincons. And this will lead to increased flooding potential. And not just flooding, but flash flooding. Has anybody ever seen a flash flood? Have you been involved? Have you helped people that are in harm's way? They can happen without warning. They bring a sense of urgency. They can bring immediate threats to life and property. Who's at risk? Residents and guests at La Mariposa already, as well as downstream residents. Paving and roofing these 19 acres would increase that risk and increase the potential threats to life and safety, and they would put more people in harm's way. Bringing more houses into an area that already floods would put more people in harm's way. So please make your choice here in the interest of life and personal safety, ours and theirs. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Dunn Corona. Amy Dunn Corona.
Hi, my
My name is Amy Duncorona. I live in Tucson city limits, and I am here to talk about the rezoning number 11 on your list for TPENT 122400027 Villas de las Toronjas. I attended the initial meeting headed by Mr. Call. One of the several concerns that was listed was the extra traffic and parking on Avenida Nacatache caused by construction vehicles, worker vehicles, and any heavy machinery. Mr. Call stated all vehicles would be on the property via parking lot and an abandoned alleyway. There would not be any parking on Avenida Natache. After watching the public hearing from February 20th, Mr. Call stated there will be some periodic parking for the course of the construction. An example, some major deliveries or concrete for a few hours at a time. I do not know why this changed. One of the community's concerns was the parking, as there is only one entrance and it is also the only exit for our neighborhood. This will cause issues. It will affect the visibility on Avenida Natache looking onto Broadway as well. This will also cause issues as that space is right across the daycare parking lot and next to the bus pickup drop-off for TUSD. The daycare has newborns, toddlers, and young children. These children play outside and take naps. Construction can affect the children via dust, noise, all that. This also can be a concern for the bus stop as well as it is a safety concern. The kids meet right next to right by the playground for the apartment. Mention of this being in a floodplain also came up a few times, and I am wondering if there has even been a hydrology study yet done. And lastly, the notices that went out, I feel that many were left out. People who were not affected were notified. 31 homes in our neighborhood were notified. 58 homes are actually affected by this, as we all share Avenida Natache for our entrance and exits. 33 houses across Broadway who are not affected by this, and the R3 that is northeast to their rezoning is actually part of their apartment complex. So I do not feel that the notification was fair either. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. This will be our last speaker, Reyes Miguel Suarez. Reyes Miguel Suarez. Excuse me. This is called to the audience. The public hearing was closed at our last council meeting. Can you go to the higher mic? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Reyes Miguel Suarez. I'm a Tucson resident, born and raised. I can trace back my native heritage in this region for over 10,000 years. I'm speaking on my own behalf. Today, I wanted to speak about ICE and their actions here in Tucson. I'm here today to talk about Jose Hermosillo. This is a breaking story, so I know there's a lot of speculation surrounding it, so I'll start with the facts. Mr. Hermosillo is not a Tucson resident. He is not an Arizona one either. He is, however, a U.S. citizen who is 19 years old and came from Albuquerque, New Mexico to visit our city. He was detained by ICE on Tuesday, April 8th, and he was held until he was released just this last Friday on the 17th. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. And I feel I have reason to be. At first, his family did not know where he was. They did provide documents to the prison where he was held in Florence that was loaned to ICE. According to court documents, Mr. Hermosillo was said to have been arrested near Nogales. We're not near Nogales. We're 70 miles from there. A magistrate judge did accept his documents that proved he was a U.S. citizen and did release him. But I don't believe there's any case where a U.S. citizen should be held for 10 days, near 10 days. It's scary. I'm scared. I'm feeling terror at the hands of our federal government. Now on to the speculation. My phone's acting up, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have to wing it. There is a sworn statement that was signed by Mr. Omerciel that was signed the day after his arrest, stating that he said he wasn't here illegally. I don't believe that to be true. I believe that to be under duress. I can't find any reason why a U.S. citizen would say he was here illegally. I can't think of any reason. I can't think of why ICE would lie about that to cover up an unjust arrest based on racial profiling. This goes into a pattern of recent arrests they've made over the country regarding Kilmar Abrego Garcia and other ones in Florida. I had a list on my phone. I just want to know what the city is doing to protect its citizens from this terror and this administration who wants to terrorize us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suarez. We have your contact information. I'll make sure that we respond. That was our last card, our last speaker. We're going to move on to item 7.
Consent agenda.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B was withdrawn at the request of the applicant. Item C is a final plat for TD DIV 0123-00032, Valencia at the airport and Aeromax community. Item D is a final plat, TD-DIV-1223-00132, 2468 North Edith, lots 1 through 2. Item E is a final plat, TD-DIV-0325-00042, amended rodeo addition number 4, subdivision lots 1 through 8. Item F is Habitat for Humanity Tucson, rodeo subdivision, Part 2, impact fee subsidy request. Item G is Industrial Development Authority appointment of Hector Jimenez and confirmation of previous appointment of Chris Squires to the Board of Directors of the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Tucson. Item H is City of Tucson People, Communities, and Homes Investment Plan, PCHIP, funding recommendations, People, Human Services Projects.
Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, we do need to go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
McSulik? Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. Alrighty. Councilmember Cunningham, would you like to take item 10 first? Because we still have,
We have 2 public hearings, but
Mate.
how many people are here for item 10?
yeah. So I was thinking maybe we could do item 10.
Yeah, why don't we do item 10 now? So item 10 set up this way.
Let me
Oh, go
call
ahead,
it
Your Honor.
first. Let's see. Item 10, Ms. Clerk?
Rezoning City Manager's Report, C9-21-20, Casita Village at La Mariposa, Houghton Road, SR to R2 in Ward 2.
City Manager's Communication Number 112 dated April 22nd is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 19.79 acres from SR to R2 zoning. The proposed rezoning request is part of a larger multifamily development on a 35.68 acre property located northeast of La Mariposa Resort and on the north and south sides of Corte Vista La Mariposa. The proposed project is to develop the almost 36-acre vacant property into a community consisting of 162 one-story luxury casita units with nearly 48% of the site preserved for open space. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the zoning subject to certain conditions. I'll just send it over your way, but we do need to hear from the applicant and if the applicant is agreeable to the requirements.
So the applicant has a presentation, and then also there's a consultant for the neighbors that also has a presentation. So I wanted to have them both go. One would go and then the other.
We can do that, council member.
So
I just need to know if the applicant or the representative of the applicant is agreeable to the proposed requirements.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Linda Morales with the Planning Center. I'm representing the applicant, and yes, we are absolutely agreeable with all the conditions of the rezoning.
All righty, Councilmember Cunningham.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present to you tonight and the additional time that we had last month to try to come to some resolutions, to meet with some people. And we did have the opportunity for our hydrologist as well as Pima County Flood Control and the city stormwater folks to meet with Councilmember Lee and talk about the hydrology questions that were brought up at the last meeting. We did actually have members of our group met with a group of neighbors and had a follow-up meeting with the Tanque Verde Valley Association. And Lexi and I had a chance to meet with Kate Houghton of the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. So we had a very busy month, and I think we made some progress. As you know, I've done this rezoning thing for a long time, and I prefer to bring things to you without controversy. And we have worked really, really hard over the last 3.5 years to try to come to a resolution on as many topics as we could. And I know it didn't reflect that last month because you heard from a lot of people that were still upset. But I think along the way, we've answered a lot of concerns. I want to cover some of those. I'm trying to do this very quickly, but it's, again, 3.5 years of work that I want you to know about, that we've tried really, really hard to address these concerns. And I think we have a lot of support. You see a lot of support letters. We've got 2 zoning examiners that supported us as well as staff. So the topics that I want to hit on tonight are obviously the hydrology, the flooding that we've heard a lot about, the traffic, and the environment. So first, I do want to say that we are not unsympathetic. We totally sympathize with the people that have had flooding out in this area. And we knew in the Bear Canyon plan, it's called out in there that we have to do extraordinary measures to prove that this site can be built safely and that will not affect negatively other people down the way, upstream and downstream. And so we went in with eyes wide open with that. But I do have to say that what we have shown and what we've gone through, including that Clomer process, shows that we are building outside of the 100-year floodplain. The folks that you're hearing from that are having this flooding are people that are building in the floodplain. So that's the fundamental difference here. So a couple years ago, we were ready to come to council. We had gone through our zoning examiner process. We had, again, staff approval and the zoning examiner approval, including the requirement that we go through the Clomer, was something that Mr. Urino had added to our list of conditions. And we got a call from Councilmember Cunningham saying, hey, there's a group of folks that want to meet with you. And we thought it was going to be a small group, and we walked in, I think it was about 30 people from the neighborhood, a lot of the people that you see here tonight. And they expressed, mostly we talked a lot about the flooding concerns. And again, we're aware and sympathetic of those concerns. And again, that's why we had agreed to go through the Clomer process to make sure we were out of the floodplain. But after that meeting, Councilmember Cunningham brought our team together and said, hey, I'm not comfortable moving forward unless we go get your Clomer before, instead of as a condition of the rezoning, get it beforehand. And we all kind of looked at each other, and this is something that, I've been doing this for, I hate to admit, almost 30 years, never seen someone get a Clomer prior to having entitlements. It's a very time-consuming, a very efficient or expensive process. And that's usually, again, a condition of that, something you need to go through with the development plan or the subdivision platting process. But my clients, both long-term, like born and bred TUCSO'N'S, these people, Phil Amos, Phil Aries, they live here. And this is not a flip. They are developing this to own this and operate this. So they said, you know what, we have to go through this process. We want to try to address as many concerns as possible. we're going to go ahead and do this clomer. And again, first time I've seen that, first time Bill Carroll's seen that, and I think he's been doing this even longer than I've been doing this. So very unusual. But something Councilmember Cunningham also said was, I know he went to the neighbors and said, you know, if they go through this clomer process, if they successfully get a clomer, are you going to be okay with the project? And from my understanding, I wasn't at that meeting or with that conversation, was that yes, that would allay their concerns about drainage. They may not be 100% excited about the project. They're probably going to still have some problems with other aspects, but that was my understanding. So we agreed to do that. And so we put the project on hold. Again, that's why it's taken us 3.5 years to get to this point. But again, a couple highlights that were a little different about the clomer process. Our preliminary hydrology that CEC did, that Bill Carroll ran, was based on existing topography that was available. And we'd heard a lot from the residents that there'd been a lot of sediment buildup and some changes to the wash over the years. And so we agreed to go back and start that process over again and fly that new topography. So they went a 1/4 mile upstream and downstream of the project, flew new topography so that we were reflecting the most current conditions. And they also, the neighbors said, well, we want to make sure that we have some input into that clomer application. So we, as Mr. Addings had brought up, they suggested J.E. Fuller, hydrologist, very reputable firm here in town that we've worked with on other projects over the years. They did make some recommendations. It's my understanding that though all of those were incorporated into that model, it was eventually sent to the city of Tucson, was certified by your floodplain folks, the city of Tucson, and then sent on to FEMA. Ultimately, FEMA did approve that. At the last meeting, there was some discussion about a potential for a 3D model. We did talk about that during the process. It was suggested by Mr. Adding that we do the 3D, but we checked around, and Bill Carroll again is here. He can talk in much more detail and better about the hydrology than I can. But none of the consulting engineers in this area or anywhere that we are aware of are using that 3D model. It's new software, specialized software, very expensive software, and it's not something the industry has adopted at this point. Furthermore, and complicating this is even if we did get a 3D model run, City of Tucson does not have that to review it. Pima County Flood Control District doesn't have a 3D ability of the software to review it, and neither does FEMA. So we ran the best technology, the industry standard, the 2D and the 1D models. Both of those had a high level of confidence that they were accurate, and we moved forward with those, got the clomer. In addition to the clomer, there were a couple of conditions. One added by the Flood Control District that we do a no berm analysis, has to do with the fact that Houghton Road acts as a berm. And so that was the condition of the rezoning. We went ahead and did that up front too, and ran that. It showed that the project, again, could be built without that berm safely, all good. And then something else we agreed to at that stage was to increase our retention detention, increase the size of those ponds to 120% of the requirement. So an extra 20% of capacity to account for the potential for heavier rainfalls as the climate does change. So those are the measures that we did. Again, through all that best science at the project, had at least 10 to 12 very highly qualified hydrologists agree that this was outside the floodplain and that it could be built safely without downstream effects or without affecting neighborhood property with more than a 1/10 of a foot of rise in the flood elevation. After all that, met with Councilmember Cunningham again, and he gave us another challenge. He said, okay, that's great, you're out of the 100-year floodplain, we've moved all the buildings out of that's fine, but I wanted to see if you guys can move any house, any place that people are gonna live, any of the casitas outside of the 500-year floodplain. And so we did that last fall. That's the plan that we turned in and that you saw in December when we brought this back, and then it was remanded back to the zoning examiner. So zoning examiner CASITA reviewed that plan. And that's where we went from originally 179 units to 162 units. Again, pulled those livable spaces outside the 500-year, pulled everything else out of the 100-year, and And again, got that approval from Mr. Cassidy at the zoning examiner. Despite all that, still have opposition from a group of neighborhood folks in there, in the area. And so we look to see what else we could do to hopefully mitigate some of the flooding that is existing now. Not the stuff we're doing, because we've already proved that we're not going to affect it, but what can we do to help out these folks now? And frankly, a project with a limited amount of acreage and a large watershed, it's daunting, and it's not something that one project can really take on to impact to solve existing flooding problems at the capacity that you see. And so we went to Eric Shep at the Pima County Regional Flood Control District and discussed that challenge with him and said, are there any ideas? Is there anything that the Flood Control District could work with us on? Anything that we could do to help this existing flooding? And Eric said, what we'd really like to see is taking those old polo fields next to La Mariposa Resort, just west of there, and taking that out of potential for development, creating a recharge basin in there that could collect floodwater. Again, we're not saying that's a cure-all for the flooding. It's like 16 million gallons of storage of water, but it's not a panacea for an overall regional issue. But one of the really great benefits of that is it's a perfect spot for recharge. And this is a part of the city that's been having overdraft problems. So this could be a great recharge, and it expands. It's adjacent to the Isabella Lee Natural Preserve. So it expands that as well. So my clients did not control that property. That was La Mariposa's property that was outside of the real estate deal. But they went back to them. They said they worked out a deal where they could use that and dedicate that to the Regional Flood Control District. So 11-acre basin plus all the floodplain of the Agua Caliente, all going into public hands. And it's really important because this is like one of the only stretches of the Agua Caliente that isn't already in public hands. So it's a benefit to be able to have the flood control be able to handle that and deal with anything as things go down. It's not trying to absolve anybody else of liability. It's putting in the hands where it should be. Real quick, I know I'm going long, but a few points on the traffic. One of the biggest complaints we heard at our very first meeting was all that traffic on Bonanza. The first speaker at Call the Audience talked about the traffic safety, and people were, and granted, Bonanza is legal access for La Mariposa. It's not that it was being used incorrectly or anything, but it was causing problems for people along that street, just having that traffic through their neighborhood. And so we worked with Mr. Brennan and said, hey, is there a way that we could close that gate? Because not only were they worried about the existing problems, but they were worried about our project creating more traffic down Bonanza as people would potentially cut through. So Mr. Brennan graciously agreed to go ahead and close that gate. We added a rezoning condition that reflects that and would make that gate closure permanent with the approval of this rezoning. That's condition 15. And then, last month you did hear some very moving testimony from people that had the Swiftwater rescue. Scary situation. That was on the Bonanza Wash. Again, they were coming down Bonanza. That's a wash that we don't actually dump into. It's north of where we are. But we get that. We agree with their premise is that we cannot build this without all-weather access. And that has been our plan all along. We will have all-weather access. We will make sure that that our residents can get in and out safely and not have to worry about any potential for flooding and swiftwater rescue along the way. So again, we've added that as condition number 23. Oh, well, I guess I should have stapled those. Oops. I'll pick those up later, sorry. And then I know there have been some comments about the age of our traffic study. Our traffic study was done at the outset of this project 3.5 years ago. And it's just a part of this protracted rezoning process that we've gone through. And so that was brought up, thank you, Karen. That was brought up at the zoning examiner hearing, one of them along the way, and we have added conditions 19 and 20 requiring us to come back and do another full traffic impact study with the development plan and to pay for and do any mitigation that is required as of that. And then finally, I want to address the environmental issue, particularly the letter that was received back in January from the coalition. As you know, the city of Tucson has never adopted the conservation land system. That's something that's in Pima County. They mapped the areas, but the city has never adopted it. So therefore, when we put our submittal in back in 2021, it was reviewed against the city standards for riparian habitat. And that is generally regulated within the 100-year floodplain. And there's a requirement to delineate a protected riparian area, which we did. Registered landscape architect, in working with the city, approved by the city staff, delineated where that protected riparian habitat starts and stops. And we are 100% outside of that. So we're 100% conforming with the city standards. And so with that, getting that letter back when we went back to zoning examiner back in January was a bit of a surprise. And while we respect their passion for preserving this open space, it's kind of changing rules on us along the way. So therefore, we were thrilled. We had that, like I said, Lexi, and I had a chance to meet with Kate and talk through it, and we got to explain to her our basin idea and the fact that we'll be dedicating that floodplain. And I think she was pleased, it seemed, by those aspects. I don't want to put any words in her mouth by any means, but we were very, very pleased to see the letter that she issued to the council suggesting the 60%. And with the dedication that I talked about, with that basin that will be adjacent to the Isabella Lee Preserve, and with the open space that we're already providing within and the outsides of our project, not including stuff in the middle, just those edges that, but current natural open space, we can meet that. So that is condition number 22 that you see. And then Kate did have a couple suggestions for the site plan, and we believe that we can work with those suggestions as well. We're hopeful that we have a drainage channel that sits right behind the natural buffer that's required for the scenic corridor of Houghton. We believe that we can eliminate that. Sorry, I'm getting dry here, and push everything over, scooch it closer to Houghton Road, and move the 2 or 3 units at the north end down a little bit to eliminate that pinch point that was discussed in the coalition's letter. And so just to wrap up really quick, as Lexi pointed out last month, at the 162 homes, we're actually proposing fewer homes than would be allowed under the existing O3 and SR zoning for the overall project. Staff and 2 zoning examiners have agreed this project complies with the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Association and Plan Tucson as far as its land use, its density, fact that it's single story is more compatible than a potential O3 3-story apartment complex that could go on the existing zoned portion of the land, and that we've done that extensive hydrology that's called out in the BCNP. So the clustering of the units is really quality planning practice to minimize disturbance, maximize open space, and we've put that disturbance in that developed area closest to Houghton Road, away from Powderhorn and some of the other neighborhood folks that you've heard from tonight and last month. So we hope that you'll agree that these efforts have really created a project that'll be safe for our neighbors and for our future residents, and add to that housing stock to hopefully help start chipping away at the housing shortage that we have here in Tucson. Thank you so much for your time. Again, we agree 100% with all the conditions, particularly those that we added recently, and happy to answer any questions. And I do, like I said, have Bill Carroll here if there's.
So I'm actually more comfortable allowing the neighborhood engineer or hydrologist to speak, and because we're going to have questions. I think members of the council will have questions for both groups. Dr. Wallen from WP Consulting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and the council. My name is Dr. Brian Wallen from West Consultants. I'm from the terrible place.
Sure, if I can ask you to speak a little louder.
Sure.
I don't know, something's going on with that microphone, but if you can speak a little louder so that we can all hear you.
I'll get also a little, oh, there we go. That works. Okay. I'm Brian Wallen from West Consultants. I'm a PhD, and I have a board-certified water resources engineer. I'm not from Tucson. I'm from that place up north that everybody doesn't like called Phoenix. And I'm here on behalf of the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Association. You may remember me from the last meeting that we had here. I talked about the sharks, and I think people remember that, where I talked about the risk of sharks. So if you're standing on the beach and you see a shark, that's a hazard that's associated with you, but it's very little risk because you're actually not near the shark. But if you go swimming with the shark, then your risks increase significantly. I wanted to get a little bit of background about why I even considered taking on this project before I get started. This is a very small project for my company, and initially I was pretty much dead set up saying, no, I don't want to get involved with this. There's a lot of politics. I don't want to do this. But after talking to Tom, he's like, take a look at this and just look at it. Just look at it. So I took some time and I looked at it, and I was like, wow, I would not want to live there in this place. It just seemed like a bad place for development. It seemed like it was rife with a lot of flooding, and personally, I would not want to live there. So I kind of felt like I had a little bit of an obligation as an engineer to kind of bring some of the risk associated with this to light. So I wrote a memorandum. So I agreed to do this. I wrote a memorandum, and which all of you have. And first of all, I want to talk about the typical outline about what is done for a hydrology and hydraulic study. So typically, you're going to do the hydrology associated with it. So the hydrology has to do with the rainfall that falls on everything. So that's the driver. That's the driver that's going to push your model forward, your hydraulics model forward. So you need to define what the rainfall is going to be. And you're going to have risks associated with that. And I like to use analogies. So I'm going to say the hydrology is like the engine that's going to drive your car. Then you're going to take that hydrology and you're going to use it to drive your hydraulics model. And then your hydraulics model is like your car itself. So it's going to drive that hydraulics model. And then when you're doing the mapping and the floodplain mapping and things like that, that's kind of like getting you to the end, getting to where you want to go to. So that's my analogy. May not be a great one, but that's what I'm going to go with for today. So we already talked about the flooding history that's in this area, and I'm not going to rehash it, although I do want to point out that in my memo, I found some photos from the 1965 that showed some flooding in the area. So there's been flooding in this place for a very, very long time, all the way back into the 60s with that. So I'm not... And then we had a meeting with Councilmember Lee, and that was a good meeting. I'm really appreciative of that, and I think there was no politics in that meeting, which I liked. It was all engineering, yeah. So we discussed things here, and a lot of things were cleared up in my mind, and so a lot of things made me feel better about this, but at the same time, I still had some concerns. So first of all, let's talk about the hydrologic risk, or I'll call them the hydrologic sharks if you want to. The hydrology that's used in this study, and that's the FEMA hydrology that was used in this study, dates back to the original FEMA study that was done back to 1986. So we're using the hydrology that goes all the way back into 1986. Now the floodplains were updated in 2012, but they still used the hydrology back in 1986. So they're using the driver in the models dates all the way back to 1986. So I kind of, using my car analogy, that's like saying you have a 2012 vehicle with a 1986 engine in it. So you're like, well, does that make a lot of sense? But that's FEMA for you. So there's a lot of uncertainties associated with the hydrology associated with that, with it being so old. For example, the precipitation values have changed, have been updated by NOAA. There's also issues with debris and sediment. Somebody already mentioned about having debris flows coming down there. Simons and Lee in 1982 did a study in this area, and they had shown that the confluence of the Tanque Verde and the Agua Caliente Wash had moved by about 2,500 feet. They showed that between 1967 and 1979 that there was about 1 to 2 feet of scour in this area. They also did a sediment transport model that actually is a mobile bed model, which actually will move the materials along the bed. And they came up with a 100-year storm that there'd be about 1.3 feet of scour in this area. So there is a lot of issues with sediment. In addition, the hydrology, I mentioned last time I was here talking about it, the value of, or first of all, let's talk about stream stats. So there's a program called Stream Stats that will basically pick up the 100-year flow rate of any stream out there. And it also will give you an estimate of the uncertainty of that flow rate. So for this particular case, it said that the 100-year flow at this area was 9,210 CFS, and that the uncertainty associated with that number could mean that the 100-year flow rate could vary anywhere from 3,960 CFS all the way up to 21,400 CFS. So there's a huge range of uncertainty associated with the hydrology. And remember, this is the driver, this is the engine in your car. So this is very uncertain. So now let's talk about the risks or the sharks associated with the hydraulics. Initially, I was super concerned because I thought a lot of this was being done with the one-dimensional model that was developed. After our meeting with Councilman Lee, I realized that's not the case, that both Pima County and the City of Tucson are not going to use that model, which is good. So I feel that shark has been killed. Flow 2D, the Flow 2D is being developed, so they now have a new model, a nice Flow 2D model that's been developed. And so, but again, as a driver, that is using the 1986 hydrology associated with that. So now we have a 2025 vehicle with all the bells and whistles on it, but we still have a 1986 engine in that model. And that doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence because that hydrology being so old. There's also uncertainties with any models associated with it. There's topographic uncertainty, there's digitization uncertainty, there's numerical calculation uncertainty, so all of that's in there. I was provided the CEC's model. I reviewed that model. It was also reviewed by J.E. Fuller, which has already been mentioned. And J.E. Fuller had a list of eight or so comments to be addressed, and I saw that there was 2 of them that have not been addressed, and one of them had to do with having Houghton Road Bridge in the model. Personally, I don't think that's a big deal. That's not, so that's not an issue. The other one is that they were using steady state flows that ended up being too low, about 86% lower than it should have been. Not 86%, 14% too low, about 15% too low. And that did not appear to be addressed in their model, in the model that was turned in. So that means that the flows that they're using there, that are showing there, mapping the flood hazards, are probably too low. So we did a preliminary model that I kind of talked about last time I was down here, and I'm not saying that our model is better because we just did it. It's very preliminary, and what this showed is that did show that there was some rise in the water surface elevations that were outside of the developer's property that were greater than 0.1 foot. This occurred on the east side and on the southwest side of the property. And it also showed that same thing with the increases in velocities. Now again, that is not a ready for prime time model. It is just a preliminary model that we've done. Now I also wanted to talk a little bit about regulatory risk. I was very concerned about the 1D model that I mentioned, but after that, it's not going to be used. But I wanted to keep in mind here with the FEMA approval process for that 1D model. So when FEMA went ahead and approved the CLOMR, they approved the CLOMR using the 1D model because that was the constraint that FEMA has on everything. But keep in mind that just because FEMA approved that CLOMR, that does not mean that no flooding will occur. It just means that you check the box of, to fill out the CLOMR with FEMA, and FEMA said you did that, and you checked that box and you're ready to move on. It does not prove that will be no flooding. Currently, and then this development is being done by filling in some of the floodplain. And currently, the Technical Mapping Advisory Committee, or the TMAC, at FEMA has recommended that this could be an issue, that basically doing development with fill in the floodplain could lead to other problems. And my memo that I created, I had some documents that that mentioned that. I'm not going to get into the details on that for time. But currently, the TMAC has recommended that FEMA actually look into that and whether or not building in a floodplain with fill is actually a good idea. Finally, how they actually map things. So I mentioned the uncertainty with the hydrology that was done here. That could go anywhere from about 4,000 CFS up to 21,000 CFS. So if you pick the medium value, you're basically mapping the floodplain at the 50% confidence interval. The TMAC is actually recommending that you increase that and map the flooding intervals at the 95% confidence interval, which means that it'd be closer to the 21,000 than it would be the 9,000. And finally, the city of Tucson itself acknowledges that there's a lot of uncertainty and risk associated with this modeling because they have a 0.1 foot rise requirement, but it's not zero. They want zero, but it's 0.1 feet because they recognize that there's a lot of uncertainty in the modeling that's been done. So in concluding, my goal here today is not to be for or against the development. My goal here today is just to kind of point out where all the sharks are hanging out. And I'm looking at this situation here, and I'm seeing a 2025 Flow GD model with a 1986 engine, and I'm like, that's not going to take me very far. So I'm not very confident with that. So at least my recommendation would be that at least to study this a little bit more so we can understand what's going on, at least update this hydrology so it's not from 1986. And then, because I'm trying to think of what I was doing in 1986, but anyway. And also there's a lot of people here that are very passionate about this subject, as you can tell. And it would be great to have documented about what the individual risks are and then what the solution to those risks would be. So that I think would be a really good step forward for transparency, for people to understand what's going on. So thank you very much.
So I have a few questions and a few discussion points. But let me start by saying, I look out in the audience and I've met so many different people along the way. And I met a lot of good people. The hardest part in this job is to disappoint people, whether you make whatever side of decision you're on. And if you can't handle that, you don't belong up here. So I can tell you that I've struggled with this for 5 years. There were multiple times where I thought that the developer would just quit, and I was like, great. There were other times where I really felt frustrated with some of the neighbors because I thought, man, you can give a little, And I went back and forth. In October, I actually called the developer and said, man, look what's happening at Asheville. I'm not going to be that guy. Don't put not a brick in the floodplain, right? And they came back and said, okay, no bricks in the floodplain. Like that's what we went back and forth 5 times. I wrote this last night. So let me read this and I'll make a couple talks and then I'll see if my colleagues have any questions. I've got a few questions for Brian and a few questions for the developer. I want to read this prepared statement that I wrote last night. See, I already knew what I was going to say. And I was thinking about the MARIPOSA rezoning proposal. There's an intense amount to unpack here in this zoning. Not only is there a long history of contentious rezoning proposals of these parcels going back decades, there are flood risks and impacts for every resident. The parcels in question are in this gorgeous part of our city, just east of where Tanque Verde Creek and Agua Caliente confluence and form the Rolito River. South of Tanque Verde Road, north of the Agua Caliente Creek, and just west of Houghton lies a magnificent mesquite bosque with some great old growth and excellent birding. There's hiking or just hanging around that's available to the people who've lived there. If you go north, there's the Isabella Greenway Natural Preserve. I'd urge anybody who hasn't been out east to check that out someday. Adjacent to that preserve is the resort, a membership-based club with polo grounds, swimming pool, a gym, tennis courts. And it is northeast of the existing buildings that this proposed development takes place. just east in this largely parcel zoned for low density, for ranchitas. Also adjacent to the proposal are 100 homes in the communities of Powderhorn Ranch, Forest Grove, the Woods, and just to the west, 200 more homes in the lakes of Castle Rock. The owner of the parcels in question has attempted to rezone this a handful of times over the last 3 decades, twice being denied by the mayor and council at lengthy hearings. One time for 92 units, one time for a 368 apartment complex. This particular process began about 4 years ago when the developer submitted the original version of this proposal. And since then, we've come to where we are now through 5 years. It's been a lot of back and forth, and everyone's tired, including me. Half of my staff doesn't even remember when this started. 6 public hearings, 3 with the zoning examiner, 3 at mayor and council. We had one zoning examiner reverse their discussion. We made them go to another zoning examiner, except the zoning examiner that previously had ruled had passed away, so we got a different one. But the neighbors have kept their issues real, which is this flooding piece. We've seen pictures of people with water encroaching on their land. I think when I think of Mark Weigel and Jane Rojas, they're like the pioneers of this area. These waters flowing in their neighborhoods and storms have become more and more violent over different times of the years. And so the challenge that we made, and I said it publicly in my newsletter on September 9, 2022, is I'd vote for nothing unless it could be shown that some of the flood issues would be mitigated. And that's really what we're talking about. When we really talk about this, the question is it or isn't? And that leads me to some of my questions. So Dr. Wallen, my first question is about the scouring piece. And the problem with you mentioning the scouring piece is that I need some clarification on what you mean by scouring. Is that the delivery of sediment into the floodplain, or is that the removal of sediment into that?
That would be the removal of sediment. And oh, I forgot my notes.
So I'm trying to understand this one. And again, I'm just trying to understand. So on the scouring piece, you're talking about actual sediment being removed from the area.
Yeah, so Simons and Lee, which is a firm that was down that was back in the 80s or so, like that, before they got bought out, they did a lot of these types of studies. So their study from 1982, I believe, showed that there was scouring on the Agua Caliente between Tanca Verde roads and Soldiers Trail, so a little bit upstream. And what I didn't mention is that in the downstream, when it got more to the confluence, that was more of a depositional, aggradational type of scenario. So the scouring was occurring upstream, delivering the sediment down to the confluence, and then the confluence was building up.
And then the other piece I had for you was on the model that you were talking about, your preliminary not ready for prime time model, which I'm still pretty respectful of. We don't want anybody to get flooded. I mean, that's the. Are you talking about, is that rise that you're talking about, is that going to exist irrespective of this development or because of this development? Or do you have that? I mean, and if you don't know, please answer honestly.
I will answer. Yeah. So what you do, and that's exactly what CEC did with their modeling too, is you take you have the existing conditions out there with the existing conditions, terrain and everything like that. You have that hydrology being the driver, being the engine pushing, through the model, and then you run it in existing conditions, and then you put your proposed conditions in here. In this case, you would basically block out that section of where the development is going to be and say water cannot go in there. And then you compare the difference between the two. So you compare the proposed conditions to the existing conditions and see what the impacts are. So is there a higher water surface elevation? Is there a lower water surface elevation? Where do the velocities change and things like that? So yes, it is because of comparing the existing conditions to the proposed development conditions, that it showed, the preliminary model showed that there was some rise outside of the,
Of the 1/10 of 1%
Yes,
or whatever,
yes,
okay,
yeah,
which we,
yeah.
again, our goal is to say it's lower, so I get it, I'm just asking. All right, so, Bill, how much fill is going into, Bill Carroll? Yeah, how much fill is actually going into the floodplain? Do we have do we have any cubic yardage, our estimates, Linda? Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Hi, Bill Carroll with Civil and Environmental Consultants. Yeah, we've done some preliminary earthwork estimates, and the conceptual at this point, but the estimate is somewhere around 80,000 cubic yards within that area, just underneath the buildings.
But I thought you're not building in the floodplain.
I'm sorry, you asked how much is going in the floodplain?
Yeah.
The only area that we're filling is outside of that existing floodplain, out of the AE zone. And so if you're asking what's in the floodplain of the Agua Caliente, the AE zone that FEMA established, we're not putting any buildings in there, we're not putting any fill out there.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how that would cause rise then. Brian, how would that cause rise?
All right, so you even though you still so when you have the existing conditions, you have water that comes down the main channel of the Agua Caliente. It also goes down the overbanks of the Agua Caliente. So you have flow in the main channel and you have it in the overbanks on the side, and they're developing in the overbanks on the side. So it is in the FEMA floodplain, but it's called the floodplain or the floodplain fringe, and that's where you're allowed to develop. Yeah. So by putting a blockage in the floodplain fringe, you will still could cause rises in that, even though you're not putting it in the main channel or in the floodway of the river.
And when you did your model, did you check with the proposed basin that they were going to have downstream and how it would affect the flow?
No, we didn't do anything with the proposed basin.
All right. I'm going to listen to my colleagues. If they have any questions for the engineers, I'm going to do that first.
Do you have a motion, council member?
Yes. I still don't know. You've got all these great people that I've met along the way, and you go back and forth, and the question is, you have public good and you have your constituents. And I've always wanted to do both. I've never, in 15 years on the council, had it so contradictory. I've just never had it this way. We really haven't found that perfect common ground. Over this past week, though, we had some neighbors come out and begin to send letters in support of this project, which was unanticipated by me. So that's kind of one of the things that is definitely weighing on my mind this evening. The other thing is that we've had some discussions about what can be in the basin when we consider public amenities, when we consider open space, when we consider all these other pieces to it. And that weighs. It comes down to the last piece, which is, are people going to get flooded more or not? And we have sets of scientists who say no. We have sets of scientists who say yes. The only one thing I really want to do is, the other question I have real quick is this 1986 hydrological. Is there a way we can update it as part of the conditions?
Of course, you can update it. It just takes time and money, right? So, I was looking into that a little bit more about what the 1986 actually was, and I could find no documentation on what they actually did in 1986, except that it was done in 1986 by the USGS. So could you, it would probably behoove you to look at it, to update it, because again, that's the engine driving the car. And so that would be really important to understand if that has changed since 1986.
I agree. It can be done. I guess my thought, though, as you're asking that question, is we're using the 1986 engine is the one that the city of Tucson has approved. It's the one that FEMA has approved. It's the one that Pima County has approved. Everybody says it is still the right number. And then on top of that, the proposed new development, we're not talking about living with necessarily that 100-year flow that has been approved all along. The developers have indicated that they're going to raise their units up to make sure that the people who live in that area, that their units will be set above the 500-year floodplain. We've analyzed both the 100-year and the 500-year floodplain as part of the FEMA CLOMR process. And based on the new topography that was flown for this project, there are no additional properties that were not in the floodplain that are now in the floodplain, and there are no additional structures on the properties that are being flooded that will be flooded based on the proposed development. So it seems like FEMA, Pima County, City of Tucson all agree that this is the right number, but to make sure that there is no risk to the new development, which is the only thing that we can really control, is that we will be raising that even above the 100-year floodplain.
Mike, if we make a motion here, what are the next steps? Because we have to, how do we enforce that they meet all these conditions we've laid out?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Cunningham, this is a request for authorization of zoning and establishes conditions that apply to that authorization if it's approved tonight. What that means is that going forward, the applicant still must demonstrate full compliance with all of those conditions, which incidentally cross-reference the ordinances that were referenced, in order then to proceed to ordinance adoption, which is the actual change of zoning. So the short version, the process itself requires demonstrated compliance with all the conditions before a zoning ordinance could be approved.
When I consider all this stuff, everything that's come before me, and the fact that we're conveying a bunch of stuff to Pima County Flood Control, which gives us way more opportunities for flood mitigation, it's really hard to say no. We've put everybody through this, and I've given them 5 years of hoops, you guys, and they've met every single one, and now we have the door open to mitigate future flooding. And for those of you that are going to hate me for the next 48 hours, please still talk to me, because this is an opportunity for the east side. I move that we pass and adopt 23911.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I'm freezing up here, so if my voice is shaking, I'm literally getting hypothermia. And we all get 3 college credits for hydrology for sitting through this tonight. I want to thank Councilmember Cunningham for giving us the additional time to have the conversations needed after the public hearing. And I want to thank all of the speakers and the folks who wrote in. And I stand by what I said at the last meeting. Your experiences are incredibly valuable and valid and important. And I appreciate everything that everyone has contributed to this conversation. After we left the public hearing, I had 3 basic questions that I wanted to get answered. The first one was in reference to Dr. Wallen's memo about our ordinance 11396, and would we be violating our own ordinance if this project went through? So that was question number 1, and I chatted with the city attorney and Mr. Rankin. I was wondering if you could just help share what you shared with me about that particular concern, because I wanted to make sure we weren't breaking our own laws.
Councilwoman Lee, no, we're not breaking our own laws. And like I was just saying, that the conditions themselves require demonstrated compliance You'll also notice in the agenda materials, there's considerable communication and comments and review, not only by the city's floodplain administrator and engineer, but the Pima County Flood Control District Director and Chief Engineer addressing those very questions.
Okay, thank you. And then the other two pieces were really, would this project increase the risk of flooding to the existing neighbors in the adjacent properties? And would this property increase the flooding risk to the new development itself, right? So I really wanted to make sure that I understood what went into the modeling, how the decisions were made, and what brought us here today. So I did speak to Dr. Wallen. I spoke to CEC, Bill, wherever he went. There, he's over here, and Eric Shep from Pima County Flood Control. And you're right, Dr. Wallen, we just got to talk very nerdy and get into details on it. And I think it's an important distinction that you mentioned, Dr. Wallen, that we have the FEMA model and process that was used because it's required by FEMA, and then there was the 2D modeling that really is the basis for what we're talking about. The 1D model has its known sharks, as you talked about, and its known deficiencies, but FEMA, as I understand it, Bill, you guys submitted the 2D model, the more accurate sound 2D model, and FEMA said, no, we want our crappy 1D model. Send us the crappy 1D model, and you had to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our first submittal, we showed both the 1D model and the 2D model, but we based all of our findings on the 2D model because we felt it was more accurate. We were more comfortable with it. They reviewed it, and one of their comments back to us was, if you stick with the 2D model, we're going to have to redo everything that we've done out there. We don't know how long it will take. We'd rather have you submit the 1D model as the official model. And so we went back to the 1D model. But what we found when looking at existing versus proposed, that the 1D model and the 2D model were actually very close, and that, yes, there were some variations between the two, but they were not overly significant. And again, there are no new properties that are now being flooded. There are no new structures in those properties that were previously flooded that would be flooded under either one of those models.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you for breaking that down. You already answered the 1986 engine question, because I had the same question in terms of that uncertainty that was mentioned. And then, Bill, my only other question was just in response to Dr. Wallen's comment about steady state flow. I believe he said was 15% too low in the model. I don't know if you caught that and if that would have any material difference in anything. Did I get that correct?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
I believe he said the steady state flow was 15% too low in the 2D model. So would that impact the outcome significantly? And I don't know who needs to answer that. It's kind of the dueling hydrologists we said today.
That was a comment that was raised by the Fuller report. When we addressed it with the city of Tucson, with FEMA and with Pima County, none of them felt like that was necessary. So we did not address that. But again, as it relates to the proposed development, we're not living with just the 100-year flow. We're raising it up above, and we don't see any variations in the surrounding properties based on our models.
Mm-hmm. Well, as for me, I did my due diligence that I felt with having the background that I have in stormwater management. I appreciate Dr. Wallen's advocacy and pointing out the sharks and the deficiencies with the FEMA model. I do feel that the 2D model and all the work that went into it does indicate that there is very, very minimal risk in having all of those mitigation steps. I do like the idea of listing out the risks and what the mitigation steps are in a very clear and visible way. But I feel if Councilmember Cunningham wants to move forward, I feel like the risk is very, very minimal based on the current model that is adopted by the industry, so I feel comfortable moving forward. I just wanted to ask those final clarifying questions.
Any others? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a toughie. Congratulations to Paul, the planning center, the developer who was bent over backwards.
I don't need to be congratulated, Ben.
No, this is hard work. And to the neighbors who are sticking up for what's right. And I have a lot of admiration for my colleague, Councilmember Lee, for figuring out the flooding stuff. I had told Paul that I was, before the last hearing, that on the basis of habitat protection, not flooding, not open space, but the riparian area is habitat. I was going to vote no, based on the concerns of the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. In our general plan, we do have a phrase that the conservation land systems, if it applied to Tucson, we should consider it. And I took that to heart. Let's consider it. And so I consulted the experts with the conservation land system, which is the coalition, and they had concerns. Their concerns have been, and frankly, I didn't believe you. I read their more recent letter, and they were asking for stuff. And so I just texted Kate, and she said, yeah, no, you met them to what they wanted. So that's why I'm going to be supporting this at this time.
Councilmember Dahl, I had two issues of concern when we started looking at this. One, the flooding, and two, also complying with the conservation land system. And this area, as you all well know because you live there, is categorized as important riparian area. The biological diversity in this area is beautiful and unique. And for me, it was about the percentage of open space and the protection, and us, the city of Tucson, complying with the CLS. I've had many conversations with Councilmember Cunningham, and I was really happy that he took his time from the public hearing to now, because it gave us all an opportunity to do much more of our homework. And then it also gave an opportunity to the planning center and the developer to take a look at what else they could do. One, in terms of the flooding, as Bill said right now, experienced hydrologists, including CEC, Pima County Flood Control, City of Tucson staff, J.E. Fuller, FEMA, reviewed the hydrology and concluded that it will be safe from flooding and that it will not cause any additional flooding to neighboring residents. We are seeing, I believe, a 60% open space set aside. And what really convinced me about the flooding is the 11-acre basin that will be excavated on the polo field, which is pretty much an open field, and will receive about 16 million gallons of floodwater storage that will not only mitigate flooding, but will recharge the expanding Isabella Leap Natural Preserve. So I too have done my homework, and I feel comfortable moving forward. I think that it is important that we base our decisions on this dais on facts. And I believe the facts that we have in front of us allow us to move forward with this project and finally give us answer to everyone. So I feel much more comfortable now in supporting the motion. Any other comments? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty.
There's one other thing that probably needs to be brought up tonight. It came to my attention in the last 2 weeks that on a hard zone property north of this development, a construction permit has been pulled. And I think we have to review that the flooding for that construction project, if we're allowed to. Because we can't do both permits independently. We have to make sure that those numbers are right. So from what I understand, at the corner of Houghton and Tanque Verde, they have hard zoning, and there's a construction permit being pulled. So we need to be sure that whatever their drainage plan is, if it's affected by this drainage plan or vice versa, we somehow go back to the drawing board. And legally, I don't know what we can do, but I want to be sure that we're putting a microscope on that proposed, on anything nearby that could indirectly affect this.
So I'm sorry, I actually said 60% of the land is protected. It looks like 66% of the land is actually formally protected with basin recharge benefits and wildlife corridor integrity maintained. And that was very important for me to make sure that that wildlife movement and a preservation of important riparian area be protected. So I'm going to call the questions so that we have 2 more public hearings. So I don't know if you need a roll call or roll call.
Yes, and I just want to make sure on the motion, it's to authorize the request for rezoning. Okay.
Subject to the recommended conditions as revised on April 18th, 2025.
There was a second to the motion, right?
There was a second to the motion, yes.
Okay, so Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
McSulik. Aye. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you all so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, we're going to move back to item 8. Thank you all for your patience, those that are waiting for item 8.
Public hearing, Development Impact Fee Program fee update.
Alrighty, City Manager's Communication number 114 dated April 22nd is received into and made part of the record. This time and place is legally advertised for a public hearing, which is required in order to make updates to the Development Impact Fee Program. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing?
No, Mayor.
Alrighty. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Do we have any cards for this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Looks like we have 2. Our first speaker is Brendan Lyons.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Brendan Lyons. I serve as Government Affairs Director for the Southern Arizona Home Builders Association. Address is 2840 North Country Club Road. I'm here to give some verbal remarks in addition to some written comments and questions that I have previously provided you. I'm also here tonight because we share a common objective: to make Tucson a city where families can afford to live and work, connected by thoughtful, well-planned infrastructure that meets the needs of our growing and vibrant community. Unfortunately, Tucson is struggling to keep up. The Eco Northwest study confirmed what we all know. We're not building enough homes to meet the demand, and the consequences are real. While some challenges like interest rates, tariffs, and labor shortages are beyond our control, local policies, fees, and regulations are entirely within our reach. The proposed 40% increase in residential impact fees would tack on more than $2,700 to the cost of a new home. And that's on top of recent increases in permitting fees, the newly proposed water conservation and green stormwater infrastructure fees. These aren't isolated expenses. Together, this cumulative cost is staggering. And according to the National Association of Home Builders, regulations at all levels of government contribute nearly $94,000. That's about 24% to the cost of a new single-family home. These costs don't just hit builders. They directly affect affordability for buyers. To put that into perspective, for every $1,000 added to the cost of a new home, 444 Tucson families are priced out. That means this proposal alone could lock out more than 1,200 families, hardworking people who want to put down roots, raise their kids, and contribute to our local economy. We support the need for infrastructure. This isn't about choosing between roads and roofs, or parks or public safety. It's about recognizing that when all these costs stack up, we risk making housing out of reach for far too many. Growth and affordability must go hand in hand. That's why we're urging you to adopt a fee amount that is lower than the maximum. Give families a fair shot at homeownership. Phase in any increase over time, 3 years at a minimum, ideally 5, to allow the market to adjust responsibly without shocks that will ripple throughout our community. Expand incentives for middle housing and first-time buyers. Look to models such as Houston that reward affordability, not punish it. And finally, keep working with stakeholders such as SABA to resolve open questions about the assumptions and data used in the report. Data driving this decision is sound, defensible, and fair. Right now, the proposed changes would make Tucson's impact fees the highest among our neighboring jurisdictions, including Pima County. That matters. We don't want to see Tucson become the hardest place in the region to build, especially when our need for housing is this urgent. Let's not allow well-meaning policy to unintentionally become a barrier. Let's work together on a solution that supports both the infrastructure we need and the homes our hardworking Tucson families deserve. Thank you.
Ben Bueller Garcia.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Romero, members of the council. My name is Ben Bueller Garcia. I'm a 46-year resident of Ward 3. I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the Arizona Multi-Housing Association. The AMA is the largest organization in the state of Arizona representing multifamily developers, property owners, and managers. It's no secret that we're in the middle of an affordable housing crisis. You heard a lot about that tonight. Basic economic law dictates that you reduce price by adding inventory. Your recently published housing needs assessment forecasts that we need 35,000 units, new units in Tucson to accommodate our needs over the next 10 years. Now, I'm a huge fan of your team down there at Housing and Community Development. I think they do a great job, but they can't do it alone. You can't do it alone. The preponderance of the burden for building that new residential development falls upon our members and upon the SABA members. 40 to 45% increase in impact fees is part of a disconcerting trend that I have seen develop in Tucson over the last couple of years, and that's the growing disconnect between our desires for more housing and the regulatory reality on the ground as far as the cost of building housing in Tucson. Some examples. Several years ago, the city of Tucson eliminated the multifamily housing category from impact fees and combined it with single-family residential. The net effect of that was to double impact fees for building apartments in the city of Tucson. The electric vehicle charging ordinance adds another $500,000 to the cost of building a standard 200-unit garden-style apartment complex. We've seen a 7% increase in developmental services fees. And also, coming down the line, we've got changes to the building code and the outdoor lighting code. Jim Toffel, who was recently the chairperson of your Equitable Housing Commission, predicts that that alone could add another $10,000 to $25,000 per unit to the cost of building apartments here in Tucson. So that 200-unit apartment complex just increased another $5 million in costs. You can't make housing more affordable by making building housing more expensive. Help us to help you achieve those goals. Please do not increase the impact fees by the significant amounts recommended in your study. Please direct for a phased-in approach that allows the market to adjust. And please encourage your staff to continue working with private sector partners like AMA and SABA to find some equitable solutions that help us reach our goal without increasing the already undue burden on building housing in Tucson. The people who are going to get us out of this need help to make sure that they can build the housing that we all need. Thank you for your consideration.
Are there any other cards? Is there anyone out there that wishes to be heard on this item? Already seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Any against? Alrighty, this public hearing is closed. What is the council's pleasure?
on that, when we have public hearings like that, are we allowed to speak during those public hearings, the council?
No, this is for the public. But you can speak now?
Just, Ben makes a good point about the multi-housing family thing, but I want to get real with you two guys. And the bottom line is, and I want to say this out loud publicly, I'm totally into looking at a way to reduce impact fees if you give us some more flexibility on them. The bottom line is that if I want to switch out a playground at a park because it's an old playground, I can't use impact fees for it, even though it would be a brand new playground and nicer. If I don't actually have 3 more swings, the impact police come to us and we can't use them. So if you give us some flexibility to help us with our asset management, I know I can't speak for my colleagues off the cuff, but I know all of us are open to finding ways that we can be a little bit more flexible with public dollars. So that's some things to take back to your teams. I totally get it. And we don't want to be stopping, making it cost prohibitive for people to purchase housing either, as you guys well know. But just something to think about, because if we can find 6 inches of daylight there, that's fine. But I remember when Saba led the fight to make the impact fees more constrictive. And the legislature, that's what the legislature did. So we've got to get that fixed.
I just have a question. We did receive that letter from Jim Toffel, and he mentioned 2 things that could help lower costs for all apartment projects moving forward, and I want to ask our staff about this. He mentioned 1, delay the implementation of the 2024 International Building Code. Yes, he did say that new code could increase development costs by $10,000 to $25,000 per unit. And then the other one is reduce impact fees for multifamily projects. And I wanted to ask, I know that we had engagement throughout the process for impact fees. And I just want to make sure that we ask Corin, what was the engagement process? How did it look like? Have you heard of these requests before, the multifamily impact fees and the delaying the 2024 International Building Code issues?
Yes, Mayor, members of council. We have had several engagements, meetings and forums to engage with stakeholders on impact fees. We have been discussing this at our monthly planning and development services monthly stakeholders meetings that we held. We've been discussing it over the past, I think, 3 or 4 meetings at least. And then we had a dedicated meeting on impact fees with a few stakeholders several weeks ago where we introduced the impact fee proposal and got feedback. And we did hear concerns. A lot of the concerns and issues you've heard tonight were expressed in those forums as well. So we have had discussion, and those discussions are ongoing with stakeholders on the impact fee proposal. On the building code adoption, I do want to mention that's, as you know, a separate ordinance and set of regulations. We have heard that, and I want to let you know that we are anticipating a study session with mayor and council on this on May 6th. I think it's tentatively scheduled, and we'll definitely be happy to discuss potential timeline for building code adoption with mayor and council, as well as impact and what some of those impacts could be.
So I would be very interested to make sure that we do have that discussion about how the potential cost per unit will be impacted based on the 2024 International Building Code. I don't know anything about, I mean, I know that we've done international building codes and mayor and council approves them, but I would want to know why. What is it that is adding $10,000 to $25,000 per unit? The other piece, I don't know if we talked about it or if I got an answer from you. When did the multifamily impact fee
change?
When did it
Yes.
change? And
yes.
Talk to us about that.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of council, that was a change that was made 5 years ago in our impact fee structure. Previously, my understanding, because more than 5 years ago is a little bit before my time, but my understanding is multifamily impact fees were separate from single-family impact fees until the update that Mayor and Council made 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Mayor and Council adopted a new set of impact fees that actually have a tiered approach to single family. And that was a policy decision made by Mayor and Council to really look at the scale of impact of smaller scale homes versus larger scale. So previously to that, single family homes were all charged a flat rate of impact fees. And then multifamily was its own fee rate. 5 years ago, when we changed that structure for single family, we applied that to multifamily as well. So housing units are treated as housing units, whether they are single family or multifamily. And it's a proportional fee based on the square footage. So smaller units have a lower fee, and larger units have a higher fee.
Alrighty, any other questions or comments on this? Alrighty, what is the council's pleasure on this?
Mayor, what is the outcome for tonight? Because is it just to have the public hearing, or is there a specific motion we need to make for this? Because I don't see it in the
I
material.
believe it's just the public hearing for this item.
Madam Mayor, the thing we'd be seeking tonight is your direction to continue with the stakeholder conversations and to bring back the development impact fee report and return to discussion with Mayor and Council at the study session of May 20th. So it's basically a motion to keep the process moving.
I will second.
So there's a motion and a second, making sure that we continue the process of stakeholder engagement, community engagement. I would really like an answer in terms of what the impact differences are between multifamily and single family. I know that there's a huge impact on transportation resources that are developed by multifamily buildings. So I think it's only fair to take a look at that difference. And then also, I would really want to know why this $10,000 to $25,000 per unit increase caused by the 2024 International Building Code issue. So yeah, please continue getting the input and feedback from community. Really appreciate you all showing up for this item, and we can let the process continue and move on to item 9. Oh, did we vote? Okay, so there's a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 9.
Public hearing, City of Tucson, City 5-Year Consolidated Plan, July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2030, including the City FY 2026 HUD Program Year 2025 Annual Action Plan.
City Manager's Communication Number 118, dated April 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to discuss the 5-year consolidated plan for the City of Tucson, Pima County Home Consortium. The Mayor and Council are requested to approve the 5-year HUD consolidated plan. The plan covers the period of July 1, 2025 through July 30th, 2030. The public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Does staff have a presentation to make?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I promise I'll be quick. As you mentioned, this is a public hearing for our proposed 5-year consolidated plan and the 1-year annual plan, which are requirements to submit to Housing and Urban Development to receive different types of federal funding. One item I did want to bring up that just recently surfaced, I'd like to add one sentence to the consolidated plan to add specificity to goal number 3, decent and affordable housing. In that section, there's already language related to the rehabilitation of affordable rental housing. I'd like to add a sentence that specifically calls out, we'll be working on improvements to city-owned properties such as Fry Apartments, which is an affordable housing site in the Santa Rita neighborhood that serves low-income families and needs some investment. Specifically naming that Fry project may help us access some funding opportunities in the future. And so this evening, I would request that you approve the plans, including that additional sentence that talks about Fry Apartments. And last, I have the microphone. I do want to thank my staff who has sat here and worked really hard on this plan and the PCHIP process that you approved earlier. And also want to thank our consultant, Martina Kuhl, who is online, and she drafted this 200-page plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shanek. I really appreciate your work. Unbelievably amazing work. We are very, very happy with all of the work that you're all doing. Mike Rankin, do we need to do anything else regarding adding that language?
Just with the motion, taking the action, just make sure you reference, including the revision read into the record by Director Chineka.
Alrighty, so I believe there are no speakers for this public hearing?
No speakers.
Is there anyone out there wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion passes. The public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23911 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23911 relating to public housing, approving the proposed plan between the City of Tucson City and Pima County, known as the five-year consolidated plan, which is required by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, for the city and county to continue to receive entitlement grant funds, and which includes an annual action plan specifying projects to be funded and implement in HUD program year 2025, directing staff to submit to HUD the approved consolidated plan and its included annual action plan for HUD program year 2025 and declaring an emergency.
May I have a motion to pass and adopt resolution number 23911 with the additional language as indicated?
So moved.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, we do need a roll call.
McSulick?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23911 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10?
We did
I'm
item
sorry,
10.
item 11?
Rezoning, City Manager's Report, TP ENT 1224-00027, Villas de las Toronjas, 6621 and 6639 East Broadway Boulevard, R to R3, and it's in Ward 2.
City Manager's Communication Number 108, dated April 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone an approximately 0.85 acre portion of a larger site from R1 Residence Zone to R3 Residence Zone to allow for the construction of 16 to 18 additional rental units as part of the existing apartment complex site, and the abandonment of an unused city-owned alley that traverses the site. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Bruce Call. I'm representing the owners of Villas de las Toronjas apartments.
We've been having some problems with the mic, so if you can speak really loud.
Is this any better? I'm close I can be. Okay. Thank you. With respect to this project, we have had the required public hearings, and we've met with the local people. There have been some concerns that were voiced, and we have responded to those concerns. Just earlier this evening, we heard a young lady, Amy, who mentioned she was concerned about the parking conditions. I think there was a little bit of misinformation there on her part. We did identify that the parking for this project would be held on site, but we also indicated that some of the construction work and construction, which is temporary, would not always be on site. And so I think there was a little misunderstanding there. We have, you've all seen the packet. What I think is most valuable about this is not only do we fit in with the Tucson plan for this area, but also this is a case which responds to some of the voices that we've already heard this evening, namely providing additional housing. And this is a case where it's an infill, and so it's an infill in an existing area, and so we actually reduce the regular traffic onto Natachi, which is there to the west, and we funnel the traffic in through an existing entrance to the existing complex. And so generally speaking, this is going to have a somewhat positive impact, although small, because there wasn't a lot of traffic that our property was generating over there. Additionally, the parcels that we acquired from the city have enabled us to take out of use some of the hardscaping that was there in those abandoned alley area. That enables us then, as we build this project, we'll be able to comply with all the criteria that the city has with respect to parking, with respect to zoning, with respect to the hydrology, and the other questions that you've often heard somewhat this evening. So in general, we feel like this is a great project for the area. What we're doing is in line with the city plan, and we respectfully request your consideration and approval.
Sir, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
I am somewhat familiar with the proposed requirements.
It says the development conditions.
Yes.
Okay. What is the council's pleasure on this item? Councilmember Cunningham.
Yes, Your Honor, this is the old, so I grew up in the neighborhood, and I live in El Gecko. So I'm in this area quite a bit. This is across from what used to be known as Casa Loma, where we used to sneak into the rec room when I was a kid. And it's adjacent to the church, to Christ Presbyterian. Half of this parcel is already zoned R3. So for them to be able to meet the drainage and the parking pieces, we'd take the abandoned parcels and the R1 and activate those parcels. The other piece is that it's technically in a drainage zone, not like a full floodplain, but it's in a drainage piece. And from what I understand, they're augmenting the drainage piece with this project. So I was inclined to vote for it. We had a couple of neighbors come in the last week. I know someone came in this morning too. So I'm more than happy to have my team meet with them and make sure that the applicant is within the conditions. But the apartment complex is already across the street, and really this just continues of it. It doesn't, it abuts only, I think, one or two residences. Most of it abuts the church, and it should offer, the one thing about Natachi in this specific area is it's the only way in and out. There's no other ingress egress. So there's a bit, I can totally understand the traffic concerns, but counterintuitive to some of the discussions, I thought the same thing, that it would boggle it up a little bit, but where they're gonna park, they're not coming west into the neighborhood. There'll be less cars coming in west to the neighborhood, or that's how I understand it. So I was inclined to vote, I'm inclined that we pass and adopt,
To approve the request for authorization to rezone.
I'm looking for the number, sorry.
Yeah, no, there's no number. It's just-
12156.
It's actually an authorization to rezone as recommended by the zoning examiner.
I move we pass and adopt the recommendation.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 12.
City of Tucson's General Plan, Plan Tucson 2025, referring Plan Tucson to the city's qualified electors for ratification, calling a special election for November 4th, 2025.
City Manager's Communication Number 111, dated April 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. Does staff have a presentation to make at this time?
Mayor, no presentation, but just wanted to make two comments before you take the item up. One is, while tonight is not a public hearing for this item, I just wanted to remind council that a public hearing was held in front of the Planning Commission, where it was unanimously advanced to your attention. And there will be a future public hearing on the general plan in the near future.
And I understand that there's still opportunity to have input on the general plan as we move forward. I know that I've received several requests to make sure that, you know, we have these things on the general plan, including codifying the CLS that we talked about earlier. So when is the deadline to have the language ready for the ballot?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, we are tentatively planning a public hearing on May 20th, 2025 with the mayor and council. So that public hearing will be an opportunity for members of the community to speak and share comments and feedback on Plan Tucson. We're actually just making some updates to the plan right now before it comes to mayor and council. We're making some revisions based on the feedback from Planning Commission based on the testimony that they received from the public. If you have specific feedback in the meantime, please feel free to forward that to staff. We can provide that email address to all of your offices, and we'd be happy to take any public comments you're receiving.
And just want to make sure and very clear that it is not lack of community engagement and input that we have in front of us today. We've spent more than 3 years really going out into the community and getting thorough input from our residents. So I really commend you for all the work that you all have done. Any other comments on this item? All right, hearing none. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12156 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12156 relating to elections pursuant to ARS 9-461.06M and Chapter 4, Section 120, Chapter 16, Section 6, and Chapter 20, Section 2 of the Tucson Charter, calling a special election to be held on November 4th, 2025 for the purpose of submitting to the qualified electors of the City of Tucson, Arizona, as a referred measure, a question regarding the ratification or rejection of the City of Tucson's general plan for land use within the city, known as the City of Tucson's General Plan, Plan Tucson 2025. Once that general plan is approved and adopted by the mayor and council through future separation action and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance 12156.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we do have to go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Zulik? Aye. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12156 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 13.
Calling a special election November 4th, 2025 for a possible voter consideration of a franchise agreement with Tucson Electric Power, TEP.
City Manager Communication Number 120, dated April 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12159 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12159 relating to finance and elections pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 120, Chapter 16, Section 6, Chapter 20, Section 2, and Chapter 26, Section 1 of the Tucson Charter, and Sections 12-13 and 12-14 of the Tucson Code, calling a special election to be held in the City of Tucson, Arizona on November 4th, 2025, for the purpose of submitting to the city's qualified electors a ballot measure for approval or rejection, of a franchise agreement with Tucson Electric Power, TEP, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move we pass and adopt ordinance number 12159.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Ulick?
Yeah, Mr. Attorney, could you just clarify again that this is a placeholder?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Ulick. That's exactly right. This action is being taken to ensure compliance with statutory requirement of calling an election at least 6 months in advance if it's a non-candidate election. And in fact, the ordinance itself specifically notes that the terms of a proposed franchise agreement have not yet been met or finalized, and that the mayor and council have not made the statutory findings that are required to actually put the franchise on the ballot yet. So this is a placeholder, and it keeps it open as an option.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Cunningham?
We absolutely should, it should always go to the voters. It's okay to put it on the ballot. Just because you put it on the ballot doesn't mean you support it.
Well, and it's there's opportunity to engage the community. So, any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulic? Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12159 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 14?
City Magistrate, reappointment of Judge Wendy Millian for City Magistrate and fixing compensation.
City Manager's Communication Number 115, dated April 22nd. It is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12157 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12157 relating to city magistrates, reappointing Wendy Millian to another 4-year term as City Magistrate of the City of Tucson, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I always like to do the judges. Both my grandma, my aunt, and my mom served on the bench, so it's always a pleasure to get to do this. Congratulations, Judge Millian. I move that we pass and adopt ordinance 12157.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mixulic? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12157 passes by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations, Judge Millian. Thank you so much for wanting to continue to be a city magistrate with the City of Tucson, and thank you for everything that you've done for us. All righty, item 15.
City Administration approving the appointment of SHARON McDonough as the Fire Chief of the City of Tucson.
City Manager's Communication Number 119, dated April 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12158 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12158 relating to the Tucson Fire Department, approving the appointment of SHARON McDonough as Fire Chief of the City of Tucson, approving employment agreement, and declaring an emergency.
So first and most importantly, so sorry for making you wait 5 hours. And oh my God, I'm so happy that your team is still here to witness this historic really event of possibly appointing the first woman fire chief in the history of the City of Tucson. Thank you for your commitment to the City of Tucson, to public safety, and to the residents of our beautiful city. You are innovative. You are really an incredible asset to have, Sharon. I really appreciate you and what you have been able to do, both in the fire department and at public safety communications. You're a rock star. Now you know how I feel. So with that, what is the council's pleasure on this item?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance number 12158.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Councilman Lee?
Well, you pretty much said it, Mayor, but you know, I've had the chance to watch Sharon in action when she came into, well, we all have, to Kamo, but Sharon, everybody knows that you truly care about the people that you lead, and I think that is so important. And when I found out that Sharon was considered, I said, you know, all these wonderful things about your leadership style and what the department needs right now. And oh, by the way, she happens to be a woman. Like, this is historic, but she is the right leader for what the fire department needs right now because of who you are. So I really appreciate that about you. I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy that you're willing to step up and do this job. So we're just very fortunate to have you. So thank you, Sharon.
Any others?
I always chime in here, but look, I'm just going to go with, you already know what I think, so it's all good.
I just want to finish his sentence. I want to finish his sentence and say, you are a proven leader, and you have proven to us time and time again that you find a department and make it better. So with that, there's a motion and a second, and we do need to go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Congratulations, aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Congratulations, Chief. Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Congratulations, Chief. Aye.
Ms. Mixulik? Aye. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12158 passes by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations, Chief. Thank you.
All right.
If I may take a quick moment, I'll try. I'll be very brief. I know it's been a long day for everybody. Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. City Manager, and my assistant city managers, thank you for your faith in me, for your support of me, and my opportunity to lead such an amazing department as Tucson Fire. My heart is there. These are my people. And while I had such a wonderful time leading my group at the Public Safety Communications Department, I know I leave them in very good hands with Director Mike Garcia. Over the past 3 weeks, I've had an opportunity to get reacquainted with the troops and kind of hear what's going on today and what the issues are, some of the things that are working well, some of the things that will need our attention. TFD is the standing army that takes good care of our community every day. We lead with integrity, courage, compassion, and excellence, and we work hard to serve our community in a meaningful way. We're the standing army 24/7, along with our partners in TPD and Public Safety Communications. Our people are exposed to tragedy and trauma day in and day out. It takes a mental toll on them, a physical toll on them, and that's kind of on top of all the other things that we all have going on in our lives every day, like pay and inflation and political uncertainty. One of my big things has always been, and I appreciate that many of you have mentioned it, that when we take good care of our people, they take good care of our community and our business. That will be my intention. This is my leadership team back here, and leadership from the union, and together with your support, we'll take good care of the department so they can take good care of our city. Thank you for your faith in me, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Congratulations. And with that happy story, we go on to item 16.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, May 6th, 2025, on or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening and a happy rest of your week.